Happy Sunday, everybody. Let me see if I get on the camera. Come on, camera. Why are you always failing me? Why can't you just follow me, camera? Why can't the AI be good enough? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. The Captain Coder says hello to you. Good day. Happy Sunday. It's so good to be here on this beautiful Sunday morning. Daylight savings time occurred for some people, not all of us. And so I may be coming at you an hour later than you're used to, but same time local. I thought about maybe switching up when I started, but then I decided 5 a.m. is probably the best. I probably shouldn't be streaming earlier than 5 a.m., even though I probably could. Lo-Fi Craft, let me give you permission real quick. I posted on the Discord is probably the best way, but you can also post a link in the, you got 5 minutes. I sent you 5 minutes. There you go. Thank you for sharing. All right, folks. Good morning. So nice to see the whole crew here today. We got Sir Black Soul. Sir Black Soul, thank you for hanging out with us. So nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Lo-Fi Craft, hello. Thank you so much for sharing that link with us. Yeah, I downloaded, I installed Roblox, but I have to like make I don't know all the, I launched and I was like, I gotta make an account, there's a bunch of steps I think I gotta do before I can actually play it, and I'm, I wouldn't say I'm old, but I don't play a lot of games these days. I don't play a lot of games. MMO Pug, that emote, that emoji, that emote, whatever they're called, emotes, that hype wave is distinctly you. Every time I see it, I'm like, oh, that's the MMO Pug. That's the MMO Pug emote. I love it, my friend. So nice to see you this morning. Checks. The late night Unity Addex Unite. Yeah, late night, early morning, afternoon, the 24-hour, 24/7 game coding programmer Unity, whatever you want to call yourself. We're all addicted to we're addicted to the code, man. Gotta get that fix in. Gotta get that fix. Better have some bean water while we do it. So good. Unity Addicts Unite. Sure. Yeah, exactly. It's so nice to see everyone. Caveman Crafting, how are you? Caveman Crafting, how are you? It's so nice to see you on this beautiful Sunday. I'm getting your kofefe, getting your coffee. Good. Lance over on YouTube, so nice to see you, my friend. Happy you're here this morning. So it's great to see you. Lo-Fi Craft, thanks for the link. Anyone want to check it out? Lo-Fi Craft is working on a Roblox game. What would you say the inspiration is? It's sort of GTA-esque. Is that right? But we got a Roblox game. Let's see if we can get that. Yeah, I need to get Roblox working, but really awesome that you're building out your own Roblox GTA 5, but in Roblox. I love it, my friend. I've seen some awesome videos of this on the Discord. If you have more videos, feel free to share them. I'd love to see them. Super cool. Evo Town, the beta by the Lo-Fi Squad. I love it, my friend. I love it. Thank you for sharing that. Caveman Crimson, I'm looking at updating my game code today so that it dynamically loads scriptable objects I create for my city tile types and character model prefabs. Yeah, I've been wanting to do something similar with my scriptable objects. I think scriptable objects are great, but I do want to be able to like serialize and load them from like JSON files, like a database sort of thing. And so I was looking at how to do that. It's like, oh, that's actually pretty cool, is you can build a lot of your stuff in your editor, but if you don't actually want all of it to be loaded in memory all the time, you could actually dynamically load them, and I think that's cool. Shiny Games. Did you guys know today's stream is brought to you by the letter S? S is for Shiny Games, folks. S is for Shiny Games. Shiny is a fabulous indie game developer working on the ultimate 2D space shooter, Escape Space. You can wishlist it on Steam, folks, and be sure to check out Shiny's stream. Gotta check out Shiny's stream. See that little heart button in the chat there? See that little heart button? If you're not following Shiny Games, give him some love. Gotta go check out Shiny's game. Awesome 2D shmup. Awesome 2D shmups, looks great. Give them some love. Give them some love. And then while you're at it, open up that escape space on the Steam store. Add it to your wish list because you're gonna want to play it. You know, you already know you're gonna need it. You need it, don't you? Don't you want that Steam wish? Don't you wanna add that wish list? Oh, sorry, Shadi. I tried. That song was terrible. Improvising songs is hard, folks. Improvising songs is hard. I do my best. We also got DJP with the follow. DJP, I'd like to thank you for following me. Yes, that's DJP. Thank you so much, my friend. You're part of the crew. Welcome aboard to Captain Coder's Academy. DJP6, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you, wherever you happen to be. I'm so glad you're here. Happy to have you. And then Royal C-Dub Gaming also here. We got the whole crew today, folks. This is exciting. If I missed you, I'm so sorry. If I missed you. If I said something and I missed you, just let me know. Just speak up. Just speak up. I'd love to give you a little bit of a talk to you. I love talking to you. And thank you, everybody, for being here this morning on this beautiful day. Is the music still going, or is it just really quiet? It's just really quiet. Can people hear the music, or for me it's pretty silent, pretty quiet? But that's because sometimes my headphones, I don't always hear everything. The music in my headphones and the music that you hear at like slightly different levels. I guess I should change that so I understand. So what the heck have we been working on? What are we planning to do? If you haven't been here, if you're just tuning in for the first time this week, this is Captain Coder's Academy, where we do a new project here every week or two, usually every week. Trying to do every week. Sometimes it's 2-week projects, sometimes it's 3-week projects. But can we make a grid-based inventory system in 5 days? Yes, we can. We did it in 4 days, folks. We got check it out. We have this system. It needs a little bit of polish. Got a, Miyagi style wax on, wax off to get this looking a little bit nicer. But we have an inventory system here. Here's the inventory. We've got 5 items in it. Those items, you can pick them up and move them around. If you drop an item in a slot that contains another item, it automatically picks that item up, so you can't place overlapping items. If you try to drop an item, let's see, I haven't tried this. If you try and drop it where it overlaps 2, it's like, nope, not gonna happen. Sorry, folks, not gonna happen. Not gonna let it happen. But you can drag and drop and organize to your heart's, what would be? Drag and drop and organize to your heart's content, to all the inventory goodness that you might want. Lo-Fi Craft, I have dumb ideas all the time. Let's hear it. But we finished this up. What do I want to get done today? If you missed it though, you can go check out each day this past week. I only got to stream 5 times this week. So you can go read about extra, read all about it. How do we do it? How to get done? The source code is open and available to anyone. But what are we going to do today? What do I want to do? What is the captain going to try and get going, get good, get done today? Well, we're going to find out here. I have a list. So I want to clean it up. So the overall goal is to polish and package up. This project. So I want to make it a little bit nicer. When I click a thing, I don't know that I'm actually dragging it around, and you notice it, like, kind of the order it shows up is a little bit awkward. I'd like it when I click on it to be a little bit more obvious that I'm like moving something around. Right, so I fixed there was a little bug where I get exceptions if I was trying to, the game wouldn't crash, but I get exceptions over on the outside. I fixed that. That was a one-liner. Corfless, that's right, we got a gooey goodness in here. That's right. So we have, I would like to make it a little bit more obvious which item you're dragging. So like when I come over here and I click to drop that, I'm actually holding the leather armor right now. It's hard to tell. So I'd like to make it a little bit more obvious. The way I'm gonna do it is I'm gonna bring, my plan is to bring that item to the top layer. So when you click on it, it's sort of like above everything else. Make it slightly opaque. bring it above, make it slightly opaque, and then give it a minor offset so it's sort of like shifted down to the side. Lo-Fi Craft says, I do streaming too, but I will stream how I make the game. That's not a dumb idea. Why do you think that's a dumb idea, Lo-Fi Craft? I don't think that's a dumb idea. I think that's a great idea to share your experiences with other people. And we got Corfless though. Corfless, it's so nice to see you. Royal C-Dub says, I'm working on your web. Very cool. I hope you can get it. I know it's not quite just a website. Like I said, it's a Jekyll. This is like using the Jekyll framework. And so don't worry if it's beyond your skill set, Royal C-Dub. There's no need to stress yourself out on that. When I was asking for a web developer, that's kind of, I more than anything, I would like to hire someone who has like experience with the Jekyll site. So, but be sure you can message me privately and we can talk about it a little bit more. All right. So where are we gonna go here? I'm having a beautiful Sunday, Corfless. How are you? How's your internship? How's your gaming going? How's your life? How's everything? I'm doing wonderful, my friend. Corf says, this weekend I got so much rest this weekend, including gaming all day with high fire. Ooh, that sounds awesome. I haven't played games very much recently. I've been replaying Hexen. So Art's game is coming out soon. So Art Burkless, anybody, if you're not following Art Burkless, I don't know, Art, let's see, Art Burkless, or however you pronounce it, is a game developer, incredible game developer, C++. He's doing his own game engine in C++. You gotta check him out, folks. Give Art a little bit of love. Hit that heart. You gotta love Art. Don't break Art's heart. C++, making his own game engine. It's awesome. He's creating a game called The Warlock's Gauntlet, swords and sorcery themed first-person hacking slash, reminiscent of Hexen. So I've been replaying Hexen just to get myself amped up for this game because it looks awesome. Hexen's this old first-person shooter. Look at that. Art's game is beautiful, just like this game. Super retro graphics. I'm super excited to see Art's game. Demo coming out soon, so you gotta go follow him. We've got Pronomical Art. Pronomical Art. Hello, Pronomical. Happy Sunday to you. How the heck are you? Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. You are a beautiful person, and we love having you here. How's your Sunday going, my friend? How is your Sunday? Corfless, that's right. Prepare for singing. Yeah, I can't help myself. I just get, when I get excited, I sing, and people get me all up and excited in this stream because you guys are all so awesome. You guys are so awesome. All right, so let's hop into it. Let's see if we can get some. What am I doing here? What am I doing? What is on my to-do list? My to-do list: clean up the UI. That's my first order. Try and get things easy. We can clean up the UI. Then I want to make so right now this inventory window sort of, I didn't realize you couldn't move it using this thing. Well, that was a mistake. Pronomic says, just looking for some cool dev streams to have on while I work on my game. Beautiful. Well, I don't know if I would call this a cool dev stream, but this is what I like to call it, an educational, dev stream dedicated to learning and coding and growing together as a crew. So happy to have you here, Pronomical. If you have any questions, I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming at a school ages 10 to 14, but this stream is dedicated to learning and growing together. So if you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Do I not have an educational tag on my stream? I thought I did. One sec. We gotta look here. I have English, Game Dev, Unity, C#, Learn, Chat. I don't have educational. Let's do it. Educational. Boom. Added. It's done. I can't believe I didn't have that. I think I might have taken it off. So if you can look at the statistics of what people found you by, and I think I may have had educational in there before. And I removed it because it said 0%, 0 people found you using this tag. But that means that someone would have to type in educational. You could still see it on there. I don't know. Meow, Roku, meow, 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 Roku, so nice to see you, my friend. How are you feeling? Are you fully recovered yet? Still recovering? 97%? Are you 99% yet? 100%? 110%? Where you at? Where you at? How you feeling? Corpless, thank you for the reminder. I went ahead and updated that tag. Good call. Good call. Okay, so let's dive in. So I want to clean up the UI. I want to make it so you can actually move. If I have two containers, I'd like to move things between them. Right now, you wouldn't be able to, if there's a second one of these on here, you wouldn't be able to move between them. And then after that, I'd like to learn how to package it as a Unity asset. I don't think this is that hard. I've just never done it. And then maybe these should be one thing, learn how to package and then load it into another project. I would like to take this asset, package it up, drop it into a different project to see how it works. Pronomical says, oh cool, I'm a hobbyist game developer working on a small project here and there. I am also a hobbyist game developer. I'm a computer science teacher, but a hobbyist game developer. I've only really been doing game development. I've always enjoyed making like little tiny games, but as far as like learning how Unity works, I've only been doing that for 2 months, a little over 2 months at this point. Well, I guess 2.5 months. Maybe 3 months. I don't know. It hasn't been that long. Rick says, I'm still recovering, but I just did a 2-hour stream where I casually coded a new game from scratch with suggestions, reviews. Rick, I didn't know you were a streamer. I'm not following you. I am now following you. Folks, I haven't seen Royku stream, but I've seen Royku's awesome game projects. Give Royku some love. I'd love to check it out sometime. Now I know, Royku. I'm following you. I hope to catch you soon. I didn't know you were a streamer. I need to know. Look, folks, there's a lot of people out here who are streaming. I'd love to check out the stuff you're doing. On the Discord, I added a channel. No one's posted in it. I did add a channel just for people to share their streams. Text channels. Let's see. It was share your work. Streamer info. I'd love to see streamer info in here just so I know who's streaming because there's so many people. Royku put in, monies. That's a lot of money. Is this like a breakout style? Tell us about this. What is this? This looks interesting. Is this a breakout style clone? I casually coded almost an entire game over a 2-hour stream, taking suggestions from viewers. A reverse breakout where you jump around and shoot with your platformer character to protect your bricks. Ooh, what a cool twist. Reverse breakout. Instead of trying to break the blocks, you're trying to keep the blocks from being broken. That sounds super cool. Yeah, Royku's always making something cool. All kinds of cool stuff in here. I can't imagine your stream doesn't have some awesome stuff going on in it. So I'm gonna have to check it out soon. Thank you so much for sharing that, Roku. Pronomical, I just posted my game updates devlog on itch.io. Sweet. You just post them there. Gotcha. Well, if you'd like to share your itch, hang on one sec. Permit Pronomical Arts. If you'd like to share it, you can go ahead and share a link to it there. We'd love to check it out. I'd love to check it out. Roy says, my streams are super boring. They're better watched by skimming quickly through as quickly through as any possible mod. Gotcha. I enjoy, so for what it's worth, I really enjoy the chill streams, one where I can like sit back. I feel like my stream, I don't know why anyone watches my stream. It kind of I would not watch my own stream. Let me start by saying that my stream is like, I get so crazy when people are, watching me. I can't help myself. I get so intense a little bit. I like the streams that are a little bit chill, that I can actually get some work done. I don't know how anyone could possibly get any work done with me in the background, but I appreciate you all being here. Order of Rodentia. Let me know how I'm pronouncing it. I'm terrible at this. Let's talk about comment. Yo, Pronomical, did you make this art? This pixel clouds, this pixel scene here, this looks beautiful. This is gorgeous. Ooh, this is gorgeous. I'm gonna bookmark this. I gotta come back. Yo, this is awesome. Pronomical, thank you so much for sharing. Look at that. That's a buff. Is this a mouse? Is this a mouse or a rat? That's a buff looking. I would not want to run into this guy when I'm cleaning. This guy is not, I do not want to run in. If you're cleaning your house and you know, a dirty house and you find a mouse that looks like this, you gotta get a new house. You can't live there anymore because that mouse is gonna run your life. This rat's gonna take you out. Oh boy, oh. Okay, so what are we trying to do? Solo on all of it. That's awesome. That is awesome. Impressive. Impressive. See, I just generate most of my assets. All of this generated. We had Elite Stomper made this border for us, though, which is pretty nice. Gotta drink that coffee. It tastes so good. Okay, so I want to make it, when I click these, it's more obvious which one you have selected because it's really hard to tell in my opinion. So to do that, I don't think it's gonna be hard. To do it, I'm gonna do the following. I wanna move it so that its Z index is higher. I don't know if we can modify Z indices here. We're gonna give it a shot. Royal C-Dub, welcome to the Twitch side of things. It's so nice to have you here. We got Devro here, the whole crew, folks, the whole crew. Devro, anyone who doesn't know, Devro is an incredibly talented game developer and 3D artist. You gotta check him out. You gotta check him out. Devro is making a game in Unreal Engine. You gotta check. Beautiful, beautiful 3D art too. It's amazing over there. Great streamer, so much fun. What, you know, he's always teaching me, you know, insults in German. So, you know, this is a family-friendly stream. If you want a stream that's, you know, a little bit more, I don't know, it's not that your stream's not family-friendly, it's just that your stream's a little, PG-13. Let's go with TV-14. If you want a TV-14 stream, Devro will teach you insults. Oh no, Lo-Fi Craft, I'm sorry you got timed out by the caps lock monster. Lo-Fi Craft, it'll untime you out in 10 seconds. I'm so sorry. Royal C-Dub Gaming, I heard you're working on it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Devro, I noticed I was having you running while doing Blender. No problem. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Lo-Fi Craft, that caps lock's gonna get you. Yeah, the stream element spot, maybe the aggression could be turned down a little bit. But I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry. It did not like all those capital letters. All right, so here's the plan. Yeah, if you have 80% caps, it doesn't like it. I know, you can only have 80% excitement. 80% excitement. I gotta fix that. All right, Royal C-Dub, I see your message in, I see your whisper. I need to talk to you offline. I can't chat to you while I'm in the middle of my stream, but I appreciate it. I appreciate it. We'll have to have a conversation off stream. All right, so here we go with the, oh yeah. So my idea, Royal CW, you have nothing to apologize. Don't apologize. You're nothing to be sorry about. You're trying to be helpful. I appreciate it. I really, really do. I appreciate it. I'm sorry if it came across as me being upset. I'm not upset. I just don't have, I don't have that ability. There you go, Roy. See, 80%. You can get it in there. So the idea with this grid element item is I want to have sort of an offset. All right, so I'm going to create an offset that lets us sort of make it so that the item will pop out a little bit. Captain Code, so you need to cap the bot. Yeah. Lance, thanks, Dad. Holy moly, Code Red Games. How are you gonna just come in here with 28 people in that raid? Whoa. Code Red Games with the giant raid here. 28 viewers, welcome to my stream. You are welcome at Captain at Coders Academy, and I welcome you today. Thank you for the raid, Code Red Games. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate the big ol' raid. I hope you have a beautiful day. Code Red Games, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy, where we are learning to code and grow together as a crew. What the heck are we working on? Well, real quick, folks, we got to give, if you don't know Code Red Games, who doesn't know Code Red Games? But if you don't know Code Red Games is an amazing game developer. You'll see on the screen here. He's making a horrifying 2D Souls-like game called Roguelite. You gotta be sure to wish list. If you want a game that will chew you up, spit you out, and leave you begging for more. Roguelite's the game for you, folks. Roguelite's the game for you. You gotta wish it. You gotta wish list it, folks. Click on that link. Go to that. Oh boy, oh, I've lost my internet. We back? Are we back? Hello, are we back? I'm not sure. There goes the chat. All right, we're reconnected. I got 90 chats coming through all at the same one. F1 for instructions. Code Red coming in, sabotaging my stream. Come on, Code Red. Why you gotta sabotage my stream like that? You monster. No. Code Red Games, everybody gotta give him some love. Foole snabble, welcome to my stream, my friend. Foole snabble, I appreciate the follow. Welcome to Captain's Crew, you are now one of us, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Foole snabble, I'm so sorry, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Please be sure to correct me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong. I'm happy to try and get it right. As always, I appreciate when people correct me. I want people to feel welcome here. So welcome. And thank you so much for the follow. If you didn't know it, we are learning to code and grow here. I'm a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming to ages 10 to 14. And beyond that, that's at my school. My school's for ages 10 to 14. And so if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I would love to entertain them. Just keep them family-friendly questions. Also, backseat coding is absolutely encouraged here. This is how we get better. This is how we learn. This is how we code. This is how we grow together as a crew. All right, folks. I'm so sorry for that crash there. Fuel Sense, how do you get teenagers interested in coding? You just show them the magic. Show them the magic that is coding. It depends. Not everyone's that interested in coding. For me, I work at a school where the kids are very excited to code. It's one of the things that they're very excited to do. To get people who are not excited about it, or people who are not already excited about it, oftentimes just showing them like, hey, look at the magic. So the hour of code is one of the best ways to do it. Show them some scratch stuff. Give them something easy to toy with and play with. Get them excited about, Juku's a great way to do it. So Juku makes all these coding kits where you do robotic stuff. So, these Juku kits are awesome for kids. These ones are, this one, maybe not all teenagers. This one's super cool. You build little games with these. These are awesome little robots. Get them excited about if they like Legos, Lego Storm. I forget what it's called. I think it's a Lego Mindstorm. It might not be called Mindstorm anymore. But these Juku bots, robotics with Legos where you get to program them. Super cool stuff. I think, in a lot of ways I find it very, it's harder to not get kids excited. Kids want to do stuff beyond their ability right away. The hardest thing for me is how do you scaffold it so kids can do really cool things without having all the prerequisite knowledge. So I highly recommend Juku. I highly recommend Terraforming Mars is an awesome game. Yeah, absolutely. What are some other games I have here? Hang on. This game. Oh, yeah. This game is a great way to get kids. This one's for younger students. One sec. Codemasters, the programming logic game. This is for this. I wouldn't recommend this for teenagers, but for young kids getting excited. They like, Minecraft stuff. This is a great game to get started on it. Lo-Fi Craft, I didn't forget you. I just got so much stuff going in the chat. It's hard to see every little bit. So yeah, if I miss something, people are just asking me, how do I get... Yeah, I got board games are a great way to do it. Engaging young people. That's the way to do it. All right, folks, all right. I'm going to try and get caught up on the chat here. I missed so much. I'm so sorry about that. But Rogue Blight, folks, got to check out Rogue Blight. Awesome game. Okay, we are back. Hang on. Let me see. What did I miss? Imagine the full raid follows. How do you get teenagers? That's blah, blah, blah. Gonna go here. Lance says, terraforming Marm. I recently ITC Studios in the house now too, folks. If I missed your message, do not hesitate to repeat it. I'm so sorry I missed it. I got so frazzled here with all the new people. I'm so excited. ITC, happy Sunday to you. So nice to see you. So nice to see you. Happy Sunday. Lo-Fi Craft, I will mute your stream now because I will stream now too. Gotcha, Lo-Fi Craft. No worries. Art says, hello, Woomy. Oh, and the captain is here too. That's right. Fancy that. Oh, fancy finding you here, Captain. Art. Ha, 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 ha. Good grief. No, Art's, that's like Art's catchphrase in my mind is Art saying good grief. I love when Art says good grief. I gotta get a good grief Art mug. I need the good grief mug. I need it. I want the Art, I want the Warlock's Gauntlet. No, you need to make the shopkeeper or something say good grief. I want the Warlock's Gauntlet shirt that just says good grief when you die. Ooh, maybe that. Maybe when you die, it'll say good grief. I'm sorry if that's only funny to me. Fule Snabel, I'm so sorry. Fule Snabel, let me know. Am I pronouncing that right? Please correct me. All right, I miss so much. Royku says, how do you get teenagers interested in coding? Tie their legs to the chair and tell them if they program something they can get food today. Well, no, I don't know of interest. If you wanna make kids traumatized by programming, that's one way to do it. Please don't tie anyone please don't tie anyone to chairs. Lo-Fi Craft, please send the link on the Discord. It depends on what you're trying to send. I just don't, the chat's going by so fast here. Sir Black Soul says, tell them they can only play what they programmed themselves. Oh, you sent it on the Discord? Gotcha. Let me take a look. Lo-Fi Craft. Oh, you're streaming. All right. We'll give you a shout out, Lo-Fi Craft. Lo-Fi Craft. I have not seen Lo-Fi Craft stream, so disclaimer there, but I have seen Lo-Fi Craft's Roblox game, which looks awesome, folks. So if you want to see someone who is a Roblox master, give Lo-Fi Craft a follow, folks, and go check them out. Streaming right now if you want to check out some sweet Robloxage. I wish I had time to check you out right now, Lo-Fi Craft, but as you can tell, I'm streaming. I'm busy, my friend, but I'm looking forward to it. I'll try and catch the VOD later. Thank you so much for sharing, Lo-Fi Craft. So sorry I missed it there for a moment. But I appreciate you bringing it back up and calling me out on that. I appreciate you. All right, so what are we trying to do today? What do we have so far? We implemented a grid-based inventory system this week. So here at Captain Coders Academy, we try and do a new project every week. We don't always make that. Sometimes it's 2 weeks. One time it was like 25 days. So we try and do it, but we have this grid-based inventory system. All right, so we can move items around. If you click in a spot where there's already an item, you swap with it. It's a little hard to tell that I swap, and so I just want to polish it up a little bit. To make it a little bit more obvious that you've selected an item and that you're moving an item around. That's the first thing I want to do. Then I want to see if I can add in a second inventory box and you can like drag between the two. That's the thing I want to do. That's the biggest thing I want to do today. ITC Studios asks, are you packaging all these prototypes as Unity assets to the crafting system and dungeon gen, etc.? That's the goal. So today, one of my goals, my primary goal is polish and package. I've never done a Unity asset. So my goal is once I do this a little bit of polish here, I want to figure out how to make it a Unity asset. I don't think this is that hard. I think you just sort of like select what items you want and say like, now you're a Unity asset. It creates a file that you can import. I've imported Unity assets, so I suspect it's a relatively, I've never done it though. And so I think figuring out which things to add to the asset is gonna be maybe a little tricky for me. And then I want to see if I can add those to another project and use that in like a different system. So that's my idea here. We're gonna update, and then a bonus is see if we can get the crafting system using the new grid system. So I implemented a grid system here, and then combine them into a single project would be really, really cool. All right, folks. So sorry if I missed something in the chat. Please let me know. But we're gonna see if we can get some actual coding done. See if we can dive in here a little bit. So I want to make it more obvious that the item selected, whichever item selected, I'd like its z-index to sort of be on top, and I'd like it to be slightly offset when you select it. So I was gonna add in here a private. I don't know, it has to be private, but let's make it a property. Right, finishing coding. This is a singing stream. This is a singing stream. That's right, Roku, it is a singing stream. We still try and get some stuff done though. So public int offsets selection selected offset maybe. This might even need to be static. Yeah, let's make this static. Let's make it a private thing here actually. Private static int s selected offset equals 5. We'll go with 5 pixels. Maybe 3. What do we think here? Lance says you've missed plenty in chat, Captain, but that's okay. If you focused on that, you probably want to get any coding done. I know, I get that. This is why I say we're gonna stream for 5 days, but I'm planning on having about 10 hours. So we're gonna scope for 10 hours. Art says it's oddly satisfying to see you just pick stuff up and put it down again in the inventory. Isn't it? Okay, I'm glad you feel that way because it's very satisfying to do. And I'm going like, this is probably the most boring thing ever for anyone to watch. Thank you for saying that, Art, because I was going, yeah, it's an inventory system. Everyone's seen one of these before. Why is it, what makes this so special? Nothing. There's nothing particularly special about what I'm doing. This is in many, many places, but I'm very, very proud of this. I've never implemented a system like this. I was glad the way it came together, and I'm quite proud of it. I really, really am. And as funny as that, as lame as that may sound, IG says it would be cool if the select item had maybe a highlight or pulsing effect to make it more obvious. Could be an addition in the future. Yeah, I want to make it more obvious. We're gonna do an offset. I think I'm gonna add a border. Won't be that hard. I think I'm gonna add a opacity to it and move it to the top. Record says you could hook it up some voice to text thing that types in whatever you sing to it. Then you can sing your programming in. I'm sure that wouldn't sound terrible. I'm sure it would sound beautiful. Art says you make me excited for coding my own. I'm glad to hear it. That's one of my goals here is Captain Coder wants to get people excited about programming. It's like, it's like my primary function. I feel like, RoboCop has like, what's your primary function? To protect and serve. What's Captain Coder's primary function? To code and excite. To get Captain Coder I need to get in Uncle Sam. Captain Coder wants you to program. Christmas Bunny, thank you for the follow. Christmas Bunny, welcome to the crew. I'd like to welcome you, Christmas Bunny. I love your name so much. You are now a part of Captain Coder's Academy. Christmas Bunny, thank you for following, my friend. Happy Sunday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm so happy you're here. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm here. I'm here to answer them the best of my ability. Just keep them PG, keep them family friendly, and backseat coding's highly encouraged. That's how we learn stuff together. So do not hesitate. If you see something, say something. If you see something, say something. Let me know. You got sponged today. You got sponged has followed. You got sponged. Please don't sponge me, I don't want to be sponged. You got sponged has followed me. You got sponged, thank you so much for the follow, great name, please don't sponge me. I don't know what that means. I don't think I want to be sponged though. But I appreciate you being here. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm glad you're here today to share this experience with us. If you're just tuning in, if you didn't hear, questions are highly encouraged. I'm a computer science educator. I'm happy to answer any questions, to try and answer. Let's say I'm happy to try and answer any question you might have, programming related or otherwise. And you are welcome to Backseat Code. So if you want to participate as much as you want. Snabble says, now I think of a classic Seinfeld episode. All right. The sponge. Yeah. Let's not, family friendly. It's Seinfeld a family friendly show? I think it is. That's it. All right. Anyway, moving forward, onward and upward into the great beyond of coding and .NET. Got to get a little bit of coffee in my body here. We've got another raid from Proton Fig. Proton Fig is raiding us. Whoa, we've got Proton Fig in the house. He's an epic programmer. Everyone, Proton. If you're not following Proton is an astounding Commodore 64 coding guru, musician, and graphician. Absolute legend. Gotta give him a follow, folks. Give Proton a follow. You gotta follow him if you wanna listen to some sweet music. If you wanna listen to that sweet, sweet sound. And you don't wanna hear Captain Coder sing, 'cause Captain Coder can't sing as well as Proton can play that sweet, sweet tune. Proton, thank you so much for the raid, my friend. Happy Sunday. We're getting hype here. Frankly gamer, I welcome you. Frankly gamer, I welcome you to the crew today, my friend. Frankly gamer, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday to you as well. I missed something here. Frankly says, I am a graduate student developer after 3 years of school, now job hunting, making games in Unity, doing project in .NET World. That is awesome, my friend. I've been using .NET for about 19 months. I'm loving it. Fell in love with it. Doing my best to learn it here. He explains overscan on C64 the other day. Fuel, yeah, Proton is doing Commodore 64 assembly coding. He is like levels above everyone else as far as coding goes. He is like... He's a wizard. I can't even, yeah, it's amazing. Flink says, where is your sub? 2 seconds here, already like you. Not an affiliate. Yeah, I don't want, I'm not an affiliate. I don't want any ads on my stream, so we don't have a sub button here. But I appreciate the thought, frankly, gamer. I appreciate you being here to do it. All I say is, if you want to be here, be here. We're learning and coding and growing together. I don't need any subs. Your follow is enough for me. This summer though, coming to a Captain Coder stream near you. Captain Coder is going to be running some summer programs. So if you want to sign up for some summer programs, I'll have some more info as we get closer to that. I got to figure out what they are. But if you want to join in some, something like that, we will absolutely have some stuff this summer you can join. Which is, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do, but this summer there's going to be some programs you can join as far as if you want to participate in the stream and do some fun stuff. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. But yeah, no stream. I don't want ads on my stream. That's the biggest reason for it. I don't want ads on my stream, and I also cross stream to YouTube. And if I'm affiliate, I can't cross stream to YouTube. So those are my two reasons. But thank you so much for the support. I absolutely love having everybody here. ITC, join into lurk mode. Gonna work on some pixel art. All right, Woomy, enjoy the lurk at Captain Coder's Academy. We appreciate you lurking here. We know you have many places to lurk, and by lurking here, we appreciate you. Thank you for doing that. Let's see, Corfless is back. Welcome back, Corfless. Lance says, have a great time with Pixels ITC. Got loads of questions for you later on. Yeah, ITC, awesome pixel. Awesome pixel art. Revere is in the house, folks. Revere's here. If you're not following, Revere is a real game developer currently making a space trucking game called Unforgiven Space. His goal is to be Star Citizen Doritos. It's a parody of Star Citizen, essentially. I love it. I love it. Give him some love. Hit that little heart. Hit that little heart. Give him some love. Don't let that love go unloved. Mr. Broadcaster, I'd like to thank you for following me, Mr. Broadcaster. You clicked that follow and now you're here in the crew, Mr. Broadcaster. I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coda's Academy. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Mr. Broadcaster, thank you so much for following. I appreciate you being here. Happy Sunday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. We are here at Captain Coda's Academy, learning to code and grow together. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Excuse me, that sneeze came out of nowhere. I apologize. But welcome aboard. So happy to have you here. We're trying to code. We haven't done any coding today. Well, we wrote this line of code. So we're making some progress. We wrote a little bit of a code here today. Welcome, Bo. Art says there will be swimming programming, the hiking program, and possibly eating ice cream program. Good stuff. Yes, Captain Coder's Summer Academy is coming up, folks. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that looks like, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. That's my goal here. That's my goal. Well, ITC's lurking. Welcome to lurk mode. Devro, lurking is a full-time job. That seems that way sometimes. Uprising, followed me. Uprising, welcome to the crew, my friend. We got uprising in the house. We've got uprising following us. Welcome to the crew, uprising. How are you today? How are you today? Uprising, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday, welcome aboard. We got so many people here today. It's just fabulous having you all here. Welcome to the crew, Uprising. Happy to have you here. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. Happy you are here, my friend. Revere says my workflow has failed me and now I have to redo 80 Blender files. You have to, oh no, like have to remake all 80, or how does, or that sounds horrifying. Yikes. Uprising says, I'm new here. You have a nice voice. Thank you so much for the compliment. You're making me blush, Uprising. I appreciate you. Fies Sleep over on YouTube says hi. Hello, Fies Sleep. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Uprising, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you. Corpus says, I noticed Twilight Imperium and Dragon Strike. Yes, we got Twilight Imperium. We've got Dragon Strike. We even got the Twilight Imperium expansion, Shards of the Throne. If anyone ever has, like 12 hours to play one of those games, that's how long it takes. Shady says, lurking, but still here, fascinating. So happy to have you here, Shady. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate you. Rave says, yep, everything is working in play mode, but the blends won't auto-convert to FBX when I do a build, and it's been ages since I did a build. Uh-oh. Devro says, Revere, then we fight the same battle here, also reworking a lot. Revere says, so it's back to manual FBX export. That sounds painful. Welcome to Lurk Mode, Royal C-Dub Gaming. I appreciate you. We know you have many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here. Veer says, and keeping my blends out of the project file. Fule Snabel says, Twilight Imperium a bit on the light side for me. Yeah, that's right. Proton says, frankly, gamers, sometimes people has called us elites, but elitisms. No way, so no senpai. All right, Corpless asking me, teach me. I will. All right, so anyone who's just tuning in, we're working on an inventory system. We have a blog that we've been tracking here. We've inventory system in 5 days. We've done 4 days. This is day 5. We're gonna see what we can get done today. But we have a working inventory system where you can drag and drop, not drag, you can click and move things about in this grid. You can't put them in illegal spots. If you put them in a spot where something else is, it swaps with that item. I wanna polish this up a little bit. It doesn't look too nice just yet. It's not obvious which item I'm holding. So for example, I come up here, I click this potion. I'm actually holding the potion right now. It's hard to tell that I'm holding it. So we're gonna add in some little information for when you're actually selecting something to make it a little bit more obvious. So I've added in this selected offset. So when you click something, it's gonna like shift it a little bit. Come on, camera, come on back. AGP0, thank you for the follow. I welcome thee to the class today. AJP, AJP, AJP. Welcome to the Academy. AJP, thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy Saturday. Oh, no, happy Sunday. It's Sunday, folks. It's Sunday, not Saturday. Happy Sunday. It was a happy Saturday. Now it's a happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. I hope it's a beautiful day for you, AJP. How are you today, my friend? Welcome aboard. Okay, so my idea is we are gonna update, when we move this thing, when we select it, we need to like shift it over a little bit. So when we select, it'll be style.top plus equals our selected offset. And this probably won't work, it's probably like some kind of struct thing. Has an I style top. So we probably need to do style.top.value. What is the type of value? Value is a linked style. What does value have on it? Value.value, perfect. Let's give that a shot. And then let's also do an offset on the left. So we'll just sort of shift it over a hair when we pick it up. Then when we move it, rather than move it directly onto a slot, we are gonna move it onto a slot plus the offset. So this will like have it be shifted over just a hair. And similar when we unselect it, we gotta unoffset it. So we'll subtract that out. I think this will work here. AJP says, hi all, good here. I'm from the UK, so lunchtime for me. Delicious, delicious lunchtime, my friend. I hope you're having yourself, if you're eating, I hope you're having yourself something delicious. Captain Coder's a little bit of a fooder. Is it a fooder or a foodie? I enjoy food. That's what I'm trying to say. I like to eat just about anything. There's very few things that I don't enjoy. Alfalfa sprouts. I think like the one thing that comes to mind now, alfalfa sprouts and scalloped potatoes are like the two foods that I don't really like. That said, I've had really good, well-prepared alfalfa sprouts, and I've had really good scalloped potatoes. But in general, scalloped potatoes, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I like other potatoes though. Okay, so when we select this should now, when I click it, should like sort of pop out a little bit. Let's see. Let's have a looky-loo here. Proton says, Captain, a bit difficult song to cover. Only 3 patterns in 3 hours. I gotcha. Yeah, I was listening to that one. That one sounded rough. As from like just get it. So I kept hearing like the essence of the song, but getting it to sound like with all just the sound there was tough. But it's some nice work today when I was listening to you. All right, so it's a little hard to see. I don't know if you can see it. When I click on it, it sort of gets that little offset there. I like that. And so now if I were to switch to the potion, you can like see which one I have selected. The one thing I'd like is to make it so whichever one's selected is on the top and has like a mild opacity. Okay, so I think we're gonna do that next. All right, so that worked the way I wanted it to, which is nice. We still can't click over here. All right, beautiful, beautiful. Poor Petrie says, it's hard to find well-made scalloped potatoes. That's what I'm saying. It's hard to find well-made scalloped potatoes. But when you do find them, they can be quite good. They can be quite good. Okay. So in addition to this, I think I want to give it a border. I want to move the Z index. Is there a Z index position.z? Yeah, I'm wondering if we have a Z index or how that will work, or if there's some other way that we could get an item be on top of everything. I'm not sure. Let's open up the UI builder and see if we can find anything helpful in that as far as like the styling goes. And we might, what we might do is add a like selected style in our style sheet. Okay, so in here, we're gonna end up with a visual element like this. And this visual elements, this is the thing that's going to have the image, but I wanted to see if we had a Z index. I know we can change the opacity. So I think changing the opacity is another way to do it. Align, transform. There might not be a Z index here like you would find in a HTML CSS styling. You might have to move it up. So I think there's a way in our element to add like a slot that goes above other things. We basically want it to be the last element here. Interesting. Let me do a quick, I'm gonna do a quick Google, see if we can find it here. So not grid styles, UI toolkit, Z index. Let's see if we have Z index support. It looks like we don't. Z index or order. Yeah, it doesn't look like we have one. So I think we need to make a container that we put things inside of. So, and then when we pull the item out, that goes inside of a different container that is on top of everything. So let's go to our grid element item. Our grid element, do we have, yeah, our grid element here. So we need our grid element sort of needs a container that's going to be for items in the grid. So when we build this thing, it ends up with a bunch of the grid cells. We need a spot to store things that just, so there's two things. We need something that stores the items so that they're in the correct position and layer. And this would make it so we could easily put the grid on top of them as well. Because someone was asking about that. It's like, do you want the grid to be on top? And so I think the order we do that is important here. So let me add that in. We need a container. So we're gonna have a list, private lists. I don't know if we actually have to have, hang on. We just need two slots. Oh, we do need it. Yeah. So it's gonna be a public visual element. And this element's gonna be our inventory container. So this is gonna be where our inventory elements are. So our inventory, and I'm gonna change this to be beneath. Oh, it is beneath the constructor. Okay, this is where our inventory container will be. Grid element here. I'm just seeing some little things that I want to refactor as I go here. I would prefer this to be simplified that way. All right, so we're gonna have an inventory container. When we wake up, when we init, we create, yeah, so after we clear ourselves, we need to add the inventory container inside of ourselves. So this is going to contain our inventory, and we'll initialize that as well. Inventory container equals new visual element. Can I just do that? Perfect. So we make it a new visual element. Essentially, this is like in HTML, and this would be a div container. And so you just put things inside of it. So this is going to be our container that will store everything that's inside. So that's like the inventory layer. And then we need a layer that comes on top of that. This is going to be our selected container. And so I'm going to make it so that we add the selected container first. I think that puts it higher up in the order. It's either, we'll figure out which one we either have to have it above or below. And then our grid will be added after that. And so we'll find out which order we want to do these things. But select container, new visual element, and then we'll add our select container like that. Okay. So this should allow us to access this in our grid elements. Okay. So in our inventory grid controller, add item actually adds the item rather than adding it directly to our grid element. This should add it to our inventory container. So it's in the correct spot within. And then when we select it, we actually, I think we need to remove it from there and add it to the other one. We're going to see if we can do that here. So handle select, in our select here, this this is our grid item. The item itself is going to remove itself from that list. It has its parent. All right, so parent dot inventory container dot remove. And you can pass it. Okay, so it knows how to remove itself. And then it's going to add itself. What does it say? Remove returns a void. I don't like that too much. Parent dot select container dot add this. So it's going to add it to the selected container. And then the inverse happens when we unselect. Okay. So we add it to this and we remove it from that and remove. Okay, so I think we can do this to make that happen. This remove is probably kind of slow, so we might do something where we just sort of like, we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens here. I suspect it's not the most efficient thing if you have a giant inventory grid, because it has to like iterate through all the children inside of it to find it. I think this will work though. All right, so I don't know why we have this visual element. Notice now we have two visual elements in here. Can I set those names? Select container.name equals selected items. And then this is gonna be our inventory container dot name equals inventory items. Okay, so this will choose the layer in whichever order it's in now. Let's see. We're gonna run it and see if we broke everything. Just setting the name, change it here. It does. So we have selected items, we have inventory items. I like that. Perfect. Following convention, these shouldn't have spaces in them. I think technically if we tried to do that in the editor, it'd be upset. Also, it wants us to use the initializer like this to put it in here. Captain Coder, Sir Black Soul says, I just saw in the creator dashboard, you can also set advertisement free stream as affiliate. I don't know if that's true. So you always will get pre-roll advertisements. So I don't have to play ads during the stream, but people have to watch an ad before they come in. There's something about, so there's something about me. I don't need, all right. So I currently do not feel that I want to monetize the stream itself. And being an affiliate doesn't feel quite right to me. That said, we're gonna wait and see exactly what that means. I appreciate you looking into that, Sir Black Soul. I appreciate that. Tory items. There's a lot of things that I could figure out. But yeah, cross streaming to YouTube is another thing. No worries. No worries, Sir Black Soul. I appreciate that. I do wish I had like built-in channel points, but Stream Elements is doing all right with the channel point things, you know, with the loyalty points. I appreciate it. Sir Black Soul, I appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for looking into that for me. Inventory items. Okay. So we create our container. Can I do this? Do I need that? So interesting. Let's see, is that really... When you put the initializer curly braces, you don't need parentheses for the constructor, and it's always, that's such an interesting syntax to me. I like it. I think I like it because it's less robust, less verbose, not robust, less verbose. All right, so let's see how this looks. Okay, so these are beneath, okay, so the order, these are now beneath the grid. So if we wanted to put them beneath the grid, we could do it that way. I don't want them beneath the grid. So the order here is whichever comes last is on top. Okay, so we want to do it this way where the selected container is on top, like that. Okay. So if we wanted the grid to appear on top, we could do it that way, where we have the inventory container beneath the grids. Okay, let's try it this way. I think this will work to make it so that whatever's selected is on top. We're about to find out. Will it build, folks? Will it work? Only time will tell. Only time will tell. Well, that's disappointing. We can move the, that's funny. I know what's going on here, I'm pretty sure. So these are in those positions, but they're sort of being put on top. We got to make it so that those positions are absolute within the style here. So this visual element inside of our UI builder, we can see what's going on here. When we add these down here, notice they show up underneath this grid. And so these guys, their position needs to be absolute. And so I could do it here. I could also do it via CSS. Lance says, well, all your stuff is out of your backpack now. That's true. That's true. That's exactly right. So inventory container dot style dot position equals absolute position dot absolute. I think this, let's see if this fixes it. Select container. We're about to find out. I think it will, because when we're dragging the items around, the items positions are absolute as well, but absolute means it's relative to the top. Yeah, so now if I click on these, the shows up in the top left. All right, let's try it now. Tani does stuff. It says, hey, Cap. Hey, Tani, welcome back, my friend. Welcome back. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at that nice little polish. We can move. We can inventory things so well. I'm pretty happy with this, folks. I'm pretty happy with this. What do people think? Is it beautiful or is it beautiful? It's pretty beautiful, if I do say so myself. No stacking yet. So there's this interesting idea of like, how do we stack items on it? So like, say I have potions that can stack. How would I do something like that? Not built in to how this system works, but there's this idea of like item stacks I might want to look into. But this is nice. This is really, really nice. I'm very, very happy with how this is, how this came out. Lance says, heckin' heck to the yeah. That's right. Ty says, me personally, I think it's quite beautiful. Other people might think it's beautiful though. Royal C Dub says, well, I have to head out. Hopefully I will be streaming later with good internet. All right, Royal C Dub. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Anyone who doesn't know, Royal C Dub is an aspiring indie game developer, 3D artist, and flight simulating champion. Check out his stream. He's working on an escape room game. Hopefully your internet will hold out this time, Royal C Dub. Have yourself a beautiful day, as always. Keep coding, keep growing, and be the best you can be. By the way, was searching for those visual elements, has a visual element that bring to front, send to back, and others. Ooh, let's do that. Let's see if that will work. Let's see if that will work. I'm curious if we can do that instead of having this container thing. All right, so I'm gonna drop this just for a second. Yeah, drop that. Let's see if we can do that, because that would be better in my opinion. So rather than adding it there, actually, one sec, we could do it this way where we have just inventory container. I'm curious here. Tani says, Cap, can I work on the sign of this system? It doesn't look very aesthetically pleasing. The whole idea of this is that whatever system you put it into, when you drop it in, you can change it however you want. So anyone who uses this can style it any way they want, but all the logic is built into it already. So the styling is not the important part here. The idea is that the system can be dropped anywhere and you can apply your own CSS styles to it. We're gonna see if we can get that to work later today. Yeah, so the Tani, you should be able to do that if you were to take this and drop it in. So we're gonna try and package this up as a Unity asset today, and so you would be able to style. Lance says, for stacking, maybe a stackable attribute as part of the inventory item data. If so, a check when placing an item to see if it matches and then increment the stack as needed. Possibly. I have to think about it a little bit harder. I'd probably use, so Minecraft has this idea of an item as like a blueprint for an item, and then you have what's called an item stack. So I'd probably actually have a separate class called item stack that actually references the scriptable object, and then item stack is like not a scriptable object. It's like an instance inside of the inventory. In which case we would just end up in our underlying implement. So it depends on your system. Some systems might not want stackable, so this inventory system needs to work with either. So we're gonna look into how we might do that at some point maybe. right now outside the scope. But yeah, so the idea of like a stackable item, and then your item stacks have, you know, could say things like, well, this thing's stack cap would be 1. Stack cap could be 16 for some, maybe 64 for others. So you could have different amounts of, you know, stackable items rather than all of them being stacked at once. Tawny, I hope that answered your question. It is on GitHub if you want to check it out. You can find a link to it on the blog if you want to play around with it. Super easy, just clone it, open it up in Unity, and you can change those styles to your heart's content, my friend. Feel free to do it. Sorry if I sounded like, yo, you can't change it. Absolutely can. It's set up so anyone can change it in their own program. But I do think aesthetically it could be a little bit nicer, but we're going for functionality right now. Okay. I was playing around. Unity Coder suggested using bring to front and send to back. Okay, so on select, can I just do bring to front? I want to try this and see if this will work. Can we remove these things instead, make it parent, and so we don't have to move anything? And just on select, bring it to front should be all we need. I'm hoping that will make it better. The downside would be that if we want it below the grid, that'd be fine. I'm gonna comment these things out. Let's see if that works. Let's check it out. All right. See if I broke everything. I may have broken stuff. I did. Let's go to our console here. There's a null reference because of this. This should be grid element.add element. Let's give that a shot. Let's says, okay, so your scriptable objects are just a pointer to the general data, but the actual inventory item basically just point to the original data, and logic of what they do or how they work is separate. Yeah, so you'd have like a generic item blueprint. You can think of like the item as a class, right? It's an item is a class. You have a class of item, and then there's an instance of the item, and every instance is different. That works. Unity Coder, such a great suggestion, so much better than what I was doing. Unity Coder, for your contributions to society, my friend, to our society. 50 points to you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the help. Beautiful suggestion. Love it, love it, love it. We're gonna go back. We're gonna change out some of this stuff here. We're gonna drop this because I like this solution far better. I think it's a much better solution. It's what I wanted to do originally and just didn't know how. So Unity Coder, thank you for that. All right, folks, I think that is from the aesthetic pleasing standpoint. Polish, that was the polish I wanted to add there. Where are we at on a break? How far are we? That's just not correct. Something's gone wrong with my break timer. That's hilarious to me. We'll have to definitely much closer to 90 minutes than that. I tried to set up the break timer to automatically reset when the stream starts, but clearly that did not work. We'll have to play around with that a little bit more. That is incorrect. I need like a set timer command. Poor Petrie says, what are you drinking this morning? Great question. All right, poor Petrie, let's answer that question. In this beautiful cup here, we are drinking Don Francisco's butterscotch toffee coffee. Black, no cream, no sugar, just a delicious hint of, bitterness with a delicious hint of butterscotch in there. Oh yeah, that coffee. That bean water, folks. It's delicious bean water. And then in this water bottle. In this water, I probably shouldn't be rubbing these all over my face. That can't be hygienic. If I start breaking out, you'll know why. In this, we have our beautiful, beautiful, delicious water. My body needed it. It stopped me mid-sentence. Like, you know what? I need this. I need this in my body. White Grave says, I just had a butterscotch waffle homemade. Oh, White Grave. That sounds delicious. Ooh, a butterscotch waffle. I need it. I need that in my life. Len says it's a whole new kind of mug shot. Exactly. That's my mug shot. That's right. All right, so we're gonna do a commit here. I think we finished our first goal. And White Grave, welcome to the stream chat, my friend. It's you. Happy to have you here. All right, make sure this is all formatted nicely. Format. That's a good joke. Mugshot. Mugshot. You hilarious. Hilarious, Lance. You and your hilarity. Thanks, Dad. Thanks for that joke, Dad. I appreciate it. All right. Clean up this here. Just making sure my code's formatted nicely. Oh, we're going to take these out. Yeah, that's not... Well, yeah, we're going to take those out. Those should be part of the underline one. That's what I should have done. Put those in my demo. Okay. All right, so we've got this. We're going to commit this. This is our feat. Add layering to inventory items. All right, add that in. That might have been needed to be a chore. It's not really a feature. I guess it's a feature. It's hard to say. All right, so we got that committed. Was that our first goal? I think that was our first goal, folks. We actually got our first goal done today before the first break. Awesome. We got cleaned up the UIs, image ordering, inventory positioning. No, we didn't get the inventory positioning. But I want to do between two containers next anyway, so that's going to be sort of part of that. We done did it, folks. We got this first one checked off. You know what that means. That's right, MMO Pug. Whoa, that's right, MMO Pug. We got the PogChamp. PogChamp, they're exciting stuff. Lance says, got to get an early start on stretches to calm my knee down. Good. That's right, folks. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we've been going for about 80 minutes. When we come back, we're going to move on to this next part here. But before we do that, we got to get some stretching in. We got to take care of ourselves. So we're going to stretch. We're going to stretch. We're going to take care of our bodies. We're going to do it. We're going to do it right. We're going to take care of ourselves. Make sure the people around you are taking care of themselves too. Get your neighbor. Get your cousin. Call up Aunt Susie. Susie, Captain's about to do the stretches. You got to get in on this. Get Susie here, folks. When we get back, we're going to do some stretches. I'm going to get myself some more bean water, and I will be back shortly. The captain's back, folk. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to keep you hanging there. I hope your fingers aren't hurting too much. I hope those fingerlings are okay from hanging on tight. I'm back though. I'm back. I'm here. We're at it. Daniel, hello, my friend. Hello. Happy Sunday to you, Daniel. How the heck are you? How are you doing on this beautiful day? I hope it's a beautiful day for you. And we also got a follower, matey us. I'd like to welcome you to the academy. Matey us, welcome aboard. Matey us, yeah. Matey us, welcome to the crew. Matey us, thank you so much for following, my friend. Happy Sunday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I'm so glad you are here to share it with us. We are here at Captain Coders Academy. I'm a computer science educator, computer science, computer programming teacher. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. Just keep them family friendly. A family-friendly stream here, folks. We got to keep it wholesome so Bobby and Susie and mom and dad and, little Fido can watch this on Sunday morning, coding. Sunday morning coding. Daniel says, I'm good. Made a new thing in my game. That's awesome. What'd you make, Daniel? What did you make? I'd love to know. That said, folks, we're back from our, my coffee break. My coffee's a little too spicy, a little too hot to drink right now. Can't put it in my mouth without scalding myself. So we got to take care of ourselves for a moment. Let it cool off. And while it's cooling off, we're going to do some stretching, everybody. So get on up with me. Get on up with me. We're going to take care of ourselves today. If you're like me, you're a programming troll. You're hunched over your computer all day doing damage to your shoulders, back, lower back, body, or that blood stagnating. You got to get on up every 60 minutes, every 60 minutes to 90 minutes. Get up, take care of yourself. 2 hours tops. That's like the max. Don't go more than 2 hours, folks, but get on up, and we're going to do some stretching. Daniel, thank you for sending me a picture on the Discord. We'll check that out after the stretch. If I forget, remind me. Because I want to check it out. We're going to do some stretching, folks. We're going to start out stretching out our forearms. This is a great exercise if you're on a keyboard all day to keep yourself, help stave off that RSI, repeated stress injury, carpal tunnel, or other wrist-related accidents. All right, so this stretches out that forearm. Take those fingers, palm forward, fingers up. Pull those fingers back until you get a little bit of tension here. Don't pull until it hurts. If your wrist hurts, stop. Do not hurt your wrist doing this. It's all about the forearm. Straight arm, but not a locked elbow because you want to keep that blood flowing. Oh, yeah. Doesn't that feel good? We're gonna hold this for 20 seconds, folks. Hold it. Oh, get that blood flowing. If you love yourself, and you should, because the captain loves you, you deserve to be loved. If you love yourself, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta get that stretching, gotta take care of it. Keep that blood flowing, keep yourself in good shape so you can be, have a lovely body long time. Roll that wrist out, folks. We're gonna go the other way now again. If you have any pain in the wrist, go ahead and stop. Don't want to get any pain. It's just stretching across the top of the arm here. So take that hand, pull it down a little bit until you get a little bit of tension there, and then just hold it. We're going to hold it for 25 seconds. Oh, yeah. Oh, it should feel good, that tension there. When you get that nice release, when you're finally done with that, you release, it just feels good. You can feel that blood rushing in there. Oh, yeah. Doesn't it feel wonderful, folks? Feels great. It should feel good. If it hurts, you stop. Don't let it hurt. Don't let it hurt. Don't want it to hurt. You want to feel good about it. All right, roll that wrist out. We're going to switch sides here. Take that other arm, straight arm. Don't lock the elbow. Take those fingers, pull them back until you get a little bit of tension in that forearm. Just hold it there for 25 seconds. We're going to hold it nice and nice. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels good, folks. I hope it feels good. It feels great over here. I hope it feels good for you too. Taking that stretch and really enjoying it. We're gonna hold another 10 seconds here, and then we're gonna switcheroo. Give it the old switcheroo, go the other direction. All right, go ahead and roll that wrist out. We're gonna go down now, across the top of the arm here. Pull it down, pull it in towards you. If you feel any pain in the wrists, go ahead and stop. You don't want any pain in the wrist. No pain in that arm, no pain in the muscle. This one's easy to damage wrist, so don't hurt that wrist. Just pull on down, grab those fingertips, pull down until you get a little bit of tension there. Hold this for another 10 seconds. Thank you so much for joining this in this stretch, taking care of yourself. The captain loves you, and I hope you love you too. You deserve to be loved. You're a lovely person. All right, roll that wrist out. Roll that wrist out. Shake it out, folks. All right, taking a deep breath with me, taking a deep breath. Reach up, breathe normally. Go ahead and exhale. Get up on those tippy toes, tippy tops. Reach on up as high as you can. Fill in the calves all the way up into the forearms, into the fingertips. Get that stretch as nice as you can. If you need to, engage that core to keep the balance. Keep that balance. Get shoulder width apart on the feet if you need to. If you want to practice that balance, bring those feet in closer together. All right, everybody, take a deep breath. And as we exhale, we're going to roll down. Deep breath in. Exhale, we're going to roll down, and we're going to hinge at the hips, at the waist, and we're just going to hang. I'm gonna hang here. Again, don't lock the legs. Legs straight, but not locked. You should feel it in your glutes and lower back here. And just hang here. Oh, just hang. If you can touch your toes, awesome. If you can't touch your toes, no big deal, just hang. The idea is to improve ourselves, take care of ourselves, get that blood flowing through the body so that you're not stagnating and being too sedentary. Oh, yeah. Should feel good. We're going to breathe. In a moment here, we're going to breathe in for 4. And we're going to, as we breathe in, we're going to roll our shoulders, roll our body up. Let's get to the top, roll our shoulders up, back, and down. So go ahead and breathe in with me for 4 seconds. Roll those shoulders up, back, and down. And we're going to go into shoulder rolls here. So we're going to go back, 2, 3, 4. Add the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. Switch it forward. 2, 3, 4. Full. Oh, with the elbows. 2, 3, 4. Full arm. 2, 3, 4. All right, shake it out. Nice, easy stretches there, folks. It's okay if you didn't stretch. Maybe you did a different stretch. I just hope you got up a little bit, took care of yourself, get that blood flowing. But we're going to hop back into the code. But thank you so much for taking care of yourself. You deserve it. You deserve to take care of yourself. You're a lovely person out there in the world. You know, people love you, Captain loves you, and you should love you. And if you love you, you got to love that body. Take care of your body, folks. All right, and for joining me in that, everybody, thank you so much for joining me. I know you did. 50 points to all of you for joining me in that stretch. Doesn't it feel good? Doesn't it feel good to get that blood moving a little bit? Daniel sent a picture on the Discord. Let's check this out. Daniel, thank you for sending us a picture. This is in the games chat. Ooh, that's a sweet fountain. That's a sweet fountain. Did you make that? Did you make this in Blender? Or did you just add that in? Did you find this asset? That's pretty nice. That's really nice. This is in your skate in the park or walk in the park simulator, right? You can use a skateboard, but you don't have to. Walk in the park simulator. Daniel, this is beautiful. Thank you for sharing, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you for sharing that, Daniel. For sharing. Daniel, for sharing with us that beautiful picture. 50 points to you, my friend. We appreciate you being here very much. The Big Juicy says, yo, the Big Juicy, welcome to the crew, my friend. Happy Sunday. How the heck are you on this beautiful, beautiful Sunday? We are in the process. Oh, so we have implemented this week. I made the fountain myself, but not in Blender. I have no idea how to use Blender. I don't know how to use Blender either. That fountain looks great, though. Nice job on the fountain. Big Juicy, if you're new here, we're working on an inventory system. So in Captain Coder's Academy, that's where you are right now, in case you didn't know. I know it says the Captain Coder, but it's really the Captain Coder's Academy, and it's really the Crew's Academy. It's the academy for all of us, but welcome, welcome, welcome. Yield Taurus King, welcome back. You're hurting, but alive and ready to learn. Well, I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad you're ready to learn. I'm so sorry you're hurting, but I hope this can, help in one way or another. Welcome, my friend. Welcome, welcome. We are working on implementing an inventory system. So someone on the Discord asked, someone on the Discord suggested this. So folks, if you didn't know, we do a new project here almost every week. I'm trying to do a new project here every week. If you want to suggest a project, you can. That's why we're doing an inventory system, because someone said, hey, could we do an inventory system? That's why we did a crafting system, because before someone said, hey, can we do a crafting system? And so we did. So we did it. We made it into a crafting system because someone asked. If you have ideas, post them there. I can't promise to do all of them, but I want to. I want to. Maria, welcome to the crew. Maria, I'd like to welcome you. Maria, welcome to the crew. Maria, I'm so sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Please correct me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. I often pronounce it wrong, but I want you to feel welcome here. If I'm pronouncing it, please correct me, or if you want me to call you something else, do not hesitate to do so. But thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. We are learning to code and grow together as a crew. So if you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. And backseat coding is oh so encouraged. Oh so encouraged. So we just finished implementing this grid-based system. I'm spot on. I'm glad to hear it. So we implemented this grid-based system. Big Juicy, yeah, this site's a shared resource. This is completely open source. Anybody can use this. We are making it so that it's a packageable unit that you can drop into any project. That's the goal, to make something you can drop into any project. And so we just made it so we can, we just finished making it drag and droppable like this. Pretty sweet. I'm pretty happy with it. And our next goal here, I'm glad I got it right. I'm glad I got that name right. We just finished that. What were we working on next? We are going to implement moving between containers, which I think is going to be tricky. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do it, but we've made the system so we can easily create different grids. So let me, our UI builder. So we can easily make different grids. I don't know how to make them positioned on the screen differently. I'm not 100% sure on that just yet. That said, we can add multiple grids to so I have an inventory grid here. I kind of want like multiple containers to be able to be on the screen. Daniel says, originally I tried using Pro Builder, but it was so confusing. So I used this website called Tinkercad. Tinkercad's great. We used that at my school in like some design classes. Really good program. Really straightforward to use. Awesome. But yeah, it looks great. I really thought that looked awesome. Big Juicy says, thank you, will peruse. Feel free to do so. We try and keep a blog of what we're doing here. It says sometimes I can't keep up, but I do so far I've been keeping up all right. So, but yeah, we're on day 5 today. We're on day 5 today of this inventory system. What I want to do is get 2 inventories on the screen. So something that I don't quite understand how to do is position this thing on the screen. So in our UI builder, in my inventory grid, I can make it match the game view. But what if I made it like 800 by 600? Bidju took a Unity course on Udemy about inventory. Love to see different processes. Awesome. Yeah, so the big goal with this project is to explore the UI toolkit, which is pretty new, and I'm loving it. It's very different than the old Canvas system. Though. Why Grave says, I plan on actually using this asset, and if you have time, I'd love to see it be scrollable for larger containers, no pressure. Yeah, so that's definitely on the like bonus item. So keep in mind, we do a new project every week, so I try and scope them to be doable in a week, and then we have all these bonus features that would be nice to have. But so White Grave, what I'll say though is you could always make a suggestion. You don't have to join the Discord, but if you happen to be on the Discord, I'd encourage you to add in a project suggestions that would be like extend inventory system to have scrollable containers or tabbable containers or X, Y, or Z. Those would be great projects. The main goal on the project is, can we scope them to be something we can do in a week? That's always the goal for me. If we could, because we want to learn something new every week here at Captain Coders Academy. Daniel says, then it took me another hour to finally figure out how to make the material work because it was just a solid color. So I'm having to download Blender to UV unwrap the model for the textures to work in the water I got from the Unity Asset Store. Well, you did an excellent job, Daniel. You really did an awesome job. Great work on it. Okay. Yeah, so I want to be able to position this on the screen more easily. I'm not sure the best way to do that, except maybe this being absolute. Making this absolute might make it so that you could like move it around on the screen to set the position of like the top left. So I kind of want to explore that idea. So we have, I keep calling it an inventory grid, but really it should just be like a grid controller. When we get to combining this into another project, the big juicy, welcome to the crew. We got big juicy in the house. It's a big juicy. It's mighty, big juicy 89. I welcome you to the crew. Thank you for following me. Big juicy, thank you for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday, welcome aboard. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I'm glad you're having a good enough time to click that follow button. And once again, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. That's why I'm here. That's why we're here. We're learning and growing and coding as a crew. Backseat coding's encouraged. So if you see something, say something. I can't promise I'll always do it, but I'll at least entertain it and try and give my thoughts on it. A lot of these things get implemented because someone resident. Lo-fi craft, welcome back. Master Chaos says, sup. Master Chaos, welcome back, my friend. It's so nice to see you on this beautiful Sunday. How the heck are you, Master Chaos? The leg. Master Chaos, the leg. What a good name. What a good username. I love it. I love it. I'm loving it. Yeah, so our controller here. Our controller, I want to be able to position it. There's a couple things, so it's just sort of starts with these items, and I need to move this to our demo. Hang on, let's go to my demo grid. I'm gonna move this into my demo grid. Demo grid. Inventory, these need to be in the demo grid. Game inventory grid. This should be on awake. And then these need to be added here. Let's see if we break everything. One sec. These should really be in our demo grid here rather than the library project. And these would now be item data. So Control F, search for T space and replace with item data space. There we go. Add item. This would be it's public. Why can't we add item? What is this saying? The add item does not exist in this context. That's interesting. Master Kiss, I've been better, still recovering from sickness. Ooh, being sick is no bueno, my friend. I'm so sorry you've been sick. I'm glad you're feeling better, though. I'm sorry. I thought you said been better. I'm glad you're here, though. I'm glad you're here. Overall, doing good if you ignore mood swings, but that's not new for me. Yeah, it can be rough. Being sick is like, I don't know if anyone, I don't think I've ever met anyone that enjoyed being sick. So, but I'm glad you're here. I hope this can bring a little bit of light into your life. But thank you for popping in, my friend. It's so nice to see you. Why is this saying there's no add item? Shouldn't this be inventory grid controller has an add item? Private void awake. This is an this is inventory grid data. It doesn't have a controller. Oh, okay. So this thing, gotcha. That makes sense. Okay. So let me take this back. I let myself get sort of distracted here. This needs to get removed at some point and make it so we can add in. Yeah, so I think I need to add in, just for my sample scene, a little controller that's gonna add in there. Devro's gonna do some preparations for your stream. See you around. Have a beautiful day, Devro. I'm hoping to catch your stream later. Everyone, if you don't know Devro is an incredibly talented game developer and 3D artist here on Twitch, doing stuff in Unreal. You gotta check him out. Give him some love, folk. Go check out that stream if you have a chance. Hit that little heart. Don't let that heart, don't break Devro's heart, folk. You gotta keep that heart together. All right. In my demo here, I'm gonna do like a demo controller.cs, and our demo controller is going to be a using public class demo controller. This thing just needs a reference to some of this stuff to be able to use it, because I want to pull this out and put that somewhere else, because this is not part of, that shouldn't be part of the actual library. Instead, when this thing wakes up, so this will be a mono behavior. Oh, come on, mono behavior. Using Unity engine. Big Juice says, did a quick search in the Discord. I see you have been avoiding scriptable objects. I like them, but I'm afraid of using them incorrectly. I was afraid of them. I started using them on the last project. I was a fool not to use them. Big Juicy. They solve so many of the problems. They're so nice for the abstraction of data. Take a look at the crafting system and the inventory system, because we're using them there and I love them. Equal gaming, welcome my friend. Equal gaming says, yo Equal gaming, how we doing today on this beautiful Sunday? Is it a beautiful Sunday for you? It's a beautiful Sunday for me. Big Juicy says, totally will, thanks, you're welcome. No, Big Juicy, thank you for being here. Equal gaming says, good, how about you? I'm doing fabulous, my friend. I'm absolutely doing wonderful. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful Sunday for me. We're here, we're up, we're coding, we're making progress, we're teaching. That's a great question. Equal Gaming asks, what are you making? What an excellent question. Thank you for asking. We are implementing a inventory system. Let me stutter some more. Inventory system. This is day 5. So at Captain Coder's Academy, that's where you are. You're at Captain Coder's Academy. I'm Captain Coder. We try and do a new project every week. I only had 5 days to do this, so we're seeing, can we implement an inventory system in 5 days, approximately 10 hours. We've gone over 10 hours at this point, but the streams, I do a lot of chit chat, that sort of stuff. So my scope was, can we do it in 10 hours? We managed to finish it yesterday. So our grid system looks kind of like this. We've cleaned it up a little bit. I can't run it right now, but the idea is have drag and, inventory system for a generic inventory grid-based system. So on my Discord, someone suggested implementing a grid system, and there's a little bit more to it than that. I'm planning to use it. I want to practice. I'm building up systems for this Dungeon Crawler Jam in April. And so I'm planning to implement this system as an asset that can be dropped into other projects. And I'm hoping to use it for this game jam. So inventory systems, what we're working on. The week before, we worked on a crafting system, but it's a general inventory system library that anyone should be able to take and put into any project. That's the goal. Is make an inventory system that anyone can use in their system as long as they implement the interfaces provided, and makes it restylable for whatever your system uses, trying to make it a semi-flexible asset that people can use. So if you want to check out our blog on what we've done so far, we've got that here. And people on the Discord often recommend new stuff. Oh, I forgot to reset my break timer. We're going to reset that now. Today's break timer is going to be all off and botched and wacky, folks. So be prepared for the wacky break times. But we're going to do our best. But thank you, Equal Gaming, so much for the questions. I'm sure other people had questions. Well, and for asking such a good question. 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points to you for being here to ask such a good question, because I know other people have that question, and because you asked, now those people have that question answered. At Captain Coder's Academy, questions are highly encouraged. Please ask, and backseat coding is welcome here. That's how we learn and code and grow. That's how we get better at this. That's how we, you know, I learned so much stuff because of the questions people ask here. Equal gaming has followed. Equal gaming has followed. Equal gaming. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Thank you for the follow. Equal gaming. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow, Equal Gaming. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. Sorry for that terrible song, folks. I apologize. That song could have been better. For having to suffer along with me. 50 points to all of you. I apologize for that. But welcome aboard, Equal Gaming. So happy to have you here. ITC says, popping back in for a bit. How's the inventory going? It's going pretty well. We're in the middle of a refactor, so I can't show you just yet exactly what's going on here. I'm trying to pull some things out of this class that shouldn't be here. Regnus over on YouTube says, hey, Regnus, welcome back, my friend. Happy Sunday. How the heck are you? This should be our awake method here. We're gonna add these items. We can't add them to anything. We need a reference to our game inventory grid inventory. Like that. These should all be get private sets. If I'm making these public like that, that should all be accessible through properties instead. If I'm following good practice, which I try to do, sometimes the good practices get away from me, but we try and do our best. We try and hang on. But if we have an inventory now, we can do an inventory dot and inventory dot add item. Why don't you have that? Doesn't an inventory game inventory grid dot inventory? Oh, this thing is not an observable. Regnus says, I'm tired. Played too many games over the weekend. Back to the grind from tomorrow. Gotcha. Well, you know, take care, my friend. Do your best. I says, I have way too many unnecessary public matters. I need to spend time sorting that out. Yeah, so it's good if you follow those practices from the get-go. It's a little easier to manage, but sometimes it like adds a little complexity there at the beginning. Andrew NX. I'd like to welcome you, Andrew. Welcome to the crew. I'd like to welcome Andrew. Everybody welcome Andrew to the crew. You know you want to, Andrew. Thank you for following me. Welcome to Captain Coders Academy. Welcome, my friend. Andrew, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday. Welcome to the crew. Equal Gaming says, I love coding. I just can't anymore. I need a new PC that's coming soon, so I can't wait for that. The last time I used Visual Studio Code, which I always used, I made a robot that does everything for you. Calculator, play songs, pause and play, and search for it. That sounds awesome, Equal Gaming. That sounds super, super cool. Oh man, do you have any videos or anything to share about that? If you do, I'd love to see it on the Discord. No pressure though. If you can't join the Discord, not a big deal. Feel free to let me know outside as well. But don't try and post links on here though. The Twitch bot, the stream elements will block the links. If you have links, let me know and I can give you some permissions to do it. I keep saying to myself, I'll do that later. And yeah, so I get into that habit too a lot of like, I'll do it later. And then you don't. All right, so this needs to have a reference to our inventory grid data. In fact, this actually should be a controller. No. This is our inventory grid controller. Here we go. This is why I'm confused. Inventory grid controller. And now we should be able to do, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Add that in. But yeah, Equal Gaming, I love seeing that type of stuff. If you didn't know, so anyone who doesn't know, I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming to students. The school I work at is ages 10 to 14. And this stream has sort of become dedicated to teaching programming and growing and learning and doing all this stuff together. So please share your work. Share. I want to see what you're doing because it's lovely and wonderful. Okay, so when we start up here, I'm going to add in here. Art says, hello again, Captain. It is time for me to go outside, so I will say goodbye for now. Thanks for streaming. Have a sumptuous Sunday. Ooh, sumptuous Sunday with the big words, Art. Thank you. Everyone, Art, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Enjoy the outdoors. Keep coding. Keep growing. Keep being the best you can be, Art. And have a beautiful, beautiful, lovely day. Anyone who doesn't know Art, Art is an incredible game developer, real game developer. I'm not a real game developer. I do a new project every week. I can't stay on the same project more than a week or two at a time. Give Art some love, folks. He's an incredible game developer. He's making his own game engine in C++, for goodness sakes. It's incredible. The Warlock's Gauntlet is a sword and sorcery themed first-person hack and slash coming to a Steam page near you. Give him some love, folks. Amazing stream. One of my favorite places to hang out, chat, and learn. I'm learning a ton about C++. I'm not a big C++er, and I've learned a lot by watching that stream. Check him out, folks. Beautiful person, wonderful stuff going on over there. So what I'm gonna create over here, this is gonna be our demo controller. Equal gaming with the sorcerer emotes. I love that. I love that. All right, this is gonna be our demo controller. In our demo controller, we're gonna add in each of our different items, belts. Oh, we gotta add it in like the order that it was before, I suppose. We're gonna see if this works. Belts, leather armor, potion, shield, and then our inventory window here. Let's see if that added everything back in. Equal gaming, we got that. That's fancy. Got some fancy stuff there. Reference not defined, inventory controller, get, private, set. I think the order here is important, so we got to do this in play just for our get the order right. I love it. I love summoning in the stream chat there. Nothing got added. Oh, our inventory is not set. That's why. Why can't I set that? Inventory window. Okay, let's try that. Let's give it a shot. What's going on here? Why are you not adding anything? What's the demo controller for? That's a good question, ITC. So I'm trying, so one of the things I want to package this up, I had it hard coded in the inventory to add those items previously. And having those hard coded in here makes it so it's like, well, when someone gets this library, it shouldn't just add a bunch of items to it by default. This needs to be something for their program to do. Tuber Tugger, my man, looking good, my man. How you doing, Tuber Tugger? Welcome aboard, welcome back. So happy to have you here. What I don't understand is, oh, this should be start, not play. That's why. So those magic Unity functions. Did I answer your question, ITC? This demo controller adds, so there's right now, since it's just an inventory system, nothing else. There's like nothing that we can't like go to a shop and buy something to add to our inventory. So the demo controller adds items to your inventory to start out. So that's the purpose of it, is it says, oh, this is how here's the code you'd write to use this thing. So it's a demo showing how the inventory system works. Tuber Tugger says, getting enough coffee, you know it, baby. Got myself some delicious bean water here. Oh, nice and fresh. We just got it. You're welcome, ITC. Smab says, maybe you should have the demo stuff in a separate demo project. That's exactly what I'm doing, Smab. That's exactly what I'm doing. So I was pulling the demo stuff out into a separate part here. The core code is in this Captain Coder project. So this is its separate assembly. I'm trying to. So I'm abstracting, I'm pulling it out into it. And the idea is then there would be this demo. And so these are two different assemblies. And when you import it, you can import one or both You need at least this one. You can import just this, but when you're ready, you could just delete this from your project if you want. But the idea is this demo is going to be like your demo scene, see how it works, give you a little demonstration, and say, okay, well, you would create your subclasses this way. So in the demo, we actually say, this is how you would extend it for your purposes. This is how you'd extend your item data. So if you have a game item, you'd extend it this way. If you have an inventory already, you would extend it this way, and this is how you get the grid. So to add it, essentially you have to create a grid controller. If you want to add extend functionality, you can, but basically you extend it this way. Now you get all the functionality. All you gotta do is say, well, here's the type of item I want to put in it. And then your item data, basically you say, okay, well, it has to be a griddable item. This is the important part. It has to be a griddable item. Equal Gaming says, oh, you're streaming on my birthday next week. When's your birthday, Equal Gaming? I probably am. I try and stream every day. I try and stream every day. It doesn't always happen, but I do my best. But Smab, I'm doing my best for it. And so nice to see you, Smab. Happy Sunday to you, Smab. It's nice to see you here in this beautiful day. This beautiful day. I hope it's beautiful for you too. Eagle Gaming says the 26th. The 26th. I actually don't think I'll be streaming on the 26th. I'm out of town on the 26th, actually. I'm so sorry, Equal Gaming, I won't be. That's one of the few times I'm gonna be gone. I'm gonna be gone on the 26th. I'm gonna be gone 24th to the 1st of April. I'll be out of town traveling. I'm gonna be doing a streamathon April 2nd to the 7th, though. We're gonna be doing a game jam that following week, so I'm so Equal Gaming, I'm so sorry I'm gonna miss it. Tuber Tugger, that's right. I don't know if you saw, but our inspiration for this was, in fact, the Diablo system. The Diablo system. Equal Gaming, I haven't set the vacation up on that one yet. So we have the UI system here. This was our inspiration. This is what we were trying to implement, and we got it working pretty well here. I wanted to abstract that out of the demo here. So what are we doing right now? Tour says, what's the next project when this is done? That's a great question. I don't know what we're going to be doing tomorrow. I'm kind of leaning towards a tech skill tree. I'm going to look at what people have suggested here, / the things that I'm sort of preparing myself a little bit. I'm preparing myself a little bit, as most people know, for this dungeon crawler jam. And so the skill tree system feels like it's pretty good. Smap says, wasn't really expecting you to start at the same time. Didn't your clocks go forward? So I live in a place where we do not observe daylight savings time. So I didn't start at the same time. I started at the same local time. I don't observe daylight savings time. So it's actually an hour later for a lot of people if you observe daylight savings time. Big G says, threw my 2 cents for a project in Discord. I'm a beginner coder. I'll be learning Python for my MBA soon, though, to add a second language. Nice. But yeah, if people have projects they'd like to suggest, go ahead and drop them in there. I'll take a look. Procedural loot generator. Big Juicy, we kind of did this on another project. But we might extend this to, it's not a individual package. So we did a project called Adventure Quest. Back in January, and it has loot tables. Do you do team jams? I would love to do some as a team. It's hard sometimes to do it with a team, but we implemented this very simple, simple is a strong word. We spent way too much time on this. This is like the first thing I did, but we have enemies and they have loot tables. And they drop stuff. So this is generated from a loot table, and it's semi-procedurally generated. It's a randomly generated loot table. That said, maybe I misread procedural loot generator. Yeah, procedural loot generator. We did something with this, something similar, but I got to look at this. Our system could be extended. That's right, Smab. Says, I forget you're in Arizona, not a normal location for streamers. It's still just Arizona and Hawaii that don't change. That's right. Arizona and Hawaii do not change. I do not observe daylight savings time. How to make it modular. Awesome. I didn't read it all, Big Juicy. Thank you, Big Juicy, for your contribution, my friend. The Big Juicy, for suggesting a great project, which I'm excited to look at. 50 points to you. 50 points to you. Thank you so much for the suggestion. I'd like to check it out. I'm not sure what we're gonna work on. I'm kind of leaning towards a skill/tech tree modular thing, going with the thing, but a loot system might be interesting to do. Tuber Tugger says daylight saving time is. It's very weird because I work for a company that observes daylight saving time, so now my whole schedule's gonna be off by an hour, which is really, really weird. Really, really weird. So what I'm trying to do right now is I want to make it. The whole reason I did this is I want to make it so I can have 2 inventory windows that are positioned differently on the screen, and then I can move items between those grids. So I want to add a second one of these and be able to put stuff in it. I can't right now. If I just duplicate this, that doesn't quite work. It doesn't quite work. So we'll call this, a container window. And the idea is I'll have a different inventory. Oh, let's call this backpack window. Backpack window. So we do have a backpack grid. So if we add this if we say, okay, well, this one's going to be a backpack window, and we run this, we'll get a different grid on the screen, but they sort of overlap with each other. So there's another grid back here. All right, so we have this grid, we have this other grid, and I want to make it so we can move things between them. I need to figure out how to position them differently on the screen because the transform doesn't work, so it's using the UI system. So I can't just say, well, your position should be over here. I can't move it with the traditional way of moving it with the transforms like that. So I need to actually, in our controller, add like an X and Y position to position them on the screen. Sanix Darker, I welcome you. Let's try that again. Sanix Darker. We're gonna start over. Let's do another song. Sanix, welcome to the crew. I said Sanix. How the heck are you? I'm gonna say Sanix Darker is now among us. Welcome to the crew, my friend. Sanix, welcome to the crew. I said Sanix. How the heck are you? Sanix, welcome so much. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. I'm so happy here, everyone, for having to listen to that horrible song that I sang at that first time. I'm so sorry that I botched it. 50 points for everyone who had to listen to that horribleness. I apologize. I'll try and be better. I'm going to try and be better, folks. Over on YouTube, we have, I saw someone, Chainsaw says, hi, sir. Hello, Chainsaw. Welcome aboard, my friend. Happy Sunday to you. I hope it's a beautiful day wherever you are in the world. It's beautiful here. Sanix, how the heck are you? Welcome aboard. Happy to have you here. It says, doing good. I'm doing fabulous. I couldn't be happier. I'm here coding with my crew, building an inventory system, talking about coding, having a beautiful day. Tuber Targets, can you use these systems you're making for the dungeon crawler? I'm sure you're supposed to do everything in those 7 days, but would anyone know? So this is one of the things I really like about this one. If you go and read the rules, it's specifically down here that yes, you may reuse helper libraries and classes that make little sense to write again from scratch. So an inventory system, a crafting system, a class system, that sort of things. They absolutely encourage that. So what's interesting about it, this game jam is one of the harder ones from what I understand. This stuff is free game. Yeah. So that's one of my big thoughts here. This game jam is, they want you to write a finished, reasonably polished dungeon crawler, not just a prototype, proof of concept, or techno, but a small game you can play from beginning to end. That's a tall order for 7 days. So I'm slowly building up these systems. A lot of people in this game jam use complete tools that are designed specifically for dungeon crawlers. So in some ways, you could say I'm building up an engine-isk, like a Unity-based engine for doing RPG-based stuff. And so that's sort of been the theme the last couple of weeks. We did a dungeon generator. If we go back to the previous, we did a crafting system. We did a dungeon generator. One sec, let me get the dungeon generator here. Where are you? Dungeon generator finished. So we did a dungeon generator using Markov chains to build out randomly generated dungeons. They're generated as text files, and then we wrote a tool that takes those text files and renders it as in Unity in a scene. So the goal is we'll probably use this to define, so you can define the types of corridors and rooms that can get connected together. And then you define sort of like your table of like how likely are these different rooms to be. So we're planning to use this in the dungeon crawl as well. So this was sort of this one was a 2-week project. This one took us 13 days to do. Had lots and lots of bugs. Didn't write any unit tests. Was a horrible mistake not to write the unit tests. If I'd written unit tests, I suspect it would have gone much smoother. Big G says, you did a dungeon runner. I'm doing research on endless runners. I might have to borrow some concepts. Please do, and ask lots and lots of questions. If you have any questions, if you'd like, we have a great community growing on that Discord. People sharing and it's awesome. It's awesome. Okay, so, but I want to make it so that this grid control, this should probably just be a grid controller rather than inventory grid controller. I guess it's using, yeah, so inventory, I don't know, grid, item, grid controller, something different. That said, I want to make it so that we can position this thing in the world using our controller. All right, so the idea here is that we're gonna add in a like getter and setter here. So public vector2 like position feels like the wrong thing here, but like position might be right. So this is get private get set, so we can set this thing onto the screen. This is going to move it here. Tuber Tugger says, so basically if you wrap your work up into a library, you can use it. Maybe I should try getting my ducks in a row and tending as well. Yeah, I'm super excited about it. Chain says, sir, can a game dev is self-taught? Yes, absolutely. Game dev can be self-taught. Programming can be self-taught. That said, if you happen to have the opportunity to learn some school, if you have an opportunity to like attend some programming classes or read from a book or watch videos, you don't know what you don't know. That's one of the things that frustrates a lot of people is, well, how did you figure this out? It's like, well, someone at some point like gave me a little nugget of information to go read about. Decuric Sigian, did you do a Diablo inventory before? No, this is the first time. This is my first time ever implementing a Diablo system. I've only been doing game dev stuff, seriously, like I've only been using Unity for a couple months. Seriously, I've used it a little bit before that to hack some things together, but I started learning it to teach it. So I teach a class called, my students asked me to teach an intro to Unity class, and so I decided to learn it. But yeah, we're inspired by a Diablo system here. Lance says, is it sad that when I see people set lurk, I keep thinking it's being turned off? That's funny. Yeah, so there is an unlurk one too. I'm not 100% sure exactly how to make it not that way, but Lance, I have the same thing. I see it and I think it's people coming back to the stream. That's interesting. I thought it was just me, but I'm glad it's not. I'm glad it's not just me. Decuric Sigian, I hope that answered your question. Thank you for asking. But yeah, no, I'd never implemented an inventory system like this before. Okay, so what are we doing here? I want to get a second. Yeah, so we added this position. The idea is this is going to adjust the absolute position of this thing. Proton asks, have you ever been at NSTTZ? Is that a time zone? NSTTZ? Is that a time zone? I'm not sure what that is, Proton. I'm not sure. Radar, welcome back. I haven't seen you in a while, Radar. Happy Sunday, my friend. How the heck are you? How the heck are you on this beautiful Sunday? Newfoundland time zone. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Lance says, Captain Coder, I do have to say that given how new you are to Unity, it is incredible to see how you are able to sort things out. It's taken me ages. So what I will say is I've been a software engineer for many, I've been programming since I was 7. I've been professionally programming since I was 16. So I have many years. So I have like 20 years of professional experience digging through libraries and reading documentation and building stuff up. So I've gotten pretty good at it. Proton, Newfoundland time zone. I've never been in the Newfoundland time zone. In geographic regions, that keeps time by subtracting 3 hours from the coordinate universal. No, I haven't. Decuric Sigian's coincidence, but I do inventory too. Awesome. Let's see here. Raider says, yeah, I was busy with my exams. No worry, my friend. You're never required to be here. I just want you to know that you're always welcome here. I was always curious where you went. Take a look how system it is. Oh, the type of system it is. They do something smart with the time zone where they like don't break things up in a silly way. I have to look at it. I'm going to bookmark this, Proton. I'm going to come back to it so I don't get too distracted here. I appreciate the link. The Newfoundland is a geographic region that keeps time by subtracting 3.5 hours from coordinate universal during standard time, resulting in subtracting 2.5 hours during daylight saving. The clock time, 2.5 hours. Clock time in this time zone is based on the mean solar time. It is observed solely in Canadian province of Newfoundland and Labrador. The Newfoundland time zone is the only active time zone. Wait, so it's off by a half hour? What? That's wild. I knew there was a place, so there's a place in the United States that's a little island that's off by a half hour, but it's like, it's because like the time difference, it's like a 30-minute boat ride or something. So it's, I forget the exact reason. That's fascinating. Thank you for sharing, Proton. Big Juicy said, did you have higher ed prior to your career? If I ever decide to shift from my MBA game dev, you think it's possible? So I did, I was self-taught until, so I went to school to be a music teacher, went to college to be a music teacher. That did not work out too well. And I switched to computer science partway through, like 2 years into undergrad. I actually got a music education degree as well, but I switched to computer science. And so I had no like formal education. I will say that once I got that formal education, things took off, like blew up. There were things I didn't know. And so computer science for me was such, you know, probably the best decision I ever made for myself. Len says, Cam Turner, I'll check this out later so I don't get distracted. Well, it sounded, I wanted to read it. That's hilarious. Proton, thank you so much for sharing that. Proton, for adding, you know, for your contributions to my you know, my smiling, for making me smile, for sharing this hilarious moment. 50 points to you, my friend. Thank you for that. I appreciate you. Yeah, Big Juicy. I don't think you can go wrong with a computer science degree. There are other degrees that are worth it too, though. So what I want to do is when we set this position, this is going to modify the actual position on the screen. So what I want to do is this get set thing is going to work like this, I think. Get and set. Get is actually going to return a new vector2 with the style dot, this thing is, we need to get our grid element dot style. Oh, and it should be like the parent dot position. No, left grid element dot style dot top. Are these two things that we can return that way? It's like dot value. Okay. So this is going to give us back our position. When we set the position, it actually is going to take it and assign those values to this thing. And we actually need the parent element of this whole thing, not just the grid element. This is the root. So we need a reference to the root. So private root, this visual element root. So we are going to save this as, let's rename this real quick to underscore root. We're going to save that here in the root like that. And instead, this is going to be our root. I don't know if root's the right element to get. There's an internal element that's like the container that we need to get in there. Let me go back here. This is actually our border. Everything's going to be broken. One sec, let's comment this out. In the chat says, Big Juicy, maybe if I can afford it, I'll consider a CS PhD. I did a computer science, I entered a computer science PhD program. I don't know if I would recommend that. It wasn't for me. It wasn't for me. I spent 3 years in a PhD program. I did not finish, I hated it. Undergrad was an awesome experience for me though. That's just like my personal experience though. So PhD program is very different experience because it's a research position where you're essentially writing lots and lots of papers and doing research. Marthy, welcome to the crew. Marthy, I'd like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn and code and grow and try to be our best selves together as a crew. Marthy, thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. We are learning to build an inventory system. I'm Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14, but this stream is dedicated to growing and learning together. So if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. Questions are so encouraged, programming or otherwise. Feel free to ask. And backseat coding is absolutely encouraged. Please do not hesitate to participate if you'd like to. So thank you for the follow and welcome aboard. Big Juicy says, is this VS Code? I'm using 2022. People have been telling me to switch. I use VS Code. I do think that Visual Studio has a much more feature-rich tool set. It's a heavier weight program, so your computer, it uses more resources than VS Code. But the reason I'm using VS Code instead of Visual Studio is I work at a school where the bring your own device. So I have students using Windows, Linux, and Mac. They all have different requirements as far as what it can do. Visual Studio Code is nice on all of those. And so it's me learning how to use Visual Studio Code specifically so I can support them. And we also have other programming classes. And as a school, we have decided Visual Studio Code is our editor of choice because you can use it for JavaScript, you can use it for Python, you can use it for Java, you can use it for, generic C#. It's very flexible. Proton says, check this out. Proton, I appreciate it, and search for :30. Okay, let's check it out here. Big Juice says, good to know nobody has articulated that. Yeah, so for me, I think Visual Studio is way more feature rich than Visual Studio Code, and it's designed specifically for doing stuff with .NET. I use it for other things there. :30. Newfoundland, :30. This is wild. This blows my mind that there's so many time zones that are off by 30 minutes. There's many of them. That's fascinating. Proton, yeah, I'm really surprised by this. There, it looks like 56 divided by 2. So like, what is that? 20, am I bad at math? 27? Is that right? 27, 28? 28. Wow, that's wild. I'm really curious as to the reasoning on that. Thank you for sharing, Proton. All right, when we do this set here, I want to actually update. You can have on the quarter hour as well. I suppose, oh no. There's no one on quarter. There's people up. What? Oh my goodness. Time is the worst. Time is the worst. Oh, wow. 45. That is so bizarre. That is wild to me. Maybe there's a good reason for it. Look, some of them are off by 40. Look, this place is off by 40. This place is off by 51. Ooh. Someone, I can't see it on this list, but I see one here for plus 451. This is White Grave. This is chaos. This is chaos. I hope plus 24. I don't know if this is real. I don't know if this is real. Warsaw Meridian, and also known as Warsaw Mean Time. Since the 19th century, is commonly used for time-keeping purposes in the land of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. This is fascinating. Immortal Kid, that's right. 51 is the big. We aren't gonna follow the rules. Chainsaw says, I'm a member of Captain Coder. Welcome aboard, Chainsaw. So happy to have you here on this beautiful Sunday. Thank you for being here, my friend. This bean water is delicious. That one's historical. Yeah, it's historical. So that's why it's not, I don't think it's actually observed. So on August 1915, they adjusted it. That's right, an Immortal Kid. I don't observe daylight savings time. I don't observe daylight saving time. Len says we've got wibbly wobbly, wibbly wobbles. Yeah, that's right. Wibbly wobbly. All right, so we're gonna do root, and it's not root. This is, I got distracted. We gotta focus. Focus. Here we go. Smab says Britain used to work on rail time and it would change all over the country. Yeah, time is hard. In our UI builder, I should really rename this to be, rather than inventory grid, this should be something else. But this is gonna be our border here. Really, this should probably be called container. I'm gonna change this to be called container here. And this is gonna be our container. This will still be root, visual element root. But our container is gonna be get root.q visual element container. So we're gonna get the abstract container. The container is the thing that's gonna move. So when we set it, we're gonna set the style.left.value. Style.left, I think we can just do it this way. This is value.x container.style.right equals value.y. The weird thing here is this x and y. All right, so this is going to be what we're going to do here, and then we need a private vector to like reported position like this. This is going to be one that we can field serialize field. We also, this is sort of like gonna share with the world position equals value, what our position is in that regard. And I guess right here, we don't have to do that. That should only be when we change the position. And then we sort of need to make sure that this value is observed in that way. So when we wake up, we're gonna get all of this stuff. I'm curious if this container's position happens to be 0, 0. It's absolute, right? Absolute. We're gonna set it the top left 0. There we go. It's gonna start at 0, 0, like that. But we can basically set that to whatever we want. When we wake up, you know I want to be the position that was set to me. When I go out. All right, so, stop talking, Captain. Stop singing. We gotta focus here. And so we're gonna set our position equal to the position that was set here. Yeah, so anything that person set, it's gonna set the position. That should update the style here. Let's see if that works in our hierarchy. We got to go to our default view here. And in our samples, in our inventory window, that's at 0, 0. Let's see if we can move this one. I wish we could modify this in the inspector as well. I wonder if we can do that with the validate. Because if I run this, it's not gonna work. This is sort of like the starting position. So if I set this like 200x, and 50 wide, just to see what it does. Our backpack should be like over and down to the side a little bit. Let's take a look though. Perfect. This is exactly what we wanted. No, it's not quite what we wanted. Our internal piece got moved here. That's interesting. Maybe it is the root that we want to move. Why? Container equals our container element. I think, okay, let's go back to our grid here. The right, if I position it absolutely, this is interesting. Chances, how are you good in C# programming? Does it same package as normal C# or Unity has a specific C#? So a lot of it transfers. Good question. So Chance was asking, how good are you? I think you're asking, how good are you in C# programming? I think I have a pretty solid object-oriented programming background. I've been learning C# for about 19 months, almost 2 years. It has the same package. So anything you can do in C#, you can essentially do in Unity. You can't quite use all of the packages, but Unity has its own framework around that. So Unity has its own framework. So a lot of the stuff is Unity specific, but you can apply C# knowledge to it. Chicka wow wow, chicka wow wow, how's it going? He asks. I'm doing fabulous, chicka wow wow. How the heck are you? It's so nice to see you here on this beautiful Sunday, my friend. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Tipperay, welcome back as well. I'm glad to hear you're doing well. I'm trying to figure out, hang on, let's try something over here. In our this, if I change my Y on my backpack to 200, does that do anything for me? Just trying to understand this system. I'm learning the new UI toolkit. Yeah, so that did nothing for me. Chica Wow says, I've just made my own grid and A-star pathfinding in Unreal. I'm so happy because the speed is immense. That is awesome, my friend. You know, fun fact, I've never actually implemented A-star. For pathfinding, I've never implemented A-star. I understand how it works, but I've never actually had to implement it. If I change, let me get rid of this. Let me not set the position at all. I think what's happening is the auto left and auto right seem to be doing something awkward for the size. No, it's totally that I'm setting the position. Fascinating. When I set the position, isn't the position on the container absolute? Let's go look again. Wow, that is the issue. Because these, I want to be, yeah. So I want to be able to move this about on the screen. I don't know what happened there when I did the I hit undo and it undid. It closed it out. Want this to. Sometimes Unity's UI, like just interface is awkward. Our container should be absolute. Am I actually getting the contain? I must be because it's modifying the size. Margin padding. This is interesting. Maybe the right and bottom are not getting set properly. Chico says, I'll post some pictures in your Discord, but it's not so interesting to look at. Cool. I'd love to know more. Big J says, can you make a repo of your coding knowledge so I can pull a request to my brain? Of course. I'll get right on that. Just do a PR, do a fork, and then I'll, PR right into it. That's right. Pull request right into it, my friend. Why is it that... I wonder... All right. This, I guess, should be abstracted into the inventory border. All right, so inventory border, but the style here needs to be getting set this way. What is an inventory border? Inventory border has these settings. Okay. Container UXML. Make this match the scene. Maybe that's somehow related. I'm not sure. Grid element. Container. We should be able to move the container about. Okay. The right and top must be. It feels like the right and the top are adjusting. So as soon as I set the position, I have trouble. Let me try container.style. Oh, I have left and right. Oh, okay. Someone tell me how, I did dot right here instead of dot top. So of course that's gonna do something crazy because it's not the right, not setting the right thing. Okay. Typo, that would be a pepcac issue, folks. Problem exists between the keyboard and the chair. There we go. Okay, so positioning them is not so hard now. It would be cool if I could adjust this here. And right now we can't drag between. So our inventory controller, that needs to sort of not exist on the object explicitly or something. We need to have both of them so that we can like drag between the two. But I knew we couldn't drag between the two to begin with. That's just not how this thing is set up currently. Oh, we lost the stream. I'm so sorry we lost the stream. Chainsaw, it's so nice to meet you too. Have yourself a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing. Have yourself a wonderful time. Be the best you can be. And you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Chainsaw, thank you for being here. I'm happy you found me. I'm happy I found you. So happy you are here. Okay, so the positioning's all right. I would like to make it so we can move this. I'm curious if we can do this hack that I've done in the past that is sort of like on validate. All right, so we're gonna add an on validate here that ensures that I guess we can make it so our position go off the screen too. But on validate, I'm gonna do position equals position. I'm wondering, I'm curious if we can do this. This is a hack. Probably not the best way to do it, but I want it to update not an instance of an object. I'm curious if we can hack it this way. Suni, welcome back to the crew. Suni, we can do it, but we got these weird issues here. But now if I set this, the one thing here is it's saying that container's not set yet. So we'll do if container is it is null. If container is null, return like this. We got it. Yeah, we got a nice little inventory system going on here. Cool. I think this is going to do it for us. This on validate method's a nice little hacky thing we can do. I don't even know if it's really a hack. It's just a nice little thing we can do to make sure these things match. So we could like position these onto the screen wherever we want them now. Should be 12. Yeah, 1280 is the width of the screen here. That's, oh no, 1366 is the edge of the screen. Okay, so yeah, but we can set some positions like this, and Y positions, and so we can move these inventory things around. You could position them on the screen if you wanted to manually like this, 500, something like that. So this could be a little thing we do to get those onto the screen. So you have a, you open up a bag or something, you can move it in there. That little line's interesting. I wonder if that's just my aspect. Where'd that line come from? I don't know what that line means. I'm assuming, whoa, it's actually, that's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know why that appears. That's a UI thing. Weird. That's fascinating. Anyway, okay, so the next thing I want to do is, now that we have these positioned on the screen, I'd like to be able to drag these between. So there's something that we have to do to make that work, and I'm not 100% sure. I'm pretty sure it's going to be relatively easy to make it so if I drag over here, it'll start showing up over there. But I want to make it so that if I'm dragging anywhere on the screen, essentially, it'll still be triggering. Okay, but we kind of got that onto the screen like this. Suni says, oh, you made it, the item. I did. Illuminati, happy Sunday, my friend. Welcome back to the crew. So nice to have you here. Tip Array says, I got a question, if you don't mind. Is reading and understanding developer documentation not an easy skill? So is it an easy skill? No, I think it's an acquired skill. I still struggle with it today. If you happened to be here for some of this this project that we're working on, this inventory thing, and last time, especially on the crafting system, actually, it was a struggle. It was a struggle working on the crafting system. The crafting system was a whole struggle. If you watch me go back and do this, it's like, wow, it was painful to learn how to do this stuff. And reading the documentation was hard, and it's just a matter of like building up and keep trying, and there's holes in your knowledge and you don't know all. You slowly fill those holes in. It's a skill you develop over time, and it's still challenging. It will always be challenging. Big Juicy, are tooltips on your radar for these projects? So that's not something that's in the scope of this one, but would absolutely be something I would love to add on it. So like hovering. So yes. I would love to make it, and this is going to be a system that would be nice to add. Make it so if you hover over something, you get a little tooltip that opens up I think that would be really, really cool to do. We don't have that yet, but we'll get there, I think. Tip says, yeah, I'll try to watch the VOD. I see. Thank you. No problem. I'm just saying, if you want to watch me struggle with something that reading the docs and understanding, no reason, no pressure to watch the VOD. If you want to, absolutely. Okay, so we want to be able to move these between them. And so right now our inventory grid controller attaches to a single one of these. So we sort of need like a top level controller that knows about the underlying grid controller. It says, okay, well, I need to actually control how you deal with moving between these things. And so we need like a high level item selected. So the cool thing is, logically, from a logical standpoint, when we actually click on an item, it is actually removing it from this inventory. It's not actually in this inventory anymore, so I don't have to worry about that. The thing is, when I get over to here, this information needs to be transferred between the two. So I think the selected item needs to live not in the inventory grid controller, but like, there needs to be an object on top of these that is holding the object that's stored on the cursor. Tippy says, or Tippa Ray, I think it's just Ray. I think you asked me to call you Ray, so correct me if I'm wrong. Lance replying to Ray says, I find that using the documentation is something you learn as you go. Reading it is absolutely essential. I read a bit, then tinker and toy with the bits. I read, learn how it works, and move on to the next. I always end up going back and looking up things, though. Absolutely. Ray says, I really want to learn from the VODs. Yeah, go back to the VODs. If you want to learn from me, you can. But one of the things I love about it, if anyone doesn't know, I have all my VODs on YouTube archived. So Twitch doesn't archive them forever. But on YouTube, if you want to go back to any of the projects we've done, I have playlists for all of them. So feel free to go check out the playlist if you want to go back to some of the stuff we're doing. The thing I like about them on YouTube is being able to watch in fast speed, click through and find specific spots within them. So yeah, I've been archiving these, and so they're there for you to learn from, and for us to know what we've done in the past and learn from those things. It's just watching the learning process and watching the process of learning these new tools is super helpful and super useful. So that's one of the main reasons. It's one of the main reasons I'm not an affiliate on Twitch. There's many reasons, but one of the main reasons is I would probably be an affiliate if I could cross stream, but I can't. So I'm not an affiliate for that. That's like the biggest one. Being able to archive those on YouTube with ease. Okay, so we have our position here. Dekurik Sigian says, in Diablo 2 you can start dragging items, then press escape and exit the game. When you load the game, you will still drag the item. Fascinating. All right, so our grid controller sort of needs to have like a parent object above them. Big G says, oops, 2 YouTubes followed. I do have 2 YouTubes. Lance says, tip a deal. Honestly, I've learned not to memorize code as much. It's more important that you learn how to look things up and also be able to form like algorithms essentially in your mind as you go. Okay, so what I want here is to create a parent object, and this parent object is going to be our grid grid controller or something along those lines. Grid. Well, what's a good word for something that has multiple grids inside of it? Grids. Relay. So this is like a relay between the grids. I don't know if this is a good name for it. The idea is this thing talks between these two. It's a grid. It's a matrix. It has multiple grids. And the idea is it sends information between the two. That's the idea, is you can send information between the two things and have them communicate. So I think relay might make sense. So grid relay. And it's going to go ahead, and when this thing starts up, it's going to find, okay, I have these different inventories inside of me. This thing is going to control the communication of those. Either that or the internals are going to go find the grid relay on top. So I'm going to create a script in here for my relay. So I'm going to create a new script. This is going to be our grid relay controller. And so we're going to open up our grid relay controller here. And it's going to look essentially the thing I'm abstracting is the selected part needs to be in these parent relays so that we know what's, or we need another thing that says, well, I know what's on the mouse. I know what item I have selected. So in its essence, at its essence, we're gonna do this. In its essence, yeah. So we need it. At its essence, it's a grid relay controller. Relay controller. Really, actually, this might need to be a. We're gonna call it a mono behavior for now. Maybe this should be a static singleton. Matrix is the term. Are you sure matrix is the term? Matrix is Matrix. Not the movie. An environment or material in which something develops a surrounding medium or structure. A mass of fine-grained rocks in which gems, crystals, or fossils found. So matrix makes me in mathematics. A matrix is a rectangular array or table of numbers, symbols, or expressions arranged in rows and columns. That's what a grid is. Yeah. So no, this thing talks between two grids. This top level component is not a matrix. It's a like matrix relay. So the grids underneath are matrices. This object is going to handle communication between two. Gotcha. I thought you said a grid in a grid. No. I want a tool that can send information. It knows it. These things don't know about each other. I want a thing that knows about each other. So when I click on this object, we have, sort of like the mouse control. Grid relay is like maybe a dumb thing. It might actually just be, we got absolutin on, absolutin on, absolutin on. Welcome to the crew. Absolutin on, absolutin on. I would like to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. How are you on this beautiful day? Absolute on. Thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. We are learning. We're building an inventory system, a grid-based inventory system. But I'm a computer science teacher. I teach computer science and programming. If you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I absolutely welcome them. And backseat coding is highly encouraged here. It's how we learn and code and grow together. That's how we learn new things, is by saying, well, what are you doing here? Why are you doing it that way? Why not this other way? Please ask. Please point things out. I want to know. Okay. Yeah. So I actually think grid relay is the wrong thing. It's really all I care about is like mouse item. I want a thing that knows where the item is stored. So grid relay is the wrong. I don't want a grid relay. This is like too specific. I'm editing all sorts. I'm doing the wrong stuff. Hang on, go forward. I want these to be instead we have another thing. This is just going to be called like cursor, item cursor, item cursor, and it's going to have a cursor controller, and it's like the item cursor it happens to have a thing that knows. All right, so we're going to change this to item cursor controller. I was about to make something way too complicated. So item cursor controller, inventory. Where is this? What did I call it? Grid relay controller. This says item cursor controller. Really, this thing just says, okay, I happen to have a mouse on it. I don't even know that this thing needs to be a mono behavior. It probably doesn't. It should probably, anyway. So this is gonna have a public, hang on, before I start editing a file that doesn't exist anymore. Literally, this just needs to know what item it has on it. So it's gonna be this. It's gonna have this. It needs to have a grid item selected on it, and it needs to know whether or not. So this thing has to be of type this. In this case, this is a type T T happens to be, we'll steal this, this. All right, it's a griddable item. It's an item that can be shown and displayed on the screen. Okay, so our grid item here. This is our underline. We'll have a public grid. Is there a reason to make this? I'm gonna do this real quick of T selected. For now, I'm pretty sure that's gonna need to have like some validation on it, but for now we're just gonna make it get selected. I think the set's gonna need some validation, but maybe not. No, because we're gonna clear it out. Okay, so we're gonna set and select it this way. In our grid controller, rather than having a selected, this is instead going to be our item cursor controller. Okay, and we're gonna add this. This is gonna be a field that we can select. This is our cursor, and we'll get private set on this. Okay, item cursor controller. You can find it. I believe in you. Item cursor controller of type T. Cisneros, welcome my friend. Cisneros, I want to welcome you to Captain Coder's crew. You are now one of us. Cisneros, welcome to the crew. Cisneros, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be. Welcome aboard, welcome to the crew. Chica Wow says, man, working today is going to be rough. I woke up at 7 a.m. and won't finish till 6 a.m. That's a long day. 23 hours. That's a lot. I usually can't stay awake more than 7 hours at a time. Absolute none. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. Absolute none. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome aboard. This needs to be a public. Does it need to be public? I don't know. It needs to be public. Get private set. Get set like that. Might as well make it public, actually. Get private set. Maybe it should be a field. It shouldn't be here. I want to be able to set it in our field here. Chica Wow says, gonna look for a bit so I can get stuff done. You do that. Chica Wow, Captain Coder's Academy. We know there are many choices when you choose to lurk, and we appreciate you lurking here. So enjoy your lurk, my friend. If you ever want to come on back, you are always welcome here, Chica Wow. We love having you here. Thank you so much for your support, my friend. Happy Sunday. Best of luck to you. Okay, so we no longer have this selected thing. So instead of selected, this becomes our cursor dot selected is null. And really, there's some things here that we want to swap around, but cursor dot selected equals cursor dot so this still becomes selected dot select. Oh no, cursor dot selected dot select. And then this here, we're gonna say that has to be that cursor dot selected dot item. I think we can just swap these out. There's some cleanup I could do with that. Let's see, does that solve all of our errors? So I think this is now gonna be communicating with that selected. All right, selected does not exist here. All right, so this should be, I'm gonna add a Boolean here. Instead of this checking null thing. Checking nulls is like not a good practice. You shouldn't, in general, returning nulls and using null values is considered a really bad practice because you get null reference exceptions, null exceptions. But I think actually might be all that we need to do. And then these guys, we say, okay, well, you are using this item cursor. Cursor? What did I call you? Is the file name incorrect? Item cursor controller of type T. Oh, we can't do that. We can't have that, folks. We can't have that. We need to make a legitimate version. So in our demo section, we make a New file. This is our game cursor controller. So we need a non-generic version. And so the idea is this library can be used with any type of item. So if it should be, ideally, you can drop it into a game that already has an item type. And then you would take these classes and say, oh, okay, well, this is going to be my public class game cursor controller. And it just is going to use my item data type like this. Okay. And as long as you meet the requirements of that subtype, you got it. Let's see. What is it complaining about here? Item cursor. Oh, we got to do using captain coder dot inventory dot unity engine. And now we have a controller we can just pop onto something. So in the demo is going to say, oh, this is how you would do it. This is how you do it. I have to put a video together on how to do it. Cursor, game cursor control. Now we have that. We should be able to drop it into both of these. Not add it to both of them. All right, so I think we can drag between the two now. I don't know. We're about to find out. We's about to find out. Can we find out? I think that the UIs might be blocking each other. So like my mouse is not, I'm not getting any mouse events, I think, on this thing here, is I think what's happening. This is interesting. So let's go look here. Let's in our grid slot and a grid slot element in our pointer enter. I'm going to make this do a debug so we can see whether or not we're getting those events. Debug.log event in pointer entered. And then we're going to say that we entered the specific position here. Position. Because it has a position. Yeah, so entered position. Let's see if we're getting those events on both of them. My gut is telling me that it has two UIs that are overlapping each other, and one of them is on top, so we're actually not getting anything in our backpack window. But we're about to find out. Oh, we are getting those. Interesting. Oh, it's because we actually have to add that in. Oh, I know what's going on. The item isn't, I think I know what's going on. Here, we're gonna try something. I'm glad this is firing. Okay, so let's go back. What is happening then? So in our game cursor controller, we select this item. It's shared between the two. Updating the position is incorrect because it needs to, we need to change the parent element. Okay, so in the way this thing it's contained, all right, so let's think about how it's contained inside of this thing. So if we look at our UI builder one more time, we actually need to move our item to the other one. So this thing is contained, self-contained, and it's inside of this grid element here, so it's not actually inside of the other one. So when you're setting the positions of it, it's like, oh, well, I'm setting it relative to my parent here. I'm a little surprised it's not moving at all, but we need to be able to like remove it from one and add it to the other when we unselect. So it's almost, I'm gonna keep playing around. I think we're gonna keep looking. We're gonna keep looking at this. We need to remove it from the one and add it to the other when we do it. So our item cursor, there's like an item. Let me close some of these things. Our game or item, grid item element. When we're setting the positions, it is relative to the parent cell size position. So its positions are being set here. I'm curious here, debug.surprise.log event handle mouse move. Is this firing Unity engine dot. Why can't I do that? Name not found. Oni Scythe says, morning, Captain. Good morning, Oni Scythe. How are you? How are you, Oni Scythe? Welcome back. Welcome to the crew. We've been going for almost 90 minutes here, folks. I actually do got to take a break. Our break timer is all messed up. But we've been going for almost 90 minutes. I know it says 70 minutes. That's a lie. That's a lie. Only Scythe says, I'm doing good. How about you? I'm doing absolutely fabulous, my friend. It's a beautiful day here. It's a beautiful morning. The type of namespace does not exist in the namespace Unity engine. What? What are you talking about? Wait, using Unity engine. Where does debug come from? Debug.log. Unity engine.debug. It's a lie. That's a lie. It's really 130 minutes because of the daylight saving. No, I forgot to reset it after our last break, so it's off by like 5 to 10 minutes. But probably closer to 10 minutes. We're getting really close here. I want to see real quick before. I would love to get this working before the break. Yeah, we're gonna keep going here for a bit. For a bit. For a bot. For a bit. For a bite. Yeah. Okay. So I want to see, so I shouldn't get any events here, but I'm not getting any events on this one, which is interesting. It's like the second handle mouse moves going off here. Why do these events, oh, these events aren't getting propagated. Oh, that's why. So these events need to be registered on, yeah, so these events are only getting forwarded because they're part of the grid element. The grid elements for them. So it's like our item cursor controller needs to have some additional information that it's forwarding here. Got it. I think I understand. Your local game dev has followed us. Your local game dev is here with us in the crew. Today we have your local game dev and I welcome you to stay. I hope you enjoy being here with us. Your local game dev, I thank you for the follow. Welcome to the crew. Your local game dev, happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. It's so lovely having you here with us at Captain Coder's Academy. If you didn't know it, Captain Coder is me is Captain Coder, and me is a computer science educator, computer science teacher. I teach programming and computer science to ages 10 to 14 at the school I work at. But this stream is dedicated to learning and coding and growing together. I am learning to use Unity. I've been using Unity for about 3 months, trying to learn Unity for about 3 months. I've used it for a while before that, but it's all hacky, nasty stuff. I've been programming a long time, but I'm learning Unity. We're exploring the new Unity UI toolkit today. So welcome aboard, your local game dev. How's your day going? It's a beautiful day, man, my friend. It's a beautiful day. Any day I get to code always feels like a wonderful privilege. I'm so happy to be here. How the heck are you? That said, backseat coding here is absolutely encouraged. That's how we learn and grow and code and develop our skills. So do not hesitate to ask any questions or point things out. I'm so happy to have you here, your local game dev. I'm probably gonna call you local game dev. Is that okay? Or maybe even just game dev. The great username, by the way. Great username. Also, Royku saying your friendly neighborhood game dev would also be a good name. I agree with that. Local friendly neighborhood game dev. Okay. So the way the notifications are coming through. Okay, so our game cursor control, our item cursor controller. A lot of people just call you local. I like it. All right, local. Okay, so this thing needs to register. Okay, so we need to add selected here. They need to communicate with each other. And we sort of need to have an event inside of this. Okay, so there needs to be an event that looks like this. Public event action in addition to the grid item element, so instead of the grid slot element, we also need to know which grid we're in. So this would be our grid element. We need both of these on on pointer enter. Okay, so this action, let's add this. Let's do a system.action. Oh, we need a break. We gotta take a break, folks. Our break timer's yelling at me. When we come back, I do have to take a break. I gotta stop here. When we come back, we're gonna get this on pointer enter working. But before that, we're gonna do some stretching because we gotta take care of ourselves. We've been going for about 90 minutes. I know it says 75, that's a lie. Going for about 90 minutes. I gotta get myself some more. I'm gonna get myself a third bean water, folks. Normally I do 2 coffees and I switch to tea, but we're gonna go with a third bean water today. Gotta love some bean water. We're gonna get a third bean water going. We're gonna fill up my water, get a little bit more water here. We're gonna come back, we're gonna take care of ourselves and do some stretches. So get yourself ready for that. The captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love you, gotta love your body, gotta take care of your body. And if you love the people around you, get them in on it. Call up your Aunt Susie. Aunt Susie, captain's about to stretch. Get ready for it. Because when I get back, we're gonna do some stretching together, take care of ourselves. Hang tight, everyone. Grab your bear with me, and I shall return. All right, everybody, the captain's back. I hope your bear didn't eat you while I was gone. I apologize if I told you to grab a bear and that ended poorly for you. I only had your best interest in mind when I said it, but as I was getting coffee, I realized, you know what? Not everyone might have a tamed bear to have with them, so I apologize. But I don't want to take any, please don't hold me responsible for any pain or suffering you may have experienced due to your bear. Remember, said some people might have a drug-fueled bear. Yeah, gotta watch out for those bears. They go wild, they get crazy. Smokey the bear, folks. Not all bears are as friendly as good old Smokey the bear. That said, we're gonna do some stretches, folks. So get on up. The captain, if you're like the captain, you sit in front of a computer all day. You're hunched over. Like a computer troll. The captain's just a computer troll, folks. Maybe you're an internet troll. Maybe you're a gaming troll. Maybe you're a dancing troll. Who knows? Whatever type of troll you are, get on up. We're gonna do some stretches. You gotta take care of yourself. Get your, if you're at work, tell your coworkers, hey, I'm stretching. You guys should get in on this. Take care of yourselves. You're gonna take care of yourself. So get on up. We're gonna do some stretches. Get our blood flowing. Every 60 minutes to 2 hours, you want to get up and do something. Maybe even more frequently. We did 90 minutes here. But go ahead and get those feet shoulder width apart. Arms up at the side. Arms up at the side. We're gonna do a little bit of rotating back and forth, nice and gentle. You don't want to be doing this one super fast. You can end up hurting yourself. You don't want to pull yourself. We're coming across this way. You get a nice stretch up the side here. Just nice rotation backwards as you get to the side. See if you can push just a little bit. No pain. Just a little bit of tension to get that stretch. We're just gonna rotate back and forth here. Back and forth. Gonna do this for a little bit here, and then we're gonna switch it up just a little bit. Oh yeah. Oh, it should feel good. Gotta take care of yourselves, everybody. Take care of yourselves. The captain loves you. You should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And loving your body takes a little bit of effort. Not a lot of effort, just a little bit of effort. All right. Now we're gonna lean into arms up, lean side to side. As you're coming across now on that rotation, you're leaning side to side, really leaning into it. Getting that little extra heave, that little extra hold in there. Getting that nice little stretch. Oh, yeah. Oh, it should feel good. If it hurts, it shouldn't hurt. Just get that stretch. Get that, working on a little bit of mobility here, taking care of ourselves. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Now we're going to do some crosses. So you're going to go up like this, down to the side. Reach down, up, and down. Up, and down. Up, and down. 2 more times. Up, and down. Last time, up and down. All right, shake that out. Shake it out. Let's do a quad stretch, folks. Let me get that leg up. If you can't quite get that leg up, that's okay. That's okay. Maybe you got a different stretch you can work on. Just take care of it. So we're gonna get our leg up here. Grab that foot. We're gonna stretch out that quadricep muscle. We're just gonna hold that. Maybe find that balance a little bit. If you're not feeling much of a stretch, you can always put that arm out for a counterbalance and lean into it. If you can't, you don't have to though. We're just doing our best to take care of ourselves, take care of our body, get that stretch in, get that blood flowing. You should feel that blood gushing in and out of that heart muscle. Boom, 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 boom. Get that little stretch. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it should feel good. We're gonna go ahead and lower that leg down, grab up, bring up that other side, just stretch it out nice and gentle. Get that muscle flowing. Oh, we've got Magic Browley. Magic Browley. Thank you for following me. Magic Browley. Welcome to the crew at Captain Coder's Academy, where we learn and code and grow together in perfect harmony. Magic Browley, thank you so much for the follow. Let's go ahead and let that leg down, folks. Let that leg down. Maybe rotate those ankles out a little bit. Oh, yeah. Rotate those ankles out. Ooh, I hope that stretch was nice. We're going to get back to it. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining me. Let's shake it out just a little bit. We're going to hop back in here. Magic Browley says, what's your best tip against mouse harm? The thing most people complain, they sit too long on the computer. I recommend, all right, so I have a mouse. I have an ergonomic mouse. Highly recommend ergonomic mouse like this. All right, so this is normal mouses are actually kind of bad for your hand. It will wear it down. Ergonomic mouse. Then I have a little pad that I'm on, and I'm actually at a standing desk. It's a little hard to see here. Let's see if my dot cam, if I can show it off just a little bit. You guys get to see my messy desk real quick. So my dot cam. Oh, dot cam not here. Hang on, I gotta switch view. Got a dot cam here. So I actually don't have my arm on my desk at all. Oh, my dot cam's not gonna reach this far. It's a little bit messy here, folks. All right, so when I code, my arm's not on a desk at all. Just don't let your hand be on a desk. So my whole arm here, completely off the desk. Whole arm here, completely off the desk. Slightly resting, but for the most part, I'm not even having that on a surface at all. So highly recommend to take care of yourself. Focus on that ergonomic. Getting an ergonomic keyboard and mouse, super useful. Your arm should not chill on the desk. Yeah, that's one way to getting up. So to help prevent it, that's, it's a repeated stress injury. It's really important. These stretches are a huge part of it. Getting up, making sure you're not sitting there too long, but you can really wear down those muscles, get stress on them from being flat against something so long. So really, it's just, do your best to find an ergonomic way to work. For me, standing desk works well. Standing and sitting, it comes back, but just don't let that arm rest too hard because it's going to cause some damage over time. We don't want that. Damage over time is brutal. But Magic Brally, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you being here. If you didn't know, I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me, and I am a computer science educator, computer science teacher. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. I'll do my best to answer if I can. I don't know everything, but I'll do my best. And backseat coding is encouraged here. We're learning and coding and growing together, so be sure to ask and engage as much or as little as you'd like. But I'm here for you. We're here as a crew. We're all here together to work. That said, folks, I know you joined me in that stretch. Thank you so much for joining me in that stretch. 50 points to all of you for joining me in that. I appreciate you loving yourself and being the best you can be. Magic Bradley says, I'm a computer science apprentice, so this is a good match. Welcome aboard. I'm so happy you're here. Again, also, everybody, we have a Discord. You don't have to join if you don't want to, but there's a Discord. It has a nice community forming, folks. Really nice little community on the Discord where you can ask questions. We have so many people helping each other in this Ask for Help section that it's like warms my heart to see it. And then every week we try and do a new project. So if you have a project suggestion, please share your suggestions with me. This is the reason I'm doing an inventory system this week. It's because it was suggested. Last week I did a crafting system because it was suggested. The week before that, I did a procedural dungeon generator. That one wasn't suggested. That one was just something I wanted to do. So I can't promise I'll do your suggested projects, but I'll do my best. I'll do my best to do them. If they look interesting and it looks like something that I can learn from, or if I can turn it into something I can do in a week, absolutely. So welcome aboard. Oh, that bean water is so good. Bean water. Oh yeah. Oh, that bean water. It's so good, folks. Nice and toasty. This stream's brought to you by Don Francisco's Butterscotch Coffee. Delicious, nutritious, black, no cream, just the way it was intended, folks. Just the way it was intended. Stygian says, making inventory is a really interesting thing because you have to keep in mind a lot of mechanics, drag and drop between inventories, dropping items on the floor, stackable items, containers, Horadric cubes, swapping items, show item descriptions when pointers over them, and there you are, and there you are still not started to make equipment, characteristics, other things, but I don't know what you want for the game. Yeah, so this project here, so we've been, if you want to ace the queen, master of the universe of Godot, we've got Ace the queen. Welcome back to the stream. Anyway, folks, Ace, how the heck are you, my friend? So nice to see you. If anyone wants to get caught up on what we're doing, this project is a week-long project, 5 days. I missed 2 streams this week, so we only got 5 days to work on it. the whole goal, one of the things that's important is to scope it. Okay, what is this inventory system going to do? Oh, we gotta reset that break time. I keep forgetting. I gotta get on that. I gotta get on for this mistake. All of you have to bear with this mistake. 50 points again to all of you for witnessing me make this mistake. I gotta get better. I gotta get better. But our scope was really small because we only have 10 hours. I'd love some of the projects I have in mind for the future, like extending this library, make it a little bit more robust, make it have additional features, more general. But for now, it's just a very, very simple system. We're working on our bonus right now of making it so you can move between different containers. And so one of the things we're doing here is we have to make it so that our events not only know the slot that we are on, but the grid element that we're on. So this is our slot, and then this is our actual inventory. So we need to forward this information to our grid item. Our grid item also not only needs to know when we mouse over what slot we're in, but what grid we're on. What grid we're on. So this should also take in a grid slot. A grid element parent. So this is going to be like what container we're in. So maybe this will just be called grid there. A says, I'm good. Went to a tabletop game flea market. Oh my goodness, that sounds awesome. And now I'm filling around with some biome stuff for my current project. Lo-Fi Craft came in over on YouTube, says, hi. Hello, Lo-Fi Craft. Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again. All right, so now this isn't on pointer entered. This needs like a reference, not just to our parent. This needs a reference additionally to our item controller. All right, so item cursor controller. So this is getting like kind of complex. Raiku says apparently YouTube allows for caps on. Yeah, there's a little hack in there that I gotta fix. The restream bot is a mod, so I shouldn't be saying this, but it has privileges that other people don't have in the stream. So I gotta figure something out about that. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I think it has a different set of filters on it, but I'm not 100% sure. We've had people show up on YouTube and start sending not so pleasant things and it coming through. I shouldn't be telling people how to break my stream, so probably not a good idea. So shh, don't tell anyone. It's a secret. It's a secret. It's a crew members only secret. Item cursor controller is going to be our. I almost want. Okay, so our grid elements. Our grid element should have a cursor controller on it. So parent.cursor. Okay, our grid element's going to have a cursor controller on it. So we'll make that. Doesn't this already have it? Oh, this doesn't have it. This doesn't have it. Our grid element doesn't have it. Okay. How are we going to get this in there? It almost needs to be a... Roiku says, I think you can block links on YouTube also. So the issue, Roiku, is that Restream Bot is a mod. To make it so that it can actually like know things about the chat, the Restream Bot has to be a mod. I think maybe it doesn't need to be a mod. Maybe I can change that. Yeah, so the problem is because it's a mod, it doesn't get blocked by my regular bots. It has like privileges. Sir Black says, or simply remove the mod from Restream Bot. Yeah, I think it needs to be a mod so that it knows. I don't know. I gotta look into it. Maybe it doesn't need to be a mod. Yeah. So basically, what we did when we started having issues, I just banned Restream Bot, and that was fine. It fixed the problem, and then we unbanned it when the quote unquote attack was over. Yeah. So that's. Oh, you know what? If it would solve it is if YouTube had a. Yeah, I think that the YouTube filter just needs to get fixed. Never mind. I think it doesn't need to be a mod. Okay. That said, banning the poor Restream Bot. It's okay. It doesn't have feelings. It doesn't have feelings. It's like, it's one of those. It has no central nervous system, so it doesn't feel anything. No central nervous system. That scream you hear, Mick, that's just the sound escaping its lungs. That's not a real scream. That's just air escaping its lungs. Okay, so what are we doing here? And Immortal, that's what forgiveness sounds like, screaming and then silence. Oh boy, oh boy, Ace, you're talking about that tabletop flea market. That sounds awesome. Onisai says, do you only do Unity development or all kinds of C# development? So I've only been doing Unity development since the beginning of this year. So since January. The main reason I've started doing Unity was my students. So I'm a computer science, and my students asked me to teach a Unity class. I said, okay, I got to actually learn Unity. Previously, I'd done, so like on my itch page, I'd done a handful of, if anyone wants to check out my itch page, feel free to do so. I did a handful of hacky game jam stuff using Unity. And then my students saw these and said, hey, can you teach us a Unity class? And they're like, well, I guess, but I got to learn Unity better because the code in these are horrific. I'm not doing anything intelligent from a like game development standpoint. So that's why. So I've only been using C# for about 19 months. I've done a lot of work with Blazor. So Blazor is a web platform. So this website, this workbook I'm writing is written in Blazor. So this is all written, all of the logic's written in C#. And so Blazor is a part of the .NET. .NET, I don't know if it's called a framework anymore. .NET has a thing called Blazor, and it's WebAssembly based development using C#. And so that's awesome. Ace says, got myself a copy of the deluxe edition of First Edition Traveler, so I'm feeling like a successful hunter. Nicely done. You know me, Ace. I don't know if you've seen, but I'm quite a game enthusiast myself. I didn't know if you know that. I don't know if you know that. Sir Black says it speaks for you that you're still learning prepping classes for students. Most teaching and engineering have one lecture they repeat every year. Yeah, this is my first time teaching. Jade and Joe Star, welcome back to the crew, my friend. A says, I've seen the shelves. Yeah, I have. I don't have enough space in here for all my games. I'm planning to get a third shelf for all the games I have stacked up in a pile in the other room. I might have a problem. A says, was talking about what engine to teach the other day, and my friend was saying that there's a lot of speculation that Unity might actually go bankrupt in the next couple of years, which is worrying. That would be fascinating. Jade and Joe Star says, I'm currently following the Ninja. Jade and Joe Star, thank you so much, by the way, for posting that. I think you posted it in, I'm not sure where you posted. I've watched that video you sent. I think it was in general here. This was really cool. Thank you so much for sharing that, Jaden. I appreciate you. Lo-Fi Craft, I'm right now making a Minecraft mod. Ooh, nice. I love me some Minecraft mod. The last school I taught at, we did Minecraft. I did a Java class where I made a whole tool for doing Minecraft mods, which was really, really fun. Minecraft modding is really, really fun. It's a little bit convoluted. Onisai, that's Ace. Are you a streamer? That's a good question. Is Ace a streamer? You are. You got thousands of followers. All right. Everybody, real quick, I gotta give a shout. I didn't know you were a streamer, Ace. Why didn't you tell me? Everyone, real quick. Oh, kind of rarely. All right, everyone, give Ace some love. Ace, we love you. I saw you had some followers. It looked like you were a streamer at some point. You streamed last night. Well, I'm following you now. Everyone give Ace some love. I'd like to check out that stream sometime because I've enjoyed all the stuff you've shared. Ace says, I used to stream full time, but I struggle to find time these days. Yeah. I happen to have a pretty good time to stream. We'll see. This summer, I'm probably going to stream a lot, and then I'll have a new work schedule actually in April, so that might affect my streaming schedule. We'll find out. Jane just says, my goal is to make a game using it. It is like Python, but is a low-level transpod language, so I can actually make performant games nice. Plus, the package manager allows me to use standard C game development layers. That's really cool. Ace says, last night's stream was pretty salty. Oni says, the name looked familiar, only why I asked. I apologize. Oni Scythe, you have nothing to apologize for. No worries. No worries. He says, I feel like I recognize your name also. Yeah, Oni, I don't know what you're apologizing about. Nothing you said or did bothered me. So don't worry about it, my friend. Okay, so that said, I need these items to be registered on when we select them. Okay, so when we select them, I'm actually gonna pass them my item cursor controller. Like this. These are gonna take in an item cursor controller, so they'll know how to register themselves that way. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. And then rather than registering on the parent, we say controller dot on pointer entered. What did we call it? On pointer entered. On pointer entered with an ed there. Entered on. Oh, this is to be controller. The on pointer entered is our handle mouse move. Okay. And then at the end of the day, we remove that here. So this gets passed along as information to these. So this is gonna be our controller here. And then we should be able to handle the mouse move here. Only I felt bad pointing out. Oh, no reason. Dude, here on Captain Coder Stream, I love when people share their work. I want to create an area where we can raise each other up, bring each other up, show each other what we're doing is awesome. Being creative, learning to code, just doing anything creative. I think programming is one of the most creative things that you can do. I love that you pointed that out, because I didn't know. I actually created a whole thing on my Discord because there's so many streamers here that I missed that I don't know about. I don't have all the time to do it. I created in the share your work. If you're a streamer, please post about yourself here so I know, and I would love to be able to, when you're in my chat, call you. I want to see what you're doing. So if you're a streamer, please post your streaming info in my Discord so I know. ITC says, I'm gonna be heading out now. Good luck with the rest of your inventory. ITC Woomy, thank you so much for being here. Have yourself a beautiful day. As always, keep coding, keep growing, keep doing that beautiful pixel art. One sec, everybody. ITC Studios, if you guys didn't know, ITC is an amazing indie game developer, pixel artist. She's currently working on a 2D action adventure game called Anomaly. It looks awesome, folks. Give her some love. Hit that little heart button. You got to check it out. One of my favorite places to be. She also incredible pixel artist. I've commissioned some stuff from her, and it's beautiful. My intro screen was created by Woomy. One sec, I got to show you. Let me find it real quick. If I switched to my intro screen, it like crashed my my OBS last time because I think there's just a lot going on it. Let me get the video of it. It's so good. It's so good. This here. Woomy, this is my intro screen. Not a lot of people get to see it because it's only on the stream for about 5 minutes. Look at this. Look at this amazing pixel art that Woomy made for me. Woomy, once again, thank you so much. Woomy's opening up commissions. So if you yourself are looking to get some pixel art done, Woomy is absolutely amazing, folks. Absolutely amazing. Look, this is exactly what my desk looks like. It's so good. Look at that. This is incredible. Incredible work. Such detail. It's gorgeous. Woomy, again, thank you so much for making it for me. I love it. I cannot thank you enough. And Immortal said, oh my god, I love ITC Studios like lounging on their stream where you see an avatar with your name on it. Yeah. Woomy's got some awesome stuff. Okay. All right, I think this is gonna let us register that. And then the thing when we come in here, when we are adding ourselves, we have our item cursor controller, our grid controller on clicked, our grid element. Yeah, our grid element, we need to, when we have movement events, movement events, those need to get registered on our, is that right? Okay, so when we call this, we have to pass in our controller. This is gonna be our cursor controller here. We pass this in. The cursor controller doesn't have, nothing's registered on it. So we want to register our grid element dot on pointer entered needs to, all right, so we're gonna register it this way. This needs to go, so this has our elements, this is our slot and our grid, and this should go to our cursor dot on pointer entered. It just forwards this information here, slot grid. Okay, so this should register, is that right? Why? We need to have, okay, so this is gonna be our public, oh, okay, this is our public void on pointer, pointer entered. Oh, on pointer enter. This is our actual enter here. This takes it in grid slot, element, slot, and this is our grid element grid, and it forwards this information. Yeah. So this forwards our information. Something smells here, and I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure. Like, so this is our on pointer enter. What is it complaining about now? Does not take 2 arguments. Oh, that's right. This only has our grid. Okay. But the slot, oh no, this is our slot here. This is our slot, and then it's the grid element like this. So we register our grids onto it like that. It says, oh yeah, I have a thing showing on-screen avatars for people in my chat on stream, which was super fun to build. Might be a fun project for the Captain Coder stream. I've looked into those things. They look super cool. I'd love to do it. I have so I would love to make it so everyone can be a coffee cup. So I would like to take these coffee cups here that Woomy made for me. The coffee cup emojis. So let me just get one going here in the general chat. Woomy made me these coffee cups, and I turned them into these stickers. I want to make I would love to have an avatar-esque version of it so everyone can customize their coffee. Maybe you can be tea, so you'd have like a tea bag hanging out. Maybe you're not dancing, but like different faces. I'd love to make this a customizable thing. I'm not an artist, so I think, Woomy, if you're still here, we got some commissions for you coming down the pipeline. But I want to do something like that. I think it'd be so cool. Shadi asks, how's it going? Went out for an hour. It's going beautiful, my friends. It's going beautiful, Shadi. Thanks for asking. Everyone, did you know, I don't know if you saw it down in that ticker down below, today's stream is brought to us by Shidi Games, folks. Shidi, fabulous indie game developer, working on the ultimate 2D space shooter, Escape Space. You gotta wish list it. It's on Steam. Wish listed on Steam. Go check out that stream. If you get a chance to check out Shady Games, such a cool streamer. I love hanging out over at Shady. I've been there a couple times, not always during the times I can get there. Give him some love, folks. Give him some love. I love Shady. You should love Shady. Shady's a lovely person. Beautiful stuff. Give it some love. Look, the art is on fire, my friend. The art is on fire. It's beautiful. Jen just starts making different types of tea, different types of coffee, different colors for your coffee cups. Yeah, I want to do it. The art is beautiful. Click that link, give it some love, add it to your wish list. You know you're gonna want to play it. You know you want it. Okay, so now we're forward. All right, is this compiling? What compiler issues do I have? We're so close, folks. We're so close. We're closer than ever. That's what so if you ever get hired by a client and they ask, how close are you to finishing this project? You know what you say? You say, I'm closer than ever. I'm closer than ever. You just tell them you're closer than ever. Why isn't there a backpack window? That's interesting. I'm a little, oh, it's because it hasn't been rendered yet. We're closer to the end than the beginning. No, as long as you say like, we're as close as we've ever been to being done. We're as close as we've ever been. That you're technically not lying, right? You're not lying. All right, I want to see if this information here is getting forwarded properly. Yeah, oh, there's lots. all the null exceptions. Okay, what's going on with the null here? On pointer enter. We got to do question mark here. If we haven't registered anything, we can't do it yet. All right. All right, start over. It's right, in Immortal Class Online. I told my students about that. I was like, we're closer than ever, folks. We're closer than ever. And my students were like, that's funny. I was like, yeah, if any of your teachers ever ask, if you're not sure, like, how's that report going? Like, I'm closer than ever. As long as you say with confidence, like, oh, I'm closer than ever. I'm as close as I've ever been to being done with it. It's like, it's how you say it that's important. Okay. Can we move it? So we can't, so check it out. We can move it down here, but it's not actually added to this thing. The position is still relative. So now they're communicating with each other, but it's sort of relative to the locations in the parent, in the parent of this object. So I need to actually remove it from being registered here and put it into this one. So we need to update which parent it is. Lance says, it's only on paper, but I was thinking it would be neat to make a program that can respond to the chat for YouTube, Twitch, etc. One of those chat integrated programs with chat comments, plus appearing on screen, that kind of thing. Imagine setting something like that up with spawnable cups for each chat member wandering around. That's exactly what we're talking about, Lance, is every member has a, walking cup that you can customize, right? So I think that would be super, super cool. All right, so they're communicating now. The one thing is the actual the grid item. We need to say, okay, if this is the new parent, we're gonna say if parent is not equal to grid. So if we have a new parent, we actually need to change our parent. We're gonna say parent.remove this. We remove ourselves from it. And then we do grid.add this. And then we set our parent equal to grid. I think we're gonna get it. Why is it? It should be underscore parent. It's interesting that it doesn't give me a warning on this line. Like that. Okay. Why are you, is parent read only? All right, so it can't be read only anymore. That's what it comes down to. Because we have to be able to change our parent. Okay. All right, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a go. Let's see it how we do. But yeah, I've seen other people's streams have the little guys walking around. I think I want that. I need it. Ooh, we could even have it be like, little desks you can go sit in and yeah. All right, we can move between them, folks. And I can't put it here. Can I put it in oh, why is it out of bounds? That's interesting. That's interesting. That shouldn't, so my question is this actually in that inventory? It's not, okay, something's gone wrong here. Leather armor is not present in the dictionary. Okay, so try and set item at, okay. Inventory grid. Slot item to remove out. We're closer than ever, folks. We're closer. We're closer than ever. The one thing that so there's another thing we got to add on top of this is that you'll notice it doesn't follow me when I'm out here. There's some interesting reasons why I've chosen to do that, but we'll see if we can fix that. So I can't put it there. I can put it there. We're not actually in there. Okay, the given key leather item was not present in the dictionary. When we go to set this grid, all right, grid element. It's not even our grid element. It is our item grid controller. Set item at position, cursor slot. I'm not even quite sure what's going on here. Because we should only call unselect if the set was true. Let's take a look. backpack window. We do have our backpack inventory. What is our, hang on. Our item lookup is separate. Each one has their own lookup, our own inventory data. Each one handles those separate. Each one is registered. I might have to do a debug here to understand this select. Try set item should only return true. I'm a little confused here. Let me look at this one more time just to see if I can understand exactly what's going on with the moving between containers. So now that item's not actually there. Item was not found. Oh, because we switched to a new container. We switched to a new container, and that container doesn't have that item in the dictionary anymore. Okay, so when we handle the click, we need to make sure when we unselect, we need to add that item to the dictionary. That makes sense. And we need to remove it. This is where I'm being a little bit lazy, I think. I don't know if lazy is quite right. I could make it so that the underlying inventory grid data has a notifier that notifies people when things change. I'm not doing that, so I have to track that information. So when we when we pick an item up, we actually have to remove it. After we do this, we should actually remove it from our, is that right? We remove it, item lookup, selected equals item lookup dot removed. Yeah, I think we actually have to remove it from the item lookup here. So it should be item lookup dot remove item. And that returns a bool. So we actually remove it because we're removing it in both places. There's a little bit of, this should maybe, at some point, maybe I should refactor that so that our inventory grid under the hood, our inventory, this thing, I don't like you. We have this thing, our simple inventory grid. This should probably have a notifier that says when anything on this changes, you can register to know that something's changed, and it sends you information about that change so you can update yourself. Instead, right now, we're sort of tracking it inside of our UI as well. And so it might be nicer to have that abstraction where it sort of just sends us notifications, but we're gonna keep going with it this way for now, and I think that's all right. So after we unselect it, unselect is like actually adding it in there. So we want to actually add, we need to do like an add item here. If we've removed it, we need to add the item. Sali on Game, he says, is it MMORPG? No, this is not an MMORPG. That's far beyond my skill set, I believe. Captain Coders Academy, we try and do projects that we can do in 1 week. 1 week MMORPGs, a little too hefty for 1 week, I think. This is just, all we're doing is building an inventory system, a single inventory system here. Okay, so our grid slot, when we unselect it, there's something we gotta do here. Yeah, so we're removing, we need to actually add that item. When we add the item here, in our grid item element, we're removing and adding it here. When we do this, we need to remove it from the parent's dictionary. All right, so we're gonna do parent.remove item. This dot, and this is gonna be our slot dot item. Is that right? Yeah. I think this is, hang on. Can I be better about this? The issue is that this item lookup is out of date. when we remove an item and move it to a different container. So this item lookup, it needs to be here. So I was gonna remove it here and add it here. Does that cover our bases? Does that cover our base? We're not registering anything here. This is just creating the element. We still have the element. We end up updating the parent. I think that's fine. I think that's fine if I do it there. So this actually, yeah. So we're gonna remove item. I think this is okay to do. Remove item, and then we add the item back in here, and then we'll have to remove it here as well. So this would be item lookup of slot dot not slot. This is cursor.selected.item. Cursor.selected.item. And it's gonna be set equal to the cursor.selected, because cursor.selected is the actual UI element. The underlying item is this one. And then we would need to do down here, item lookup.remove, removed. I think this will fix it. This code, you'll notice I'm doing like some repeats here and here that I don't know if I'm comfortable with leaving that there. This could be solved using a notification system with the underlying model. So if the model currently isn't observable, if we made it so the model was observable, we could register stuff saying, oh, when the model changes, just automatically update, call these things. So that's a refactor that I think I would like to do at some point to make it just more manageable from as a programmer, as a software engineer. One of your goals is to manage the complexity of your program, and this feels like it's almost too complex. There's almost too many moving pieces in this one file. All right, let's see if we can actually move these between these now. Can I pick it up? Yeah, so we're still a little bit of an issue there. Why is the out of bounds here? There must be, I think I must have a bug in my underlying library for out of bounds on the shape. I must have my row or column offset here in my inventory grid controller. This is throwing an exception. Either that or I didn't give it the new version. I thought I had fixed that. All right, but we can move between containers now. And that's pretty cool. Okay, so we can move between containers. I like that. So if I had, let's make another container just to test it out. And this is gonna be my underlying library. Let's make another container. All right, so this is gonna be like a coin purse container. Okay, so coin purse container. Let us add in, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to go to where that is in my inventory. So in my demo grids, we'll create a coin purse, or maybe even a potion pouch, something like that. So our coin purse is gonna have one row and 10 columns. So it takes up one row, 10 columns. You can't put tall items in it. So this is like a sack or something, a coin purse. The whole purpose of it is you can't put tall things in our coin purse. We're gonna then say, okay, well, this one's gonna have a coin purse in it, like that. So we just swap it out this way, and then we'll position it, we'll move it. I don't know exactly where to put it on the screen. Let's see where a good spot just for our testing purposes would be. So if I put it at like 200, yeah, we'll just put it at 200 for now. 200. We're gonna get these weird out of bounds exceptions. We'll see if we can fix that in our underlying. We'll see if we can write a test to expose it in our underlying library. But we have this, so I can't put my leather armor in there because it's too big. All right, but I can put my leather armor over here, but I can move my potions to it. So this would like restrict the user on what you could put in there based on the shape. So we could potentially have like a purse that you right click to open, and you get a purse container here, and you can put these items in it. Or you could make this be like some hotkey belt, be like, oh, well, you have a belt that's on your UI all the time that you have items out in. So this grid system, I'm really, really happy with it. It's not the most beautiful. It's not the prettiest thing. We can even put a belt in there. Look at, we got a little belt in our coin purse. Not the prettiest system, but we've got things moving between it. Well, I don't know why I get this exception down here at the bottom. We're going to check that out. And that seems to, yeah, this, I bet there's a row. I bet we're doing a row column thing incorrectly. And we're doing a row column check incorrectly for bounds. Okay, this is beautiful. I'm really, really happy with this. Let's look at, I just clicked the wrong thing. We're gonna get pencil to open up here, close pencil. We implemented move between containers. Beautiful. For being here to witness it, folks, you were here, you saw it first. You were here with the captain. When this is done, let's do a commit first. Let's do a commit. Let's save everything. File, save all. Let's make sure our file doesn't have anything super weird in it. Take a quick glance through to make sure nothing crazy going on in here. Format these before we commit. Just clean it up a little bit. We'll need to add in some documentation. I'll probably do that off stream a little bit. Get rid of that extra spaces, format this. We're about to package this up and drop it into another project. I've never built a Unity asset, so I'm not sure what that process looks like. I don't think it's hard. I've imported Unity assets, and that wasn't too bad. Feat, implement movement between grid containers. Okay, commit. I'm gonna sync that up. We're gonna see if we can debug that little exception that's getting thrown for the array out of bounds. But folks, you were here to see it, and for being here to see it, for being here to witness this momentous occasion, all of you get 50 points. Thank you so much for being here to check it out. I appreciate you. You're lovely people. You are lovely people. It's 8:52 here. How long has it been since the last break? Not that long, 36. All right, we got plenty of time to see if we can fix this bug. So I have, specifically in my tall bag container, I have an out of bounds exceptions occurring. It's part of my array out of bounds. It's hard to check here because I'm using an external library. So I've imported the DLL. For the logic for my grid system is external. Notice I can put my leather armor here, but if I move it down if I move it down too far, I start getting out of bounds exceptions. And so I actually think I have a row column issue here where it thinks that it's checking the row and column unintentionally. So we're gonna go see if we can debug that. We're gonna write a test for it first. Okay, so let's open up that library. This one here, this is the library. Let's write a test to see if we can expose it. So this is our test out of bounds. We're gonna write a new test here. Test out of bounds columns. So I think I can expose this because I have a grid size here. Jaden Joseph says, I'm impressed. Not only are you programming one inventory, but your ability to use multiple inventories. So it all uses the same code. That's the part. That's the whole point, is like, how can we generalize this to make it easy to extend this to various things? In one game, maybe you only have one inventory. In another game, maybe you have different bags. So the idea is like, can we make the system general enough to do interesting things without needing to extend it too much? Jaden Joestar, thank you for the compliment, my friend. I'm really excited about it. So in this case, let's mimic the error we're getting here. So we have a backpack. All right, so our backpack is 6 rows. Oh, look at, actually, this is interesting. This is it actually 6 rows? Or is it 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, 6 rows, 2 columns. 6 rows, 2 columns. All right, so we have 6 rows, 2 columns, and then we are failing to, it's giving us an exception when we try and set the item. It should assert true. Okay, so when we try and put this item here, it fails. All right, so I take my tall item. It's fine here, that's true. This should be true, but it seems to be false. So if I put it in row 2, column 0, so row, it should be true, set item row 2, column 0. This should totally work, and we're getting an exception here. Let's see if it's an exception here as well. I'll run this test, and it shouldn't be called test rounds. Test adding chest in backpack. I don't know. That's not a great one. Great description there. We failed though, so we can write a test here that exposes that failure, and we can work on it in isolation outside of Unity. And that's one of the reasons I like working on these projects as like separate logical components. This inventory system doesn't care about the rest of the project. It doesn't care about the UI. It doesn't care about, all this cares about is the underlying data model. And so here we're gonna add into the actual exception. Is it happening here? Yeah, so an exception is happening here, and this is occupied. So we called is occupied. And the problem is we shouldn't be calling is occupied in this way at this position. So it should fail on this is inbound. Something's going wrong with this is inbounds. Fascinating. If it's not inbounds, this should stop. If any of these, if it's not in bounds, it shouldn't make it here. So something's wrong with P plus top left. Maybe I'm passing in top left wrong. Luca, welcome to the crew. Thank you for following me. Luca 83. You are now part of Captain Coder's Academy. Welcome aboard, my friend. Welcome to the stream. I'm so happy you are here today. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy, where we can code together. Welcome, Luca. Thank you so much for the follow. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be in the world. I welcome you. I'm so happy you're here. I am Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. Captain Coder is a computer science educator. I teach computer science and programming at a school for ages 10 to 14, and this stream is dedicated to learning to code and grow together as a crew. So if you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'm happy to entertain your questions. Just keep them family friendly. This is a family friendly stream designed for Bobby, Susie, mom, dad, and the whole family, folks. So do not hesitate to ask. Also, backseat coding is encouraged. If you're saying like, why the heck are you doing that thing? Shouldn't you do it this other way? Wouldn't this other way be better? Do it. Let me know, because I'm not perfect. I want to learn things too. I'm trying to grow as a programmer myself. I'm pretty new. I'm very new to Unity, and I'm pretty new to C# and .NET. I feel very novice at .NET. My C# skills are building up. I feel pretty confident in my C# skills at this point, but I don't know all of the tools that exist inside of it because I've only been using it for less than 2 years, a little less than 2 years, 19 months. Okay. So what is top left here? What is top left is the question. 2, 0. This should be row column. Is my addition for points incorrect? All right, so we're gonna do the following. We're gonna break this out from this. We're gonna turn this into a loop real quick. So I say out bool out of bounds equals false. We're gonna do a loop. We're gonna break this up into a loop. So really this should be for each position key in item.size.position. So this should loop through all the positions. This is one thing, this is one downside of LINQ. This is one downside of LINQ in my opinion, is that it's a little bit hard to debug, like step through and debug this. So I'm breaking it out into the equivalent for loop here. But essentially this is doing, so if you're not familiar with LINQ, it's essentially doing this. Shiny says UI is hard, guys. Never forget. Never forget. That's true. UI can be very. It's one of my least favorite things to do. I often, when I in a lot of ways, I'd prefer to hire someone to deal with the UI stuff for me when I'm working on projects. That said, I'm having a lot of fun with the UI toolkit. I'm having a ton of fun. So we're gonna say if this is the case, the idea is that this should set out of bounds equals true, and then it breaks. Break. The idea is this should happen. Out of bounds or occupied. Shai says it's super fun to play with, but hard to get something that feels right. And everything I do is so ugly. That's one of the things is like the aesthetic. I'm not good at the aesthetic part of it. I know it looks bad. I know things look bad most of the time I'm doing it. So I'm gonna see whether or not this will pass. Run this test. Does this pass? Jaden just started, did time change affect your schedule today? So I live somewhere where we do not observe daylight savings time. So anyone who is affected by daylight savings time, my stream is now 1 hour later for you. It's still the same local time for me. Shadi says the inventory thing doesn't look bad. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look like super nice and polished. It works. It's very, very, I would call this clean, not beautiful. Clean, not beautiful. So we still fail here, but now I can add I'm gonna add a breakpoint here. When we come into this method, I'm gonna add a breakpoint here. And then I'm gonna select that we're gonna debug. Shadi says, of course it could be polished, but the purpose here is to have it work at first. Yeah, so I'm hoping though, so when I add this to another project, we're gonna see if we can make it look pretty with ease. Because we're using Unity style sheets, we should, I think, be able to just modify that style sheet with ease. I'm really hoping that's the case, is that we can take that style sheet and just like drop a new one and say, oh, now my border looks this way, my grids look this way. I think I want to make it, I think it should be easier to do. I think it should be very easy to do. I don't know, I haven't done it, I haven't gotten there yet. So we're gonna debug this test now. So this will launch it with the debugger and it should break on this breakpoint. If it wasn't already there. All right, so the debugger's launched. It should just run this one test here. All right, so what is the top left here? Top left is 0, 2, 0, 2. Let's step over the positions in size. All right, so our item should be, and I believe this is right. Our item is our chest in this test here. Our item is this chest piece. So it has 3 rows, 2 columns. 3 rows, 2 columns. All right, let me shrink this down. Shadi says, does it work like web dev where you can override a style sheet with another one? Yes, that's what I believe is the case. So that you have your own defaults that you change if the project is exactly. That's the whole idea I have here is I provide a default. Leon Gaming, I just assumed that was a cat or something, so I didn't call attention to it, but that was my assumption, was it was a cat. No worries, my friend, no worries. Apollo, welcome back to the crew. I'm doing fabulous. Apollo, how are you, my friend? Apollo, how are you? Yeah, so we have this USS file. So this is your default. This is going to be your default. And I believe all we got to do here, all we need to do real quick, all we should have to do, change Lego mode to CSS. The idea would be that in the project that we shift over to, if you want to override these, you say, oh, well, grid slot use this, grid row use that, grid use this, inventory border. This is the one that I think is going to be easy to do. We're just saying inventory border is our new image and our grid slots are this new style. So that's what I'm hoping to be able to do. Oh my goodness, we got the moon. The moon is here, folks. The moon is here. Mooniz, thank you so much for the raid. Anyone doesn't know, Mooniz is an incredible streamer, real game developer. Mooniz has been here since I started learning Unity and has taught me just about everything I know about Unity. So thank you, Mooniz, for all you do for me all the time. Attention all lurkers. This is your captain speaking. Please direct your attention to the chat. We have a very important guest. Whoa. That's right, Apollo. Whoa. That's right. Everyone give Mooniz some love. You got to click that heart. Click that heart. Love Mooniz. Mooniz deserves to be loved because he's a lovely fella. Excellent streamer. Beautiful stuff going on there. And And soon to come, some nice YouTube tutorials. He's been building an awesome tool to build out some fancy YouTube tutorial stuff. I'm looking forward to it, really excited for it. Apollo asks, what are you working on today? That's an excellent question, Apollo. That's an excellent question. We're building an inventory system this week. This week, we're doing an inventory system that is similar. Thank you for asking. Similar to Diablo in style. So the idea is to have a grid-based inventory where items can take up different spaces. So they're in this project, they're rectangular in shape. We have inventory management system. And so today, we've essentially finished it. We're just trying to polish it up. I've discovered there's a bug, and we've written a unit test to expose it, but you can have different containers and move stuff between them. What's going on here? Why do you have to reload the domain? Don't reload the domain. Moonniz, while this is reloading, tell us, how was your stream, my friend? How did it go? What'd you get done today? Did you meet your goals? Was it fun? Did you have a bad time? I hope not. I hope it was a beautiful stream, but tell us. So we set it up, different containers of different sizes. So you might have a belt. You can put some different things in. Smaller things can go inside of that. Little pouches. Can't put big things in those. Won't let you. And you got another container over here. I have a bug. I think it's row column based. If I try and put this down here, it should fit, but I'm getting an index out of bounds. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that. But that's what we're working on today, is polishing this up, seeing if we can package this up into an asset that we can drop into a different project and see how that project does. But Apollo, thank you for the whoa, my friend. Thank you for the whoa. All right, so let's take a look here. We've met 2 of our goals. The last 2 I think are gonna be relatively easy. Mooniz says, my stream was great. I rewrote the movable platform so we can surf on Boxy. Ooh, that sounds awesome. Rework the magic system so that Boxy can use the spells. Nice. Rework the spells so Fireball, Bomb, Healing now works through the box. And also lift bombs now and throw them. That sounds super cool. Tubertech says, will you be putting this on the asset store? Probably not this version of it. This whole thing's open source. I think what I'm gonna do is on the GitHub repository, there will be a release. All right, so there will be a release that has the Unity asset that you can download that asset specifically to add in. Maybe I can get it on the store. I don't think it's worth putting on the store yet without it being super, like a little bit more polished, but I'll have it so that you can drop it in things. For me, I'm gonna see if I can use it in another thing. When it says I have to run, we'll be back in a bit, going to try and fix it. And yeah, don't freeze, my friend. Good luck with your heater. Thank you for popping in. Have yourself a beautiful day, Mooniz, if I don't see you again. Paula says, the inventory looks awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that, but we have a bug here. It seems to be row and column based, but I've written a test that exposes it. Here. So we're looping through our positions. We're gonna see here. So our position P, let's reduce our call stack here so we can see. Our position P is 0, 0. Is that the correct? Oh yeah, 0, 0. This is the top left corner of our 0, 0 is the top left corner of the item we're inserting. So this happens to be the top left corner of our chest piece of the leather armor. All right, so now I want to see, we're running into a trouble where it's going into is occupied. Does do row and column this way, which is interesting. Bounds. There's something going wrong with bounds, I think. But let's keep checking here. If it's less than 0, greater than or equal to the size. Okay, let's keep going here. I lost it. I lost our here it is. We're about to do inbounds. All right, so this one should be inbounds. So this should be false, and it shouldn't be occupied. There's nothing in here, so that we should be able to step over that. The next position should be 1, 0. 1, 0. Because we iterate top left over and then go. So this one should also, these should all be inbound. So I'm curious which one fails here. Our position, this should be row 1. Yeah, so this one doesn't fail. All right, so this is 1, 1 now. 1, 1. So it's failing. It looks like it's going to fail on this one. So this would be 2, 0. I bet it's going to give me the out of bounds here. All right, so we get an out of bounds. What is the position that's coming into this? It's 4, 0. 4, 0. Let's think about that real quick. So in our call stack, we were here. We had position 2, 0, and we added our top left to it. Should we be subtracting that out? 4, 0 is actually correct. It's row 4, 0. Why is this out of bounds? What is grid here? No, the add looks correct. 4, 0 is correct for 2, 0. So in this case, let me just show you so you can visualize it with me. We were adding, so we have this chess piece, and so it's like internal space is 0, 1, 2. And if I click to add it here, so I'm clicking to add it here, this top spot is actually in row 0, 1, 2. So it's actually checking this. So this bottom one here is 2, 0. And when I put it here, 2, 0 should become 4, 0, because 4 would be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4, 0 is that bottom left corner. So that's the correct. All right, so that translation's correct. What is going on? Did I initialize my grid incorrectly? Rows, columns. What is the size of my grid? My dimensions say 6 rows, 2 columns. 6 rows, 2 columns. My underlying grid is of type array this way. What are your dimensions, grid? What are your dimensions? Why is it, this is fascinating. It's going up to 10. Oh. Our grid size is not being initialized. Ah, that's our bug. That's our bug. I don't set our grid size properly. I was thinking the initializer was doing that. This is interesting. This is interesting. I think, am I calling these wrong? Should this be the grid size? I thought this was happening first. Okay. Our grid size is not being set. Shouldn't our initializer get that for us? Hang on. Bear with me, folks. My brain is not processing this properly. All right, so we got this constructor here. We're gonna stop on the constructor now. I thought this happened first. It's not happening first, it looks like. Looks like my understanding of that is not correct. So we should stop in our constructor. Our grid size is 10, 4. And we step over that. And then, what? Shouldn't our inventory now, all right, it's gonna set that value. Our inventory, grid size is 6.2. Okay, so that doesn't happen first. If I get rid of this parentheses, and I do new, this. So this is interesting. What does it tell me I should do here? Use new. The initialization of this doesn't happen until afterwards. So do I need to put this in the initialization step? Oh, this is interesting here too. I think I need to put this in the initialization step here. Yeah, so this should be an init only thing. Okay. We can do this. I think this needs to be in the initializer. What does this say? Non-grid must contain a non-null value. So in this initializer, will it still complain if I set it here? So 1 second, we're gonna try this. I'm gonna create a private dimensions grid size. If we make this read only, in init, can I set this? Init grid size equals value. It does let me do it that way. Awesome. So then we're gonna put this here, that our grid equals, we're gonna initialize this based on our grid size like this is our grid, and the get needs to return our grid size. And then it's probably gonna tell me that you can't have an auto property like this, which is a little bit disappointing. Initializes an instance of simpler with a grid of 4 by 10. Non-null value grid must contain a non-null value. What is it that I'm looking to do here? Can I do grid size is equal to new dimensions 10, 4 by 10? Which happens to initialize grid. So interesting that this is a non-null if it must contain a non-null value when exiting the constructor. Consider declaring a field as nullable. Because this init, oh, this is an optional thing. This is saying it's optional. So I'm gonna have to say if grid hang on, can I do, this is interesting. I'm super interested to see what happens here if we do 4 rows 10 and we say grid size equals new 4 by 10. Will it let me do this? Or does it say this needs to be reassigned? This is so interesting to me. And I think removing this constructor is fine. Do I break everything if I remove that constructor? Let's run our tests. Find our test for me. And let's do a captain coder that core .NET run .NET test. Did I break anything? We had one failing already, but this might have fixed the failing test. So we're gonna run these, see. So one nice thing about having these tests is I'll know right away whether or not all of my assertions on my, okay, so we actually, this fixed it. This fixed the issue that we were having previously. Removing that constructor didn't break any of my tests. Modifying this init didn't break any of my tests. In fact, it caused my test to pass here. All right, so we're gonna do a git status, git add, git commit, or let's look, before we commit this, git reset. Let's make sure we didn't add any weirdness to here. Awesome, awesome. Format this document, we edited this file. Format this document, we edited this file. Can I make grid size is read only? Perfect. Technically you should do this at the top. Can I set this equal to new dimensions 410 if I do that? Yeah, I can. Okay, so our default's gonna be like this. This will be our grid size dot rows, grid size dot columns. Jibster asks, what was the issue? The issue was that we were not initializing properly. So we were using C# feature for init. So rather than having a constructor, something passing the constructor, you can specify your, so if we had multiple types, you use this initializer block to say, oh, grid size should be this value. So this, we have an initialize property here that says this is how, we weren't specifying how to initialize it. And so we were ending up with our grid size being set to the default value during construction. So it wasn't until after construction that these values were getting set. So this fixes it so that that is not the case. So I don't know if that answered your question, but we're gonna double check here. Ask again. If that didn't answer your question, I can explain it in more detail. Happy to explain it in more detail because it's a little bit nuanced. It's a little bit nuanced why it was failing. And I'm happy to go into a little bit deeper explanation if you would like. Okay. So we removed that. Then we also modified this file. Let's make sure this is formatted nicely. And so we added this test. This test exposed. So anytime you have a bug like that, it's nice. That seems simple. If you have it set up nicely, you can just add a test and like, well, do this thing. And I know this test fails, and now I can keep messing with my code. And once my code, now all my tests pass, like, okay, I have a lot of confidence it's gonna work in my editor now. We're gonna call this fix. Simple inventory grid initializer fix. The simple inventory grid was not being initialized properly, and properly initialized. What are you complaining about? Initialized, quick fix. Initialized, it's saying it's not initialized. There we go. This fixes the constructor to initialize the grid even if the initializer is not specified. So there's one little thing here that bothers me. And I actually think, so there's one thing that bothers me. I'm pretty sure we create this and then we create this. And I don't like that. I'd like to know whether or not I can make it so that we know whether or not this initializer is running or not. Or do something here that says if we're not initializing, initialize it this way. And I don't quite know how to do that. That said, I'm kind of okay with this at this point. I don't think this is going to be a big overhead or anything. All right, so we're going to build this. So I can't check if it's null because it is going to be null here. It's guaranteed to be null right here. After this constructor, this initializer gets run. Yeah, so this initializer gets run after the constructor. No, so it's guaranteed to not be null here because it's set one here. So I would like to not do this line 21 if the initializer is specified. That's what I'm saying. So we have a default grid size of 4x10. I would like to make it, yeah. So I'm sure there's a way to do this. I'm just not smart enough to know because there's all sorts of data structures that do exactly what I'm trying to do. There's no way that they initialize it like this and then reinitialize it again. So there's like this smell here of how do they do it? And I just got to look it up. But I needed to switch back to Unity so that we can get our new DLL added in. So this should take a minute to run here. I would like, I don't know the exact process. This is going to take probably 50 seconds to run. I would like for us to know whether or not we're actually using an initializer. And so maybe while this is running, let's do a quick look. Oh, that was faster than I thought. No, it's still running. It's just that it got behind this and then disappeared. Let's see. C# constructor check initializer. I thought the initializer ran first, but it didn't. Check if object is defined, objects, collections, initializers, object and collection initializers. The init, I'll read about this later. I'm gonna read about that later. I thought this was gonna take maybe a little longer to do. It does not contain a constructor that takes one argument. Yeah, so now this should do, rather than doing it that way, we do it with grid size equals, so you can be explicit about that size, like that. All right, so that is one little fix we had to do here. Let's check it out. Let's check it out, folks. Go ahead and clear that. Let's see if we get that same bug. I hope not. Oh, it's because our default grid was 4x10. That's why. All right, so I should be able to add this here now. Yes, and I can't add it out of bounds. Okay, so we got a, what I feel is a pretty reasonable inventory system. I do wish that it would follow my mouse out here. I have some ideas on how to do that. So let's see if we can do that real quick. So we can do that real quick. Where are we at on our break? 70 minutes. So we're getting pretty close to needing another break. Yeah. Royal C-Dub's back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back, Royal C-Dub. Doing pretty good here. Okay, so I need like a generic overlay. Gypster says, how long's the stream today? Missed you yesterday. It's becoming a morning ritual for me. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, a couple people have said it's become a little bit of a morning ritual. I think I'm gonna go on for another hour and a half. And then I gotta hop off. Ideally, I wanna be able to finish all of these things. If I finish all of these things, I'll stop, but I'll be going for an hour and a half longer. Which happens to be 11 a.m. my time. So 6 hours. I'm trying to build up my streaming endurance because in April, I'm going to be doing what I'm calling my streamathon. I'll be streaming an entire game jam at that time. All right, so I want to have a generic UI that detects my mouse overs. And so yeah, so I need like a top level UI that is like the whole screen area, so that the position of this thing can if I end up outside of the grid, it sort of like just moves with the mouse. That's sort of what I want. Right now it just sort of snaps inside of the grid nicely. So I need an idea of a top level mouse pointer that is everywhere. I wish I could kind of see item cursor. So I think this might need a UI component that's like the whole window. That might be my hack for it. Yeah, I think that's gonna be my in my brain I'm going like, that's gonna be my hack for it. I don't know if that's the best way to do it. So I want like a generic, when I'm outside of the container, I need my mouse to trigger in general. So I wonder if I can do like the root element of like the general screen. Here's my idea, is to make this really dumb thing. We're gonna make a dumb thing. We're gonna do a dumb, and maybe it's not dumb. Maybe it's brilliant. It feels maybe dumb, and that there's got to be a better way. So we're gonna call this like item cursor. Item cursor wrapper. I don't know what to call it. It's a thing that takes up the whole screen. Cursor event listener. That's sort of like what it is. I want to listen for cursor events in general. It's gonna basically say, take up the whole screen, and you exist solely so I can get mouse events on you and have items that go anywhere on the screen. All right, so our item cursor, we're gonna add a UI document here, and it is gonna be our cursor event. And this is going to be our panel setting. So it just takes up the whole space. We're going to put it behind everything. It goes at the very, very back of everything, so it doesn't intercept anything unless we're not on another UI component. And then in which case we get the mouse events on it. Okay, so the idea is our event controller says, all right, if we're selected here, all right, so when this thing wakes up, void awake. All right, when we wake up in the morning, we're gonna get ourselves a cup of tea. And if you give a mouse a cookie, if you give a captain a cookie, he's gonna want some milk. And if you give him some milk, the captain's gonna want, you know, oh, if you give me a cookie, I'm gonna want some milk. If you give me some milk, what do I want after milk? I don't know. I'm pretty good with a cookie and some milk. I don't ask for a lot, folks. I don't ask for a lot. Cookies and milk is enough for me, I think. Okay, so when we awake here, we're gonna register. We gotta get our, okay, so this thing is require component UI document. And this UI document specifically should be the element type of UI document. This should be like your the whole screen essentially that you want to look on. All right, so we're gonna say UI get component. Hang on. UI visual element root equals UI document dot get UI document dot root. How do we get this? How do we do this in the other one? Hang on. Let's go to our element. Nope. We're gonna go to our controller, our item inventory controller. This is get component UI document root visual elements. Okay, root visual elements. Get component. Well, I'm in the wrong file. That's what's going on here. This is silly. Royal C-Dubs got your internet fixed. You'll be live later. Fantastic. I'm looking forward to checking it out. Awesome, my friend. I'm glad you got it figured out. I hope it works well. You're gonna be streaming your game. You're developing your escape room game. Is that right, Royal C-Dub? All right, so our inventory grid, row element. What am I looking for here? I got distracted. This is our mouse. This is our cursor controller. It's our cursor controller. Okay, so when this thing wakes up, this needs to have, okay, put this in here. When this wakes up, we got to do that. And this should have, I didn't mean to add it here. Grid data doesn't need one of those. No word, you have nothing to apologize for, Royal C-Dub. Nothing to apologize for. This is gonna have a UI document on it, so we don't need this here. We need it here. Yeah, I'm excited to see more of your escape room. It looks really interesting, super cool. And I'm, you're doing Unreal Engine stuff, working in Unreal. If you want to see Unreal Engine 3D development stuff, gotta check out Royal C-Dub Gaming, folks. Aspiring game developer here. Royal C-Dub Gaming, check him out. Game developer, 3D artist, flight simulator champion is on YouTube and Twitch, folks. YouTube and Twitch. All right, so our root element, we want to register callback pointer move event. So anytime we move something, we're gonna register it here, and we're gonna register. It's gonna be our private void move. And it's going to take a pointer event. This is our EVT. Okay. So I'm curious here. Pointer move event. Movement. No. This is our move. It's going to be our handle move. I'm going to rename this on pointer move. Okay, so when our pointer moves, and let's see if I can get the debug.log mouse moved. And then this should get us the event dot. Dramulk is here today in the stream, my friend. Dramulk, happy Sunday. How the heck are you, my friend? I'm so excited about this inventory system. I hope you'll be proud of me. All I ever wanted was for you to be proud of me, my friend. And you know, everything I do is try and make you proud of me. I know maybe I shouldn't do everything. You're already proud of me. Dreadlocks is so proud of me. Oh, it's all I've ever wanted to hear. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Dad. I've only ever wanted to be proud. I'm always just trying to make you proud. Shiny says, congrats on having people proud of you. Oh, you know what? I'm proud of you too, Dramulx. I'm proud of you for getting out. Dramulx told me yesterday, are you winning, son? Dramulx told me yesterday he got outside of the house and saw people in real life. I'm proud of you for that. I haven't done that in years. Remixy, welcome to the stream chat, saying hi. Remixy, look at that. That's such a cute little emote. That emote, look at that. Look how cute. I love that emote. That emote there is cute. I zoomed in too far. The Marte, hi. Welcome to the stream, Remixy. So nice to see you here. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday, Drama. So yes, I had to do that today as well. Oh no, I had to see people in the real life. It was hard. It was so hard for me. Look, I get it. So we can, but look, Dramulx, we can move things into different containers. We can't put things here. We can move things down here. Remix says, I have a C# code assignment due, but the website it's on has a broken sound set, so I don't know if I should take it right now. That sounds scary. Remixy, that sounds scary. Trying to, you know, sounds risky. But if you gotta do it, you gotta do it, right? What else are you gonna do? Maybe you can email your professor. Shadi says, in real life, people are so strange. You might meet someone like me in real life. Wouldn't that be strange? Did you guys know that you know, people are always surprised, but anyone who knows me in real life knows this is how I am in real life too. And Immortal Kid, if an Immortal Kid's still here, an Immortal Kid and I went to school together. Sorry to, you know, call you out, Immortal Kid, but you know, am I weirder on stream or in real life? Are you still here, an Immortal Kid? I don't know if an Immortal Kid's here, but an Immortal Kid knows how weird I am. Wait, you're just a bunch of pixels? That's right. Lance says, there's people in real life? What is this? Remix says it's an assessment, so it's for a job, but I emailed the assessment website. Gotcha, that sounds rough. I hope you can get that straightened out. Oh, I was trying to see whether or not, okay, yeah, so our cursor, we're not getting any mouse move events, so that's disappointing. The idea here is I was hoping we'd get some on-pointer move events, but we are not getting any. Root component event. What if I move this? Hang on, let me try debug.log awoken. We got awoken. Remix says they claim that it's working on their end, but I can't get it to work on any of my devices. So right now I'm just hopping around to different programming streams in the time being. Thankfully I did 3/4 of the assignment, of the assessment. Good. I hope, that sounds scary. All right, I'm wondering if this order here is causing me issues. So let's see, did this awake even run? That's the first thing. Did this awake even run? We've awoken. All right, so my mouse movement is not getting triggered. What if I change this to be in front of stuff? Yeah, we're not getting anything. Cursor event listener. Do I have to add? I might have to add a visual element here. And the visual element just takes up the whole space. And we'll just call this entire window. If I have that in there, does it start registering? White Grave says, do you plan on supporting this asset in the future if bugs are discovered? That's a good question. This is one of the reasons I'm like not sure I even want to put it. Okay, so we just needed to give it an element. There's nothing in it for it to register on. It doesn't register if I'm in any of these, so that's exactly what I wanted. Okay, so the idea is that my item will still be moving around on the outside. Whitegrave supporting it to stronger. It's open source, so the idea is it's open source. So ideally, if there's a bug in it, someone can like report it as a GitHub issue, and then people will know the bug is this, and maybe some kind person, maybe me, 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 will fix it. Oh, sorry. Got caught in a loop there. Got caught in a loop. Lance says, sorry for the silence. I got lost in the asset store flash deals. I've planned out the ones I plan to pick up finally. No worries, Lance. The flash, you know, that's an important place to be right now. Remix says, I need a software engineer job again. Hopefully soon. That's the end of my rant. Thank you for listening. Remixy, you're always welcome. Remixy, Remixy, Remixy. I want to thank you for following me. Remixy, Remixy, Remixy. You are welcome in the crew now. You are here at Captain Coder's Academy. I'd like to welcome you. So Remixy, Remixy, I thank you again. Remixy, thank you so much for the follow. Happy to have you here. Best of luck with your assessment. I'm so sorry that's happening to you. That sounds horribly frustrating. Dramok says, disclaimer, the captain cannot be held liable for any bugs or non-working software made on stream. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. Tuber says, sounds like your standard MIT license as is. Yeah, so the license will probably be a Creative Commons non-commercial license. That's the one I really like for the most part. Non-commercial license that says if you want to use this for anything non-commercial, you're welcome to do so. You can redistribute as long as you don't sell it. And then, you know, there'll probably be a library that you can include for commercial projects that has like a slightly different license to it. But I love open source stuff, so it'll probably be open source for non-commercial projects. Okay, so we awoken. We got our mouse moves. Okay, so we're moving here like that. Royal C-Dub, what are you trying to get at? Looking at the docs? What are you trying to get at there, Royal C-Dub? There's no docs command. Only I can do the doc command. Okay, so we register this to move. Now, when we're moving this event, if we have something selected, you want to look at the progress. The progress, I can show you here. Oh, for the inventory system. Gotcha. Inventory. Oh, I got to spell it right. Inventory. If you guys want to check out the past stuff, you can check it out there. Day 5's not there yet, of course. I'm still, because we're on day 5. But if you want to go see everything we've done so far on the inventory system, you can check it out here on this blog. We're on day 5. We're trying to wrap things up today. We're getting close. So this selected item, if we're on the outside, I think what I want to do, so we have our select, we're say if selected is null, we do nothing. If selected's not null, we need to update our position to be where our cursor position is, which means we need to add it outside of this. So we're gonna do selected dot parent. Selected.parent equals our root element, kind of. This is like our container though. All right, so I need to rename that one more time in my UI here. Shadi says, if someone follows your course and ends up building the same inventory system, does it mean they can use it for commercial projects or not? I'm always lost with legal stuff. If you copy it line for line, no, you can't, because it's mine. If you follow the course and you make a derivative of it, yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Maybe it'll just be a plain license. Ideally, is if you're copying it line for line, it's not your original work. Dremel says does that kind of make sense, Shady? You would want to, so like if you're using it all 100% from what I did, the idea is, did you generate the idea and the systems on your own? Look, maybe I'll make it fine for commercial purposes.
Seems good.
That's right. That's right, Real C Dub. It does seem good. It does seem good. Thank you for the seems good. Dramulk says, I had an issue. I had to fix an issue with my stackable items. It was a one-liner fix, but I also optimized a bunch of other code meanwhile, which was nice. Yeah, I have this idea for how to do stackable items. I have an idea for it. Let's go to, this is our cursor events. Shady says, it's not against you. I just trying to understand how it works. Yeah, so it comes down to, what is a license? We're gonna call this container. We're gonna get the container out that we can actually register events on. No, there's nothing. It's tricky. It's super tricky. It turns out to be really, really tricky of like how to prove if someone copies. So there's so much of the what I've done here that just feels like an obvious implementation to me that it's hard to say this is completely original. That said, I have evidence that I didn't really look at anything while I was doing it. It's completely original. Unicorn says this could be a free light version and then later might have a full asset store version. Yeah, so I don't know how I feel about it. I think if people want to use it commercially, that's probably fine. What I would say is if you, so here's what I would say. If you want to take my source code, the source code itself, the project itself is free for non-commercial use in the sense that you cannot take the source code, make your own asset store copy of it, and sell it as a derivative in the store. If you use my library in a project as is, commercially, I don't care. That seems fine. What I don't want to have happen is someone taking my inventory system that I've written and selling that. So there's a little bit of a difference there. And I hope that makes sense. I understand I needed to clarify that. Is that the derivative of the source code cannot be sold as a unit. It can be put into a project and the inventory system could be used, but you can't sell the derivative inventory system. That's the difference. And so like the wording on that is a little bit vague, I think, but how you get there is important. All right, so we have to take a break, folks. I absolutely have to take, we're at 90-minute mark. I want to come back and get this working. We're super close. Hang tight, folks. When we get back, we're gonna do some blood flow exercise. We got some stretching in earlier. We're gonna get our blood moving, get our blood focused. If you want to join me in that, I absolutely encourage it. But I'm gonna go get myself a little bit more water. I'm out of coffee, but I'm gonna get myself some tea. So I'll be back in about 3 minutes. That's about how long it takes. Get your mom, get your dad, get your home, get your fish, get your bear, get them all in the room with you. We're gonna take care of ourselves when we get back. Do a little bit of exercise. I'll see you soon. Hang tight. All right, everybody, the captain's back. I'm so sorry that took so long. I'm so sorry to keep you bearing with me. I hope that bear didn't gobble you up, didn't slice you to pieces. I hope your fingers don't hurt from hanging on, but welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I'm back. We got Shohan and Indizo. Welcome to the kid. Oh, I messed it up. Let's try it again. Let's try again. We gotta try again. Shohan and Indizo, I'd like to welcome you to the show. You're now part of the captain's crew, and in the academy we're gonna learn lots of things. I welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. We got Shohan and Indizo. Thank you so much for following. Thank you for following Shohan and Indizo. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am Captain Coder. You are in for a treat because you got here just in time. We're just coming back from a break. We've been on our computer all morning, hunched over like a programming troll. You know, so everyone out there, get on up with me. We're gonna get their bodies moving. We gotta get that blood flowing, folks. Gotta get that blood flowing. Shay says thank you so much for following the new song by Captain Coder. That's right. Scooby Dooby Doo. Thank you for being here. Every time I tune in, you're mid singing. Doesn't it get a bit annoying for you? I don't know. Does it get a bit annoying I just get excited. Does it get a bit annoying for you? That's the real question. Do people want me to stop singing? I just, singing makes me feel good. All right, folks, we're going to get on up. We're going to get on our blood flowing, get our blood moving, and we're going to hop back in here and finish this inventory system because we're so close. But get on up with me. Just, get that blood flowing. Maybe walk in place. I'm going to jog in place a little bit. Get that blood moving. Elevate that heart rate. Get that blood gushing in and out. Maybe add in some punches. Folks. Get those punches going. Scooby-Doo, I hope you enjoy the singing. I hope you enjoy it. It says, nah, I didn't care, to be honest. I just thought it felt like I had to sing when people fall. No, I don't have to sing. I choose to sing because I get excited. It feels good to sing. All right, folks. Woo! Thank you for doing that. We're going to do some arm circles. Little tiny arm circles. Keep those arms up to the side. Arm circles, make them slightly bigger. Big arm circles. Get those arms moving. Gotta get that blood flowing. And then bring it back in. Little arm circles. Keep that blood flowing. Get that blood up. All right, switch direction. Move those arm circles the other way. If you're going clockwise, you're now going counterclockwise. If you're going counterclockwise, you're now going clockwise. Keep those arms moving. Bigger. Medium arm circles, folks. Medium arm circles like a giant eagle. Big arm circles. Big ol' arm circles. Get that blood up, get that blood flowing, and bring it back in. Medium arm circles, small arm circles. Hold it there. We're almost there. 3 more seconds. 2 more seconds. 1 more second. Arms down. Nice work, friends. We're gonna do some jumping jack next. If you can't do jumping jacks, just do some standing jacks with me. Get those arms moving up and down. Here we go. We're gonna do 10 of them. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that AI can't figure it out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Woo! Yeah, we got that blood flowing, folks. Gotta get that blood flowing. If you're sedentary like me, sitting on the computer all day, gotta stop, take care of yourself. The captain loves you. Hey, you out there. Hey.
You in the back. Pay attention.
I love you. That means you should love you. And if you love you, you should love your body. And if you love your body, you gotta take care of it. Gotta make it last nice and long, folks. We're gonna hop back in. Drama because I didn't mean to make you cry. I'm so sorry. We're gonna hop back in, but for joining me in that little blood exercise, all of you are gonna get 50 points because you're so wonderful. And you deserve it. It's almost the least I can do. Captain the eye poker. I'm sorry. I'll try harder. Well, why are you leaning in so close to the monitor? You weren't leaned in so close. You want to get poked in the eye. All right, folks. So what were we doing? We wanted to get, let's see if this will run. I haven't run it since I made some changes. The idea here We can move these between our different sacks, our different containers. I want it to continue moving when it's outside. So right now it's outside. So I think if I change the parent, all right, so my idea here is I think what I can do is I change my selected parent to my container. So when I wake up, I got to get the container here. So it should be a private visual element container. When we wake up, we're going to get the container. So they're not laggy, they're snapping. Dremels, they snap. They snap to the container. So you're not seeing a lag, you're actually seeing them snap. Yeah, so they snap to the grid. So you'll, when I move to the different slot, it snaps in so you can see where it's gonna drop in. Okay. They don't end up out here, so they like jump to the grid. And so I'm gonna make it so when they're out here, they just follow the mouse. Scooby-Doo says, amazing, you are now the only and first streamer who made me turn notifications on. Well, I'm glad. I'm happy. Scooby-Doo, you're making me blush. You're making me blush, my friend. Thank you for hitting that notification button. That's more than I could ever ask of anybody. Because, I turn the notification off on most people I follow, but I follow like 90 people, so it's a little hard to, a little annoying all day. That said, there are a few, I do have a select few. Grandma says, I guess that's nice. It could be that it snaps when you let go of them. So Dramox, it's actually not drag and drop, it's click and move. It's click and move. The idea is if I wanted to add controller support, it wouldn't be hard to do. So it's click and move. So I'm actually not dragging. It's just click, it adds it to the cursor and you move it. Yeah. So it clicks and adds it. So it's not drag and drop. It's not drag and drop. Although drag and drop would not be that bad to implement, I think. A says, if I could get notifications that sounded like the captain singing, I might turn them. Ooh, maybe I'll write. Maybe that's a project. Maybe that's a project we could add that to. Someone quick, add to the Discord under project suggestions. Project suggestions, folks. Someone add a Chrome plugin. Here, let's reset that break. Reset break. Chrome plugin that sings when the captain goes live. Chrome plugin sings when the captain goes live. Oh, we could even add it to like a phone app. Someone quick, add that. Tuber says a drag and drop. Yeah, not drag and drop, a drag and drop. Drag and dropping system. It's a game where you have to deal with drag and droppings. Drag and poop. You're some kind of dragonologist and you're examining. You're a dragon vet. Yeah, you're a dragon vet. You got to deal with the dragon. Devro coming in with the raid. I gotta say. Whoa. Devro, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome aboard, everybody. Happy Sunday. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you. Devro, how the heck was your stream, my friend? Anyone doesn't know. Devro. Incredibly talented game developer, 3D artist, streamer, working it on a game in Unreal Engine. You gotta check him out real quick, folks. Attention all lurkers. Please direct your attention to the chat. At the top of your chat, you are going to find this nice little button you can click. Click that heart. Give him some love. Devro did Blender all day. Less progress than I hoped. It happens. Sometimes that happens, my friend. Shadiest Goat says, Devro told me to bully you heavily. I really don't want to do this, but he was begging for us to bully you heavily. Look, the captain doesn't mind being boozled. You can boozle me all you want, but no bamboozling. Bamboozling is when you get physical about it. You can boozle the captain, just don't boozle my crew. But yeah, boozling isn't encouraged here. I like to be boozled. But it's hard to boozle a boozler. So I'm a boozler myself, so you might find it a little bit difficult to boozle the boozler. But you can try. You can try. I don't blame you for trying. Everybody likes to try. Okay. Don't listen to Shady. She is odd. Oh, I got some elm tea here. Some elm tea. It's so good. It's so good. Okay, so what are we doing? The parent, yeah, the idea here is the parent becomes this container. Container equals new, and parent's not quite right. We want to, actually, the parent's not the right thing here. parent becomes null. All right, parent is equal to root.q query visual element container. We get that container out, okay, and it's not, the parent is equal to null, so it no longer has a parent in this case. Parent, oh, hang on, selected is our grid element. Why death? Parent becomes container. You aren't talking biology, right? Sounds like that. No, this is not biology. So people often confuse me when I say that. So sometimes I say we got to destroy children too. But what I'm saying, when you shouldn't destroy children in real life. You can only destroy children in Unity. Not as part of create. No. Don't take me out of context. Destroying children in Unity, the engine, not the concept of Unity. Yeah. So you got to be careful. Don't take me out of context. Don't take me out of context there, White Death. Parent becomes container. You aren't talking. Yeah, no, not biology. Just programming. Just program. White Death. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the chat. We're not. You know. Not. No. We're not. JDS says, test MD support. If this doesn't work, I'm better, thus bullying you. That's fair. All right, so selected. Let's go look at our grid item element here. Yeah, the parent needs to become, well, maybe we can keep the parent. We just want to, I'm wondering about this. So really, we want to add it. I wonder, okay, I'm curious here. Container.add. If I add it to the container, does that remove it from the other spot? I'm curious. Tuber Tiger says, did the captain destroy single parent children? Ooh, no. Just because they can only have one parent doesn't mean they deserve destruction. Yeesh. Ooh. Shady's gonna say, my on-stream chat has markdown support. So basically, this is the bullying that Devro pleaded. It's his fault. It's your fault, Devro. Devro, you're being blamed. I'm curious what's gonna happen here. Playing with the new UI toolkit. I'm curious and curiouser. Okay, so that was bad. That did not work. So the child element, okay, so we got to be careful with this. Instead, in my grid element, we're gonna make a getter here. Yeah, public grid element, and it's almost like this is the visual element parent get set. This is our parent element like this. What I'm looking for here. Differ says, I've always blamed you, get used to it. Grid, what is this CSS? I think there's one extra S in there. It's USS, the Unity style system. Unity style sheets, folks. Unity style sheets. This grid element, parent.add.remove parent.grid. Yeah, so this becomes parent like this. This is like the parent container. We're using grid element for anything specific here. Can I change this to visual elements? Does that cause any horrible problems? It does. It does. Right, so we can't do that. But we should be able to do this part here. Does it not cascade? I think it does. I think it actually does. It's just not the same type of cascading you might expect it to do. I don't know why it's called Unity style. Well, it's because it's not CSS. It's like it's inspired by CSS is what I should say. Maybe this. Okay, so if you have public things, this should be parent. We'll make this a grid element like this. Let's get rid of that. This becomes parent. White Death says only true villains get inspired by the devil. Interesting. Interesting. I don't quite understand that. I don't quite understand. Parent equals grid here, and this will be our parent. So we could have a null parent. So if we're not inside of anything, we have a null parent. Okay, so I think that's okay. Does everything still kind of work? Make sure this builds. It builds, folks. CSS is the devil. Every web developer would agree. I think a lot of people feel that way. I struggle with it. I think it's confusing. Yeah, I think it can be very confusing. I think I've heard a lot of people say that. That's right. Is bloat. CSS is bloat. Yeah. I think the challenge with it is understanding that the cascading part confuses a lot of people. Just use hyperlinks. Just use hyperlinks. Yeah, CSS. Who needs CSS? Just HTML. Just document structure. No styling. No styles. Style is for suckers. Styling's for suckers, folks. Who needs anything to look one way or the other? Styling's for suckers. HTML is bloat as well. Yeah, I don't know. I think I have a lot of yeah, HTML. It's a challenge. It's a challenge. Just use ASCII for laying out. Shady, have you been here for my other projects? That's exactly what I do on the dungeon crawler. On the dungeon crawler, the procedural. Let's see, it's down here. Our where is it? We did a dungeon generator. I like to do it so all of the rooms are defined as ASCII. All of the data is defined as ASCII, and it generates these maps in ASCIIs, right? So it generates these maps in ASCII. So it procedurally generates these ASCII maps, and then I just say okay, and then I have a program that turns it into a 3D map. So we have like 2D dungeon crawlers. So in April, I'm going to be participating in the Dungeon Crawler Jam 2023. So I was building that out to practice for it, and might use it as a library for generating some of my maps. Yeah, so we did that. That was a fun project. But I like doing everything as ASCII if I can get away with it. Okay, so in this case, our cursor controller on the pointer move, our container is going to add the selected, and our selected.parent is equal to null. So we're going to clear out the parent there. And then our grid item, when we do stuff with the parent, we're going to actually do parent this. They only do it if the parent's actually not null. So this is our null selector operator. Did a similar thing once. Let me find it. Yeah. I love seeing what other people have done. As far as proceed anything, I love seeing other people's work. I think it's awesome when people get to be creative. All right, so let's see if this broke everything. Can I still move things between? Okay, so it's a little bit. Okay, so it does end up removing and adds it to. Okay, cool. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting that works that way. I don't like that it goes behind. I have to figure something out with that. Okay, but it can still move it, and it like removes it from the container. Now we need to make it follow. Our okay, so in our item controller, we're gonna say on mouse move, we set the parent to this. We're gonna say if add feels like the wrong thing to do here, but I think if it's like not already in it, I'm gonna leave that for now. This might be, I don't know how expensive this is if we're trying to keep adding it there. But now our selected.style.left should be equal to our event.position.x, and our selected.style.top should be our event.position. Why do you do the thing that you do? .y. All right, so I think it's gonna follow the mouse. Ooh, with our offset though. So now it's gonna follow like in the top left corner there. So there's like a little bit of an offset that we want to add to it. So there's a little bit There's a little bit, so it should follow me around out here now. Woo! Dramulks, is that less laggy now? There's still like this minor lag to it. Now it snaps in. What do you think of that, Dramulks? Alright, so we can get it to fall around here. It's not too... Alright, that seems okay. I don't like that it's behind these things, so I'm not sure what to do about that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do about that because... if I move it on top... if I move it on top, then it's gonna block my interactions. It's gonna block my interactions, I think, with the underline thing. Yeah, so if I have it on top, it blocks those interactions. That's interesting. Shady says, our links on I can show an image of my generation. Could you post it on the Discord? And if you don't want to join the Discord, that's fine. I could, hang on, actually, let me just give you, I don't like forcing people to join the Discord if they don't want to. There you go. You should be able to post links now. You should be able to post links. I have the technology. We have the power. All right, so it blocks it there. So it needs to be behind this stuff. That's why I had a negative 1,000. So my question, this is like strangely annoying. Shady says, I had a bit of a cooler version of this, but can't find the older and cooler version. Let me check it out real quick. Let's check it out, Shady. Shadiest Ghost has shared a link. Oh, Shadiest Ghost. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah. Is this procedure generated or just using ASCII? It's a little, hurts my eyes just a little bit to look at it, but I like it. Nice. So these are like corridors you can travel down. Is that correct? Yeah, I like doing stuff like this. So in my mind, this is easier to do than like dealing with 3D tiling and stuff. Thank you for sharing. Shady Ghost, Shadiest Ghosts, for sharing 50 points to you, my friend, for your contributions to society, for your contributions to the stream. I appreciate you. 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points to you. So this kind of works. I don't like that it ends up behind. I don't like that it ends up behind. What can I do? So we could have like our background. So here are my thoughts. I think I'm gonna do something dumb. This is our cursor event listener, and then we're gonna add another UI called like top top layer. All right, so top layer has no events on it, so it has a container, but you cannot listen on it. And so this is going to be on top of everything. That's the idea. Is this is going to be on top of everything. And so we're going to have a separate UI document where we put these things. Shadiest Ghost, I want to thank you for following me today. Shadiest, you are so incredible for following me. Shadiest Ghost, I want to welcome you to Captain Coder's Academy. Thank you for the follow, Shadiest Ghost. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard, my friend. And we also got Crusader. That Crusader has followed me today. I want to thank you, Crusader, for being with us on this beautiful Sunday. Crusader, I want to thank you for following me. Yeah, Crusader, welcome to the crew. Crusader, I welcome you today. Crusader, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Happy Sunday. Welcome aboard. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. I appreciate you being here to spend some time with me and the crew today. We are building an inventory system. I'm Captain Coder. Captain Coder is me. I'm a computer science educator. I love teaching computer science. We're here to learn and code and grow together. So if you have any questions, programming related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask, my friend. That's why I'm here. I can't promise I'll always have the answers. I don't have all the answers, but I try. I do my best. Just keep your questions PG-11 my friend, family friendly, fun for the whole family. And backseat coding is super encouraged here. I learn so much when people backseat code with me. So feel free to join in. Tuber says, I can't wait for Captain Stream, less than 19 hours away. That's right. That's right. This stream, not so much. The next stream. That's right. That's right. But welcome aboard, Crusader. Happy to have you here today. So my stupid idea is to have a visual element that's on top of everything that we can reference. I'm going to create another thing here called top layer, because I'm dumb and I can't figure out how to do this otherwise. We got to clean this up because this is not what I want. So this is going to be our top layer. And it's going to use the same panel settings like this. And this one's going to be on top of everything. The idea is this one's on top of everything. Okay. Shady, if it's stupid, it'll work in CSS. Tuber asks, what is the stream? We could go to the shop, my friend. We got a shop here. We got a stream element shop. You can redeem some stuff. Feel free to do so, folks. The points are here for you. They're here for you because I appreciate you being here. And it's not much. There's not much, but I get, what little I can. What little I have to give to you, I will. So we have this top layer here. And the idea is we're going to have a UI document called our top layer. So rather than container, we're going to have a public thing here called public.
You in the back. Pay attention.
That's right. Pay attention. I'm sorry, Tuber Tigers. I wasn't paying attention. We got a UI document here, and this is going to be our top layer. Get private set, and this will have a serialized field. That's right. Keeping class focused. Tuber Tugger, I appreciate you making sure the class is focused, my friend. I appreciate you. And the idea, though, is that this is going to have... I need to figure this out. I don't like this. I'm going to have to refactor this later because I'm already disliking this. We do need a container still. All right, so I got to put my container back in. This is the private visual element container. But the container is coming from our top layer. And so our top layer, get component like this. Top layer.get component UI document. Why can't I do that? UI document does not contain a queue. Top layer.get component UI document dot root visual element dot queue container. What are you complaining? Can I please convert the Unity UI to visual element? Hang on, we're gonna do the, oh, I'm missing a dot. Okay, and I should break this out a little bit. The idea is we're gonna go find the top layer container, and this probably needs to be like a static thing that's a singleton that exists somewhere that automatically gets like placed into the universe otherwise. Dramulks, welcome to lurk mode.
Dramulks, thank you for choosing to lurk at Captain Coder's Academy. We know you have many places to lurk on Twitch, and we appreciate you choosing to lurk here. If at any time you decide you'd like to return, you are welcome to do so. But please have a beautiful day.
Sidian says you already have root in awake. So this is different. This is different than my root. So there's a couple things happening here. This is the layer that appears on top of everything, and then this layer, this root layer is the thing that is behind everything. So there's a layer that's on top of everything that doesn't get any mouse interactions. There's the thing that's behind everything that does get mouse interactions. So I don't know if that makes sense, but that is what's going on here. Okay. So this is why I'm saying this feels kind of dumb. But the idea here, the problem I was having was when things are outside of the container, they appear behind other things. So I need it to detect my mouse. If I put the mouse detection in front of stuff, then I can't click on these elements. So I need to detect the mouse behind, but draw the sprite on top. So my top layer appears in front of everything. My item cursor layer appears behind everything. And so it only gets interaction events if it's behind everything else. So that's sort of the idea here. This is my coin purse. All right, so I think it'll work. I don't know, we're about to find out. Will it work? Only, we have a null reference, so that's disappointing. It didn't work because I didn't set it. All right, so this is why I was like, oh, it probably needs to be a some kind of singleton, but our top layer goes here. That's what we're saying. This is the top layer. I don't like this solution. We're gonna give it a shot here. Yeah, so now I should be able to drag. Yeah, so if I drag outside of my containers, it's fine. And then we interact here. One thing, I need to make my borders ignore mouses. Ignore the pointer events. So we're gonna make our border ignore the pointer event. So let's go into our inventory grid here. And on the border, our container, this is gonna ignore our mouse events. And I think it only applies to those. The internal ones shouldn't inherit that. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out real quick if this will work. There we go. So now if I'm on the border, it still works and it still snaps when I'm hovering over stuff. Okay. All right. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's do a commit. There's some refactoring I think I want to do. I'm probably going to do that off stream a little bit, but I want to explore if we have time here. We're running a little short on time. Everything's saved. Let's make sure my code, I didn't do any, let's make sure everything's nice and formatted before I commit. What did I change? That makes sense. Our grid element format, remove that parent. Interesting. Oh yeah, because I made this a parent. World C Dub, have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be. I'm looking forward to your stream. Have yourself a beautiful day, my friend. And as always, you are welcome back anytime, World C Dub. Take care. Have a good one. Have a beautiful, beautiful day. All right, don't need that white space there, so we're gonna clear that out. Yeah, we swapped out this to use parent because we wanted it to be a getter setter so we could access it and like nullify it. That said, we may only want to be able to null it outside of this. That's one thing I was thinking is we're setting it null and that's bad practice. Instead, I should probably have a clear parent method to be slightly better practice. Format document here. This in our component, I don't really like this. This almost needs to be a singleton, but we'll look into that. We'll look into that later. Okay, I like this. Okay, we're pretty good. Missing private in front of awake. Fun fact, private is the default. Private's the default. If you don't put it there, it's implicit. You can be explicit, but on methods and on fields, it's optional. Yeah, you're right though. I should have it there. Good catch. Good catch. Hey, it's Simon. Welcome back. Add points. Hey, it's Simon. 50 points. You're right. It's implicit, but not consistent. So thank you so much for pointing that out. 50 points to you, my friend. 50 points. Now you're rich. Now you're rich. Cheers. Common practice can be ignored if you're a big enough chat. Yeah, I don't know about that. Am I a bad enough Chad? Am I a bad enough dude to save the president? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and commit this real quick. Say feat add item dragging outside of container. That's essentially what we did. We're gonna sync that up. Hey, it's Simon. How do you like the new UI system compared to UGUI? They're very different. I really like this. I really think there are aspects of it that I really like. I like how easy it is to build components. So, there's a lot of, let's switch my layout just so you can see what I did here. I like the ability to build components in the UI system. So I created a component that works like this. This isn't to say that you couldn't do this in UGUI. In Unity GUI system, you could do this as well. But I like that these components are not mono behaviors. And so like it's a specification system here. So I built this system that I have this in my UI builder. I say, okay, well, maybe I want a grid here that is, you know, size 20 and size 4, and I can see it here. So dealing with legacy UI, yeah. So, and then I say like, oh, okay, well, I want it to be 24. So I like how easy it is and how quick and how responsive this is in the UI editor and transferring around. The other thing that I'm about to find out whether or not I like, so I'm building this as a library, this inventory grid as a library that you can drop in other places. I like the styling in CSS or USS, sorry, in USS. I like the style in USS. When I drop this into another project, if I want this grid to look different, I just change these styles in a different project. I don't have to go in and have like a prefab and all this other crazy stuff. No, it's a style sheet that you edit once and it applies everywhere. That said, you could get crazy and put all of your styles built into these things. But if you're following good practice, you don't do this. And so now my grid becomes really easy to restyle in different places. That's what I like about it. That's what I really like about it. So I really do like it. Supposedly there's some nice stuff in there. Shady says hard-coded, more like bad-coded. Yeah, hard-coded, bad-coded, same difference. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I have, Simon, I've really been enjoying it. The learning curve, if you're already familiar with Unity GUI system, the Canvas system, you're gonna find the learning curve frustrating because the documentation isn't the best. But you just gotta start playing around and fill in with things to get it to work. There is documentation, but just like with everything, it's like, how do you read that documentation? And it's new enough that some of the information isn't the best. Is it still buggy? I've tried the UI builder and just kept bugging out. I didn't see any bugginess in the UI builder since I've been using it. I had no issue. It did not reset I haven't had that issue. In my workflow, I have not had that issue. Toak Fodi, hello my friend, welcome back to the crew. It's so nice to see you. Toak Fodi, happy Sunday, my friend. How the heck are you today? How are you? Is it a beautiful Sunday for you as it is for me? Is it a beautiful Sunday for you? I hope so. Simon says it's been yeah, to be fair, I'll give it another shot. I've been enjoying it. I'm probably going to be using it for most of my HUD-based UI stuff. There are limitations. You can't add shaders to it. It has limitations. It does have limitations. You can't use it in 3D space. So if you have like 3D display stuff, Shady goes, why do you pronounce it like that? OMG, HUD, HUD, HUD. How do you pronounce it? GUI, GUI, GUI. Ooey, ooey, gooey. I like to pronounce it that way. It's just easier. It's easier. No, GUI, 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 GUI. Would you prefer if I pronounce it joy? Look, I'm sorry. I can't be perfect. I'm not a perfect person. Toak says, happy because I just finished my health down rush for my units. Nice, Toak. I'm so happy to hear that. Hey, it Simon says, I know people who pronounce SQL like squeal. I usually say SQL. Or do I say SQL? I'm not sure. Shady goes, and they are wrong. That's probably true. Look. Not everyone can be right. Not everyone can be right. Sweet. You guys are gonna hate how I pronounce some things. People don't. The way I pronounce CHAR. people don't like. The way I pronounce VAR, people don't like. But, you know, hot takes, folks. Okay, so, yeah. What was I doing? I think we got this working. Okay, so I cheated a little bit. I'm going to cheat just a hair here. It took us a little while to get this polishing up. This was fun. We got that working. I want to see if I can package this as a Unity asset and put it in a different project. Yeah, I'm not gonna touch that one. I'm not gonna touch that one because, you know, it's shady. It's anyone that doesn't do it isn't like it's wrong though, right? If you're not right, you're wrong. You can both. Two people can be right about something and have different thoughts, maybe. JPG or JPEG? I've always said JPEG. All right, so I kind of want, okay, so the idea here is I should be able to take this folder, these two folders, and give them to someone. The demo one doesn't quite work. Let's move my sprites into my demo. Warning asset. Main box. The background here. Inventory GUID. This should be here. Sprites. This one needs to be over here. Let's create a new, or Captain Coder. Create folder sprites. We're gonna move that inventory here. Did I just break everything? Falsy, truthy, null. It's just NULL. That's right. It's just NULL. Okay, I didn't break everything. Falsy values are also crimes. All right, so this seems to be working. So ideally, you package up these two things and you ship it off to a project. This one, I don't know why I said it like that. This one also needs these DLLs associated with it. So there's something about that as well. I don't think it needs to be in plugins. In here, we're gonna create a folder called dependencies. I'm gonna see if I can move these into the dependencies folder. I don't know if when you build, so I know I can do this. I don't know if when I go to, undo. Dependencies. I want to package things together. Captain Coder DLL could not be found. Oh boy. Let's go see if we can fix that. I think I need to reload my whole UI here. Yeah. There's a bug in Unity here. When you move a DLL, it loses it in the other spots in it. Even though it automatically updated the metadata, has an issue here. Shady says JavaScript users, when they realize strings aren't bools. When you start making a user interface and you create something graphical, it's GUI. That's right, it's GUI. Shady says you're more like reference error, right? Not defined. I pronounce class as CLA2S. As in I need to create a CLI 2 S's for this controller. Yeah. It's like you don't want to say, it's like, you know, you just say WALK so that your animal doesn't hear you. Do people pronounce it as OUI instead of UI? I do. I say OUI all the time. I say OUI. It's the OUI. Or, you know, the TUI, if you're talking about tactical user interfaces, it's a TUI. Blame Unity. Okay. Gotcha. Blame Unity. Okay, so I think, yeah. So there is actually a bug in Unity when you move a DLL around. It has an issue, but everything continues to work. So I want to I've never done this before. I want to package. The idea is I can package this and this as a package that I can just give to a different project with a sample scene. Okay, so our scene is going to be our demo scene. And I'm going to drop that in there as well. SCUBA. We got all these abbreviations. We've got LOL-K Kovse, LOL-K Sove, LOL-K Sove. Thanks for following me. LOL-K Sove. I appreciate you. Lol cake hope say. Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome aboard. Happy Sunday. Welcome to Captain Coder's Academy. I am Captain Coder. I am a computer science educator. I'm a programming teacher. I work at a school for ages 10 to 14, but we are here on the stream to learn and code and grow together. If you have any questions, program related or otherwise, do not hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to entertain them. Just keep them family friendly. This is a family friendly stream, folks. We're positive here. We're trying to have fun, and backseat coding is totally encouraged. That's how we learn and code and grow together. If you didn't know it, we do a new project every week. I don't know what the project's going to be next week, but this week we're trying to finish this project. All right, so we're going to put this in a demo scene here. I can get rid of plugins. All right, so these two things should sort of work independently of each other. All right, so my idea is, how do I create, components. How do we create an asset? I want to create an asset. I have no idea how to do it. How do I create export package? Okay. So this is the first time I've ever done this. It's something I wanted to learn about for a while. It's just these two folders, right? Unity UI toolkit. I don't think we want this. I don't think we want that. Do you happen to have a double UIIFI password? Double U. Oh, the Wi-Fi password. That one was tough. That one had to wreck my brain. Had to wreck my brain on that one too, but that's a good one. All right, so include dependencies. I'm really curious if I uncheck. Oh, that's why I was saying include dependencies, because I had that checked. Gotcha. So ideally these are, okay, we're not going to include the dependencies. You should have to install UI toolkit separately. Okay, so I'm hoping I can export this. So Captain Coder, assets, grid-based inventory. I'm going to call this build, and then I'm going to call this asset. All right, assets. And I want to name the file here. This can be captaincoder.inventory Unity We're gonna save that. We're gonna export this. Now I'm gonna create a brand new project. So my goal is to put that new project in there, drop this in to that project, and use it to create a new, have an independent item system. Use it to create a project there. I've never done that. So let's close this out. We're gonna create a new project. I'm gonna do this off the screen real quick while we get that going here. So this is gonna be it got to be a 2022 project. All right, and we're gonna put this in a temporary directory real quick. Magic Broly says, what is Unity used for? It's like a game engine. That's correct. Unity is a game engine built using C# scripting stuff. So it is a game engine. That's correct. New folder, test project. And it's not just a game engine, actually. A lot of people use it for cinematic stuff as well as generic apps, but it's mostly used for game engines, from what I understand. All right, so we're creating a new Unity project. It's going to take it a minute to initialize, but we're initializing my project here. Ideally, I can drop this package in and just start using it in my redefine the UI and use it in my project. That's what I want to be able to do. Tuber Tugger says, fun story. As a young teen, I got a summer job in an office. The guy training me asked if I'd ever used a JPEG file before, and I said no, but meant JPEG. And of course I had, he said JPG file. Sorry, I ruined your story. He treated me like an idiot for the rest of the summer. That's fair. You know. Do you have a JPEG of a hot dog? What is that? The Henkel? All I want is a gosh dang hot dog. Bradley says, but is that like the world and then you just add stuff to it? I don't quite understand your question, Magic Brawley. Can you try asking a little bit more for clarity? I don't know what you're referring to, or if you might be asking someone else. Shay says, oh yeah, I've heard it being used for simulations. Yeah, so Unity has like a whole data engine associated. So people use it for doing data-driven stuff. I've thought about teaching a class called computational programming. No. Physics, computational physics. So there's a field of study called computational physics. But I've thought about, at my school we teach physics. I think it'd be really cool to do a computational physics class where you learn about how to computate gravity and how things would work. And I think you could use Unity to do something really, really cool with that. Magic Brother says, I mean, is a game engine similar to the world or base of the game? No. So it's instead, Unity provides lots of tools for doing common things between different games. That's the main idea with a game engine is, it provides tools for making it easy to do an input system. So how do the controls work? It provides a system for managing, collision detection. In a lot of games, you want to do collision detection. It has a system for doing that. It has a built-in physics system, so you don't have to program the physics from scratch. So the idea is it provides a lot of common tools. It provides a lot of common tools that you might use in a game, and so that's why it's a game engine, is it provides lots and lots of tools in that regard. Sir Black Soul, welcome to Lurk Mode. We appreciate you choosing to lurk here, Sir Black Soul. As always, you are welcome back anytime, my friend. Anytime. Enjoy your lurk. Shadiest Goat says, you're a teacher. Yes, I am. I teach computer science for students at a school ages 10 to 14. So I teach lots of different classes. We actually have multiple computer science teachers, which is kind of incredible. All right, so I have this asset. I think I can just drag it in, right? This will import it. Okay, so we're gonna import that. And I would like to define my own inventory system in this project. In this project, I want a different inventory with slightly different UI. So we're gonna import that. We're not gonna use the demo scene. So it's like we're gonna copy the things out of the demo scene includes the things that we're supposed to be able to do. All right, so we added this in. The was moved. That seems fine. So the idea is I define a whole new set of inventory items. So in this case, we'll say we're gonna create a folder called scripts, like this. And in this folder, there's a couple things that you need to define to use the system. And you can see those in our demo. So in our demo, you have to define a game. A game cursor, a game inventory. Really, you have to define your item data type. Okay, so in this game, we're gonna create a new item, create a new script. This is gonna be our item, game item. Can I do item data? It might complain about that. It doesn't. Oh, it does. All right, so there's one thing I gotta do in the demo is I gotta put that in its own namespace. Shady says, I wish I could pick CS for my final 2 years of high school because my curriculum supports it, but my school has little students and there's only one person with the interest in CS. That's a bummer. So we're gonna call this my item data because I already have one called item data. So I need to put that in its own namespace in the other project. We'll have to fix that. But my item data should be so we're going to be using captaincoder.inventory.unity engine. Come on, catch up with my typing. It's loading. All right, so this is going to be a scriptable object. And to be a scriptable object, all right, to be available, we got to do an iGridable item. All right, so it's required to implement iGridable item here. And we're going to implement interface. To be an iGridable item, all you need is a sprite. That's fascinating. Okay, so we're gonna make this have a get and private set. So we have an my item type, get in private set here. And so we also are going to have to add in a create asset menu. What are the options for create asset menu? Let's look real quick. This is in our, this is exciting. I'm really, really excited about this. I do have to wrap up here. I think I don't have enough time to quite finish this. This is in our demo. Our demo here. I just wanted to remember what to do at this. Okay, so we're gonna create a thing called my item. This should be in my items like that. So we should be able to create a new one of these. And then we should just be able to use it in the system, I believe. We kind of got to copy these things. These need to be in a different namespace. I'm really upset with myself that I didn't put a demo assembly here. Okay, I do have to wrap up, folks. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. We didn't quite get to finish this here. That said, I bet if I just do the following here, let us add in a UI document. UI document, I'm going to call this our grid. And this should be our inventory grid, like that. And we got to add in a demo, not demo controller, this is a grid controller, game inventory controller. We could just do it this way, yeah. So I have to define, oh, actually, no, we're super close, let me keep going. I can actually use, yeah, so I can actually use, in this other system, okay, cool. I can actually use the default stuff here. So we're gonna say, okay, in this game, we have a backpack. And in this game, the backpack's dimensions are, and the other one was 6 by 2. We're gonna make this one 6 by 6. Okay, we're gonna do 6 by 6 here. I don't like how much work I have to do here. So we're gonna fix that up. I'm gonna add it in here. We're gonna create a cursor. This is our cursor controller. Okay, and this is going to be our game cursor controller, like that. We use the default panel settings. Our source asset here should be our cursor event listener, and then this needs to have our top layer. So we'll add another thing here, which is our top layer. Can I just add a UI document to this? I'm curious. UI document. No, you can't. Okay, so we'll do a nested empty top layer like this. Okay, and our top layer has to have a UI document, and our top layer here is going to be top layer. Okay, so I need to make this a prefab. This is what I'm realizing. I need to make this a prefab so that you can just add, when you import this thing, be like, if you want to use the default system, just use this, make it a prefab, drop it into place, and now you got these things. So the sort order on this needs to be 100. This one needs to be minus 100. We need to find the top layer. So there's a little bit too much wiring up here for my taste. But now that we have this, our cursor goes here. We have an inventory system. The inventory is not going to have anything in it, but we have a grid here. We should get a grid on our screen. Boom, there it is. There it is. All right, so pretty easy to drop into a new project. A little bit burdensome to define these things. So these need to be a prefab in the original project. So we didn't quite get there as far as finishing this completely, but I did learn, so we did finish this. I did learn how to use it as a Unity asset. I did learn how to add it into it. These were so easy to do that they almost needed to be one. But we finished both of those here at the last minute. We did do it. I'm really happy with this. It dropped in. I didn't have to import anything. We can put the DLLs in there like that. Fabulous, folks, for being here to witness this. There's some things I got to do in off stream. But for being here to witness, all of you get 50 points for this one, 50 points for that other one. So 100 points total for finishing those two tasks together. Thank you all for so much for all your help. And then we finished the project, folks. So you're here to witness the end of the project. 250 points to all of you, my friends. Thank you so much for being here to witness this momentous occasion. Only 5 VS Codes at the same time. Yeah, I have too many. Only 5 though. Only 5. We done did it, folks. So next week we're gonna do a new project. I don't know exactly what we're gonna do. If you want to suggest a project, you can do so on the Discord. No pressure to join the Discord, but if you'd like to suggest a project, if there's something you'd like to see, feel free to do so in the suggested projects forum on the Discord. We will be back tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Eastern, 5, 6, 7, 8, yeah, 8 a.m. Eastern time. If you want to check out what we're doing next, I don't know what we're doing yet. I'm going to decide, I'll decide soon. I'll decide soon, but I'm not sure just yet. But thank you everyone so much for being here for this. If you want to see, I'm going to write a blog post about this as well. Feel free to bookmark this page for the inventory system. If you want to see what we did day 1 through 4, you can, but day 5 will be posted shortly, later today. You're welcome for the stream. No, thank you all for being here. We're gonna go raid someone. Let's see who we got. Let me check it out. Bear with me. Want to raid you, Royku? Royku, are you streaming? You streaming right now? That's oh, you're not I don't see you streaming. We're gonna go raid Klaxon42, folks. Klaxon42. Real quick, everyone. Klaxon40. You just started up. Klaxon is good. I'm so sorry. Everyone, real quick, give Klaxon a follow. Great streamer, enjoyable streamer. We're gonna go check him out in a moment here. Klaxon42, making a really cute game. Really cute game. Let's make sure that he's not about to go on. Let's see how long has he been streaming. Is he about to go off stream? No, he's only been going for an hour and a half. He just streams for like 4 or 5 hours. All right, P-Trix18, I thank you for the follow. You are so welcome here at Captain Coders Academy. I want to thank you, P-Trix. I want to thank you so much for being here today. I love you. P-Trix. Thank you for following me. Have a beautiful day, everyone. Keep coding, keep growing, be the best you can be, and as always, you are welcome back anytime. Have a beautiful day, folks. See you next time.